and welcome to the WoT7 tournament number 8. We're really glad to have you guys today, and as you can see, joining me a new analyst, but a pretty familiar face. You may know him in the WoT scene, Banter. How is it going, mate?
It's going very well. Thank you very much for introducing me. We've got some good games lined up for today, some good teams, so should be an interesting showing.
Yeah, we should definitely take a look at the brackets to have those team in details. Banter, we're starting with the upper bracket, a total of 4 teams there.
Yep, Oppo versus Valor in the upper bracket. Valor performed very well, actually, much better than expected in the playoff stage. In match 2, Invil team Hollow versus Phoenix. Phoenix, the international team. Hollow, we already know them, one of the stronger Polish teams in Invil alongside Oppo. And then in match 3 and 4, the very well-known Czech team CSA and the Polish team Good Night Normy. So definitely some interesting games today, especially match 1 and match 2. Going in.
I guess we have a bit of an issue with the slides, but you're talking about the brackets and the team. We have to mention that the matches today are going to be played in BO7 formats. The first team getting 4 wins on the ball, taking the victory. And you said CSA and Goodnight Nomi, they will be waiting in the losers bracket, and they will be playing against both teams losing in the upper brackets. That being said, Banter, we also have Twitch drops prepared for today and tomorrow, and we have pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, so for going throughout today and tomorrow, there will be monthly Twitch tokens that you can spend in the in-game Twitch Prime store. And only tomorrow, there will be the Strength of Spirit camouflage that you can earn. You need to make sure that you collect your drops through the Twitch stream. It's a very nice camo, and yeah, you can spend it all.
Sure. Now let's take a closer look about the first match of the day, Banter. You mentioned it, Valor against Oppo, and the community prediction. As expected, Oppo having the community with them.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Oppo are the favourites to win the whole tournament. I believe they won the previous WoT7 7, yeah. This being WoT7 8. Looking at Valor Savistar, the team leader of this team, they're a pretty new team, a mix of Polish and Czech players. Some well-known face in there, Oppo as well, DJ Weed, Ketsai, Conrad. These are very famous names from not only 7v7, but also 15-15. A very challenging opponent for Valor, and the community predictions showed that.
Actually, I recognized some players from Valor that were playing in the Clueless teams, like it was like 2-3 tournaments ago, and they actually won against the Team Go, where you had players like Ketsai, Pansfury, Rexar, etc. So that could be actually interesting to see how it's going to be playing out. But anyway, Banter, I guess that's enough from the two of us. We want to see that match starting pretty fast, but before that, we have to hear what our casters have to say. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello and welcome to the WoT7 number 8. I'm, as always, being joined here by lovely Ducky, and we are going to have 4 matches today, all of them best of 7. The first 2 of those are going to be upper bracket, meaning there is still a safety net remaining for the teams that don't manage to pull through there. The second 2, we're actually going to be in the knockout phase already, where we're going to have to say goodbye to teams. That being said, Valor against Oppo. Ducky, what do you think about that one?
Opar should have the advantage, right? In this Valor team, on paper, a lot of experience, a lot of experienced players, but that Opar team that they're facing is just very, very strong. It's a well-known team. They've won multiple tournaments and just 7v7, 15v15. So Valor here is going to need a very good start against Opar.
Yeah, I love their logo there with the little golden fists. Obviously, in the 7v7 format, you're not able to earn those. But yeah, a relatively new team, but I would say a lot of well-known players. And obviously, you mentioned it already. I think the reigning champions right now, Oppo, are under their captain Ketsai. And all of those names should be well-known, especially in the Polish community, where this team is rooted. Yeah, we all know what to expect from them. It's going to be crazy good gameplay, insane reactions. The last 15v15 tournament that we actually had, all of those Invil players together, just the sheer willpower that they had to power through some situations that didn't look as good for them, but it just speaks to the individual skill of all of them.
Yeah, individually they should all be firing on all cylinders, just fine. Watching out for our boy Rishek and how he's going to do, but what it comes down to is the map. pick and bans now to walk you through it. Valor banning Himmelsdorf, which is one of their strong maps, not just in 77, 15, and 15 as well. Then Invil not wanting to deal with the changed Moro Vanka, and Insane said he's looking forward to watching that, but it's not going to be in this match, as Proco and Mainz are our first 2 maps, and then Ghostan being removed. Again, a good pick, I think, from Valor to remove Ghostan. These Polish teams traditionally really like Ghostan. They just really like playing it, and they're really strong on it. And then we go on to Cliff and Tundra tiebreaker if we get there. Now, Key, I think an important question is here, how many AMX M4s are we going to see?
Quite a lot of them, in my opinion. Obviously, recently buffed tank. And the format here is 770, so 7.
And soon to be nerfed tank again.
Soon to be nerfed a bit if the test server is to be trusted. But yeah, I was also playing on the test server with the AMX in the onslaught mode, and yeah, to be honest, the gun just rocks. It's such a good gun handling for 560 alpha.
It's that good that even Kihan was able to do more than in his S-Kong. Because we met Kihan in Onslaught on the test server, and his pen ratio was below 50, so I'm pretty sure on the AMX it was above that.
Yeah, then again, my team won the battle there, so...
yeah, not thanks to you, though.
Oh, well, sometimes, you know, you just have to give that moral support to people. Alright, Casters predictions here. Every single one of us going with a victory for the team of Opor, who should be very largely favored. 3 of us, so me, Insane, and Banter going with the 4-1. You're giving a bit more credit, though, to Valor for 2. Is that down to the maps that are going to be Prokhorovka first and then Mainz? And Mainz is also normally sort of a 1-1 map, or how did you come to that one?
I just didn't copy the other people's homework like you did.
Oh, I was actually the first one to put it into the sheet, so I didn't... I didn't
immediately on the defensive. The stream has just started. Kihan on the defensive already. But one of these teams is going to be on the defensive as well, as Opor with 3 AMX M4s, double IS7, an S-Kong and a T100 are challenging Valor, who are coming in with the triple IS7, the S-Kong, the CS, the STRV, and the T100. It's the clash, Kihan. IS7 versus AMX. Who comes out ahead?
Yeah, both of those tanks not really the best pen, actually. I think the AMX M4 has like 296 AP and the IS7 has like 303 APCR. So rather lowish pen on all of those tanks. That's going to be interesting moving forward. That being said, battle has started and the attacking team of Valor are very, very likely, or they are orientating themselves towards the eastern part of the rails. Obviously, those IS7s, we saw it in the past, they can do like this, this super aggressive immediate push towards 9-0 line. The T100s obviously providing spotting screens for that, but there's a lot of tanks waiting for that one actually.
You see Patras here taking a lot of ground immediately. Conrad is going to spot him out too, and that's a lot of AMX M4s waiting for him. Patras doesn't get spotted, thankfully. He spots out the AMX M4 sitting in the back there, and Ketsai, he will take all this map control instantly. He's the kind of player that will not wait, he will not slow down, he'll take it immediately, and you can see the choo-choo train here of the triple IS7 and the CS63. Already some big shots coming out on Crazy War, Yayas as well, but they do make it across, and they are going to be focusing towards Conrad here. If they can pick up Conrad, this might not be that bad.
Yeah, might not be that bad. That being said, Crazy War already down to 1100. Those AMX M4s just really hurting the IS7s on the cross. And now we see that even the STRV in the back is spotted. So Panzfury knows better than to overpeak. Crazy War actually taking another one now, down to 637. On the other hand, though, Conrad getting farmed in his IS7. His Amoract as well, down to a one-shot. So he's probably not going to survive for much longer. And in comes the repush by the M454s.
Here comes the repush though from Opor with those M4s, that big, meaty French heavy with big alpha, and Yayas is feeling the trouble already as Fury drops behind, picks up Crazy War. Yayas will burn to death by a shot from Rishek, and you can see this repush here from Opor. Conrad was dead already, but the HP advantage and alpha advantage as well that they have because of these M4s and because they're all combined on this part when there's the STRV and the S-Kong out of the fight from Valor is going to make short work of this actually.
Yeah, indeed. Hion now down to 21, down and out of the game. Yes, the SRV is still in the back, but I don't think he's having too much impact because the players from Opor are actually not exposing themselves towards that STRV that was probably supposed to farm a repush like this. Finally, Ozak exposing there and the STRV getting something done, and now Ketsai needs to be a bit careful in his T100 because, well, there is crossfire available from both STRV and IS7, but obviously if he goes unspotted, then The i7 is not going to have a good time anymore. Actually, Ketsai gonna go for it against Skirpy. And obviously that STRV can't really do anything against the T100. That's why we see Patras rotating over now.
Yeah, but Patras' rotation will take a long time, as Zavistar in the meantime has to face off against an AMX M4. I think that's the one of Orchek, and he is not going to be winning that 1v1. Even with Orchek being Amarak, Fury comes in with a shot from the back to pick it up, leaving just Lukin, Skirpy, and Patras standing here, and Ketsai just having a field day here with his STRV. And you could see there, Opor using that M4 to its absolute potential. Getting some shots on the crossing. I mean, Ketsai just gets set on fire and rammed to death by Patras, but that is just a beauty kill at the end of the round as Opor on their defense. Solid repush.
Yeah, that was just perfectly pulled off. The timing was just right. Also to pull the S-Conk that was above in like the B9 position, to also pull that one into the fight, to open up new angles, to just pick off those low HP targets, because obviously that's what you want to do with that lower alpha. Overall, extremely solid defense round here from the team of Opor. Not unexpected. And Valor, yeah, we'll have to see how they respond to that one. That was pretty brutal to watch. I mean, 7-2 the final scoreline.
The thing is there, what Conrad did though, and you have to pay attention to, what Conrad did by being in that position, he allowed his M4s to repush unspotted. So, you see Richard there, top damage, but, so, Conrad dies, right, in the position, but every single person that drove down is shooting Conrad. All of them. Like the i7s, the CS, they're all shooting Conrad. And what that allows is that when they push around the corner with the M4s, nobody's really in position to drive up. Xavi did it at the end, but he was alone, you know? So they never were able to climb zero line to pressure Panzer Fury whatsoever, because they had to take so much time to kill Conrad.
Yeah, I would even argue that as soon as they started farming Conrad and not actually trying to focus on getting those positions, as soon as they opened themselves up towards that repush, if Opor doesn't screw up here, then that is just the game in their bag. Also, the amount of punishment that the M454s were able to do on that 9-0 line cross onto the i7s. Yeah, especially since you have the AP, right? It does have better normalization, so against the spaced armor in the side of the IS-7s, you stand better chances of penetrating there. And yeah, overall, Opor looking good, looking strong. Valor not yet on the level where where they would need to be to beat those this Polish powerhouse.
Maybe they forgot that the M4 got added. They're like, oh, we can pick it.
We'll have to see next game. Yeah, I mean that was.
I mean, you just don't win any. You just don't win any. You don't win any alpha trades with IS-7 against M4. And you don't even win the DPM fight either.
Yeah, and with the i7, as soon as the M454 goes hull down, you're not really guaranteed to get good trades either, because first of all, you have to hit those cupolas on top of the turret.
Yeah, you just shoot next to the mantlet though if you're an IS-7.
There comes the lowish pen.
300.
3? It's not a 100% pen in my opinion.
It's 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Above 50-50, but
yeah,
not by much.
Well, you have to hit the exact spot first of all. In the end, but yeah.
Yeah, and an aimer like you would never struggle with that, would you?
I would just rely on RNGesus to guide the shells for me. Don't worry.
Kian's the kind of guy, and I'll explain it to you. Kian's the kind of guy, when he aims at an M4 third, he aims at the gun, because that way he's maximizing the potential to hit both left and right of it, and possibly pen. That's how far
and
ahead
also in the worst case scenario, right, I have a chance to damage the gun.
So that your opponent can't fire back.
Exactly.
Smart kid, you're playing the wrong game for that. You can't take out the gun for long enough for this to matter.
Alright, round number 2 in between Opor and Valor. Opor coming into this one with triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, double CS, and a T100, while Valor, on the other hand,
has an IS-7, double S-Conk, a 5A, CS, an STRV, and a T100. They're opting for that defense as well. Without the M4, I want to see how this goes for them, because we saw it work extremely well for Opor. So, I want to see how this works out for Valor.
Yeah, we'll have to see. First of all, the 5A obviously pick that you take because of the high heat pen and also pretty good DPM. I think it's quite a bit higher than the IS-7 while having the same alpha, and yeah, 7 degrees of gun depression does help. Obviously, you have those cupolas, so not a strong hull down, but if you're just aiming for DPM, then the 5A compared to the IS-7, obviously the better choice. That being said, Valor on their defense setting up quite differently to what we saw from Opor. They're not giving as much priority to the eastern part of the map. They do have 3 tanks really, really far back in the 1-2 line, with the T100 even providing a spotting screen. So, yeah, first of all, we'll have to see. That STRV also going to A0 and 15v15, you see a 279 there, but the STRV can also mostly stay safe. Then again, not the best kind of match for the STRV, not the worst one either, though. The IS-7s will be able to overmatch, but the CSs, the T100, the S-Conk won't be able to do that.
Question is Scrippy trying to hide there, so if they take the eastern side of the map, he can come in as a surprise, because I don't know if it's actually possible. To fully hide there, because otherwise, if Opor pressures this 9-0 line, I mean, it's Tisek just taking blind fire from the SRV, or was that Lucan? I think it was the SRV.
So that was Patras that took a blind fire. I guess that was.
No, I think somebody shot at Tisek.
Yeah, but it is actually Patras who has lost HP. So I guess that was blind shot by one of the IS-7s into one of the bushes. And now we see Ketsai advancing here with his T100. I don't think he'll be able to spot Skirpy in the STRV simply because that one's in a bush. But obviously the STRV should be seeing that T100 or not, as he's too far down in the ditch. This could be very bad for either side, depending on how the timings go. Oh, now they see each other.
Now they see each other. Skirpy spots out Ketsai. Ketsai takes one in return as well. He's now forced to run away. There has to be a reaction here from Valor as well, because Skirpy is not going to survive this engagement for too long. I mean, yes, Lucan can help him from the rails, but as soon as the heavy from DJ Weed arrives, he's just going to auto-pen that SCRV on every spot. And Panzer Fury, I think, might have some angles too.
Yeah, I don't think he has him quite in range, so he doesn't have the render distance onto him, but if you ping in-game, then you're able to just pinpoint exactly where your shots out of render need to go. I think that's what's happening currently. We saw an AG, and I think now switch to APCR, going over to Skirpy, and now there come the shots. That was CS and IS-7 both connecting, down to 606 is Skirpy, and I don't think he'll be able to survive for much longer, and that is why we see this repush, but that one's already spotted out. Crazy War has been seen by Rishek.
Yeah, Rishik there in the CS just trying to get the spots, trying to run away even, but I think he'll soon realize that it's not a potential. Patras, no! Patras gonna burn down as his spotting run got punished by Konrad Orchek in those IS-7s, and Rishik falling back into K1, into that hold-on. He might be a CS, but it's gonna be a CS on the move to hit for Valor. It's not happening, because look at Orchek, look at Konrad. They're speaking from behind, and Opor here having every answer to what Valor is showing at them. And it's not looking good. Crazy War and Heon, yeah, they might get Rishek. Might, but...
Yeah, they are going to take shots in the backside, though, by the IS-7s. Hion also with the damaged fuel tank here might get set on fire. Down to a one-shot now. Rishek obviously trying to focus out the low HP target here. Crazy War doing his best to shield him, but to no avail. And now it's just going to be Crazy War here in that corner, while Opor on every other part of the map is able to make it work. You can see some shielding even going on here. Zavistar battling it out against double IS-7. And yes, the S-Conk does have good DPM, but not against two of those just driving over you.
Yeah, no, and even if he was to kill them, is Rishek out playing Crazy War in the meantime? Like, what's happening?
I think Crazy War should be almost reloaded. Yeah, there we go. Still only a one-shot though, and Zavistar, the only other remaining tank for the team of Valor. This is going to be another very, very firm, very, very clean win for the team of Opor here, who are not missing a beat. Crazy War going down in the meantime, and now it's just a matter of when Orzek actually reloads. There we go, 2-0, and neither of those games, it looked like Valor had a chance.
I feel like they really tried to sell the STRV being at A1 or something or somewhere else, and I hope that nobody from Opor clears A0. I mean, Ketsai didn't really clear it. He kind of drove past it and spotted him right before he went low again, but then it seems pretty like...
Yeah, that was too easy with the STRV, right? That was simply, he got spotted by the T100, took one... Like, he did one shot, yeah, but then...
They're instantly supposed to do something after. Like, they don't have a choice. Like, the SCRV gets spotted, you know he's going to die. He cannot sit fully safe there, like a 279 could, because it's an SCRV. The IS-7 just auto-pens it. So...
Now, here we see the damage numbers delta, and the SCRV was actually able to get a second shot of damage done, but obviously with a damage-dealing tank like that, 2 shots of damage is not what you set out to do, and obviously, yeah, Zavistar 3.7, but then again, he was alive until the end. He could farm IS-7s when the battle was effectively over, anyway.
Yeah, the battle was over already at that point. It's kind of like irrelevant. I mean, the main play there is figuring out the SRV, right? The T100 figured out SRV. Everything after was kind of,
Yeah, now 2-0 here, and that means that Prokhorovka, the first map, is done and over with. That was actually Valor's pick, and now we go into mines that Opor wanted to play desperately, otherwise they wouldn't have first picked it. Mines, normally, I said it already, 1-1 map, but if Opor pick it, then they should be fairly confident to rock home their defense, obviously, and they probably have something up their sleeve to make the attack work as well.
I mean, you would hope so that they have something on their sleeve to make the attack work. That would be ideal. But yeah, mines, I mean, it's a classic 1-1 map, right? That you would look at. You would consider it as a 1-1 map, so Valor's going to have to pull off something amazing. And the first two games haven't really shown us much, right? In Valor's case, like round 1, they got outplayed, and round 2,
I would
even
argue
harder.
round 1 was lost by opening, and round 2 sort of as well, because they lost the STRV for free, and then the option that they were left with, which was repushing 1-2 line, wasn't really a good one either. So I think tactic-wise right now, Opor just simply better than the team of Valor here.
Yeah, I would say on both games, the opening from Opor was just better.
Yeah, superior.
Yeah, there was not really any chance for Valor in both of those games. But let's see on mines, right? Let's see what happens here. They're not down and out. It is still best of 7, so you know they could technically give one more away if they wanted to. But Opor coming in, 22277, a 13105, triple AMX M4 against Valor's.
Yeah, double M454, double IS7, 1277, and double CS. Now, that 13105, we saw it making appearances in past tournaments, but we ended up sort of with the judgment that if you want to play a bad shot, then play a bad shot. We'll have to see. The 13105, obviously, as a light tank, rather lowish pens, but against the CSs and also against the sides of the AMXs, against the rears of the IS7s, it doesn't really matter. Now, the opening here by the attacking team, sending triple M454 towards the middle, sending their 277s to the island, and they are getting a spotting screen by the 13105, so now we'll have to see if they actually slow down to take pot shots at the people crossing, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as both Yayas and Lukin make it over without losing HP. Now the 277s start driving here. How good is the punishment going to be?
There's about 0 punishment here, actually, for the side of Valor. They had all the tanks ready for a 9-0 line push. Yayash and Lukin, they're just going to kind of die.
Yeah, that is triple 277 here that are going to be facing off against the IS-7 and the CS, and you can already see one salvo going into the IS-7, removing about half of the HP from him. Lukin also not able to completely stay safe, and now Yaya's just 2 salvos from the 277s that haven't taken really much damage for this in return. Yes, the IS-7 is now going to chase the 13105 away, but DJ Wheat should already be able with the M454 to cover that one. And Lukin already down and out of the game. That is just 2 easy kills for the side of Opor.
2 very easy kills for the side of Opor. Normally you have those AMX M4s, Scorpion, Heon, at the very least, looking towards 1-2 line, getting ready to punish the crossing, right? Because you want to blow up one tank. If they blow up one tank, then they're actually fine because it's a 2v2. But like this, I'm not sure what the tanks at 8-9-0 line were looking at from Valor, but I can tell you it was not 1-2 line. That much is for sure.
Yeah, now we see that Hillary push. Well, it has good intentions, but that's sort of about it, because T-Shek and Orzek have already established crossfire. Orzek now actually going to go in, trying to eliminate that 277, but yeah, everywhere else on the map, I mean, it's 10,000 HP for 3k.
Yeah, that shielding looks really cool, but even if they kill everybody on the hill, they're still gonna lose the game off of that, as they simply have nothing left here. And this is, so far, a walk in the park.
Yeah.
For the boys of Opor. Just cruising.
I mean, the 13105 even able to drive in there and drive out again after doing his clip. Crazy War is not going to be able to finish off the 13105 anymore. And yeah, T-Shek off reload here, and he does get the penetration into the cupola of the 277. So just like that, we find ourselves at a 3-0 scoreline. And once again, I mean, I don't want to be mean.
Lost on opening. You don't have, it's not being mean, it's lost on opening. They have 3 tanks or something in the base, like they had a CS and 2 AMX M4s in the base and even a 277, I think. And they're looking at I don't know what. It's like they're counting birds in the sky or something.
Yeah, I
Because
think
you
on the
can
cross
shoot
there
it-
was one shot by one IS7.
And that was the
it.
IS7. That was the IS7 from the 4-line that hit that shot. The EMX M4s from the base should both be hitting their shot on this crossing. It's a fully aimed shot onto 7-7's side. If it misses, it's mainly down to RNG. But they have to kill somebody crossing over, because like how else do they stop a 1-2 line play? Because with your tactic, you have to be ready for a straight 1-2, delayed 1-2, and 8-9-0 line is like not as much of a worry for you, because it's never really coming out super straight.
Yeah. So once again, Valor not really looking like they're up to the task of facing Opor here. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's so far been brutal. Yeah, the tactics have been just better by Opor, almost counters by opening here. But also the individual shooting, at least in the last game, was sort of lacking, I felt like. First, they didn't punish the cross, and then also the CS on the island only, I think, had like one shot of damage, when in reality, the IS-7 trades himself away, and during that whole time, you should be farming. But he just wasn't. Also, the repush onto the hill. I mean, the repush, it probably started after seeing that island push, but once they had...
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Yeah, it was super late,
No,
and
it
then
didn't.
already
They
the
drove back into the base first to aim at the crossing, realized they can't, and then drove to the hill.
Yeah,
there was no such thing as driving straight to the hill.
but yeah, they also got punished for that one, for hesitating there, because, well, you saw in what shape the tanks repushing onto the hill actually arrived there.
They'll never be able to repush this without losing a ton of HP, because the 277s from downside from 1-2 are winning their engagement either way, so they can afford to volley one of the M4s driving up, right, and remove over half his hit points, because they're still winning the fight. Even if the CS does too much shots of damage because of that, they're winning that fight anyway. So this hill repush, they have to be almost under the hill when they see this 1-2 push and then do it. It's super hard.
Now, 3-0 the scoreline here. This means that Opor is on a match point. Valor, they will have to make nothing short of a miracle work here to stay in the upper bracket, because realistically, the number of teams that could pull off a clean 4-0 after going down 0-3 against Opor is probably numbered. That being said, lineups. Opor coming in once again with the triple M454, and then we see one IS4, one IS7, Rishek in the bat chat, and Katsai playing the T100 LT.
Then Valor, double M4, an IS4, an E5, triple CS behind that. So the E5 coming out as well, they like picking some different things. You know, they picked the 5A already, they picked the STRV. They're trying to get the most tanks played in 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, some of those tanks probably sort of something like a comfort pick for the players. We'll have to see, but yeah, the punishment on that triple CS crossing over already starting to hurt as Zavistar goes down towards 956.
Not enough though.
Yeah, realistically not that much. That was like 1300.
But it's an all-in play on the lower side though, which I really don't like. They're playing all-in on base number 2. They have the 5 and A4, 1 M4 covering. Oof, I'm never happy with all-in plays.
I mean, then again, if they try to play the long game like we just saw in the first 3 rounds, or, well, their attack on Prokhorovka technically was an all-in as well, but yeah, it seems like they're not able to stand up in the long run, so now they try this all-in strategy, and so far, so good. Katsai on fire, Conrad taking a shot of damage. That looks not that bad, actually. Conrad now, also Amarak, not sure if he still has a rep kit available. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, so Patra's taking the forward walk position there is annoying, I think, for the side of Opor, because it crossfires Conrad's position pretty hard. D5 did get spotted out, so I think now Opor knows about all the angles. 20 seconds left. You know what, Kite, you might be right. It might be not that great, actually, for Opor here. They're gonna have to even repush together because the time is so low. Tisa coming in first, Risha coming in, DJ as well. It's a little bit like not too well coordinated at this moment in time, but here they come, though. Here they come to the corner. Risha coming around, down to 407. Risha down and out as Patra shuts him down. And for the first time in this match, Valor looking like they have a strong opening here against what Opor is bringing. As now the repush across the K-line is coming out by Orshek and Panzer Fury. That M4 is great frontally though, but against all these angles, not as much.
Now even the T100 being pulled into that fight here on the 1-2 line, still sort of undecided, but now Ozek going down, that's going to almost half the DPM there, but now Patras being the focus down to 156. The cap right now not an issue anymore, it's all going to be about when that E5 is actually able to join the fight. So far, Hion has not been able to really participate in the battle here, but now with the second M4 that repushed over the K line going down and out of the game, this one's looking very, very good for the team of Valor. Tsek and Conrad now getting crossfired by the CSs. Ketsai and Tsek both falling here. And for the first time in this match, it actually seems to be working out for the team of Valor that are not going to go out of this one with a 4-0. They are going to put up 1 point on the board, showing us what they're made of.
And they're even gonna do it with all 7 tanks alive, Kihan, as DJ... Well, never mind, Patras died. I take it back. DJ falls to Crazy War, and Valor showing us an interesting opening with the CSs driving straight through the 2 line. We don't see that too often.
Yeah, and once again, I would say the punishment that was actually coming out towards that cross, not really convincing. Yeah, they did connect some shots, but in the end, 1300 to get 3 tanks across and get a lot of positions with it. Not really the punishment you need to win the round. And yeah, with that double cap then going on, just forcing the team of Opor into that repush where they get crossfired. And you could see that basically the cross on the K line was happening after, but it simply wasn't enough. There was not enough firepower available to get rid of the crossfire by the CSs.
Personally, I think I don't know how it's possible, and Sam can talk about it later. I think for Opor almost, they had to pressure through the north more, because there's only an E5 and an AMX on the island. Like, I don't know, use a Bat and T100 to go for the E5, leave 1 tank in K4, and use the rest to pressure to the north, for example. Could be a potential for them there. It's like this repush that they tried against Triple CS that I was able to shoot, I don't think was ever had any, like, real merit to it or possibility.
Yeah, I think that was sort of trying to make the best of a really, really bad situation. But yeah, this means Prokhorovka 2-0 for Opor, mines being split 1-1. Interestingly enough, mines being split not in the way that you would normally expect it, actually both attacking teams winning. And this means that we are headed towards Cliff now. Cliff, also one of those maps where you're basically from the get-go, you are all but guaranteed to have action starting, simply because, for example, the lighthouse position is such an important one that you basically need to contest it somehow, or counter it somehow. If you don't go up there yourself, you need to make sure that if the enemy sends tanks there, that they are not going to get up for free.
You know what, I really liked Cliff back in the day, but then there was this guy, and he works for Wargaming, but his name is slipping. Handy Key or something like that. Right, it was something with a hand and a key. And he made this map video.
Who would that be, yeah?
He made this map video, and ever since his map video, there's like 5 people sitting in the base looking at the middle, dude. So I just want to take this moment to thank you, Kihan, for ruining my experience. I appreciate that.
I mean,
thanks, Kihan.
You could say that, but then again, a player of your caliber should normally be able to deal and not to
maybe a player of your caliber shouldn't be giving tips on how to shoot from the base, Kihan, huh? A player of your caliber.
Was that a compliment in disguise, by the way?
No,
you're just digging your whole ever deep.
It's like half a compliment, half an insult.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever way you look at it, it could be one of the two.
I guess I take the compliment. You gotta take the W's where you can. But yeah, the match at hand, I don't think those base sniper positions are actually going to get used.
Actually, they gotten used before. They have Hall of Venezia is one of the teams that did it. Not really the base, but like more at the rocks. They aim up and then they retake 1-2. It has been used actually. It has been used.
The thing is though that basically you give up a lot of the map, and also you give up information, because as soon as you start using those positions, obviously the enemy is, well, they are probably going to get damaged, but that also relays the info on where tanks are, and after that, basically you're sort of useless because you're on the lower ground. And Cliff is one of those maps where basically if you get the high ground, you are able to do a lot. Now Opor coming into this one with actually double TVP, quadruple CS63, and still 1 AMX M4 for good measure.
Yeah, and then Valor double 50B though, with 5 CSs behind it. So a lot of clip potential here for both these teams.
Yeah, and that double 50B 5 CS strat, I think we saw that by Hollow of Nietzsche last tournament, where basically they present the opponent with the with sort of the decision that they immediately need to make. Like the 50Bs go in sort of as battering rams and empty their clips, and then in come the single shooters, and they are left with the decision, well, do we actually focus the single shooters that are going to eat us alive if we don't, or do we focus the autoloaders that are going to, well, reload and then unload on us again? So it will be interesting to see how Opor actually deals with that. Crazy War deciding not to go up here. Konrad, Ketzai, and Rishek, all the three of them making it up in their CSs, but we're going to have to wait and see how the punishment will actually look from the donut. Not that much yet, and Konrad and Rishek both with a very good decision to go to
Ketzai! Hey, in the meantime, Key, you know, you were looking Rishek and Konrad driving up the safe way, right? Ketzai not taking the safe way.
Yeah, Ketzai did pay the ultimate price for not going the safe way, but Opor, they now have 2 CSs on the hill that are very high HP.
I just want to say though, the adjustment there from Valor, I really liked it. What Crazy War did, he stopped going on the ramp because they weren't in 1-2. I mean, Opor wasn't in 1-2. So, because he knew as well that the good play there from Opor, if Ketzai switched as well, they would have had 3 CSs on the hill though, on decent HP. But at least he doesn't get caught in his CS, right? Otherwise, if he's driving up that side, and there's 3 of them chasing, he just dies. So he stopped, turned around, went back behind the corner. Good adjustment. Like, actually good adjustment.
Yep. Now we see DJ here in his TVP in the cap, and obviously that is not sort of a cap attempt that's aimed at actually capping the base through, although you take it if it comes to it. But basically this is aimed at alluring all of those tanks by Valor that are currently concentrated around the donut. It's aimed at luring them into this EF line repush that we 99% of the time that we see it, we just see the team doing it, losing a lot of HP, and then ultimately, most likely, losing the game with that one as well. So the time is on here for the team of Valor to actually decide how they deal with the TVP and the cap. And Opor right now, they're just happily letting that cap tick down.
I will say that I would think that normally the CS in the corner, Fury, I think, needs to come closer as well, because here comes the repush. Zavistar leading it. Zavistar leading it to the grave, apparently, as he's down to 900. And an Ignite coming out as well, though, from Crazy War onto Konrad on top of the hill. Tisek now running away, trying to get out of the position as DJ is clipping from the back as well. And are they going to try and take the hill with these CSs? The triple CS, Heon, Patras looking. Gonna go take the hill here. This could be a beautiful adjustment again for Valor, as it's just Konrad and Rishek. And they do outnumber them. Patras having a little bit of issues with the terrain. But look at it though, for Valor, they have retaken the hill. Zavistar kind of left to his own devices though. As Tisek comes, Tisek goes, and Tisek is currently not making it happen, as Orchek is actually the one to close it out. But look at the hill. The hill is now won for Valor.
Yeah, Valor now also taking up Lukin. He did take some shots from the lower side, probably from DJ down to 536. But the thing is that Rishek and Konrad, they actually somehow need to hold on here. Hyon now peeking for Rishek, actually does bounce. Konrad, though, from the lower side, taking some damage here. Skirpy with the 50B to pick him up. Panzfury, yes, he did also make it up the hill, but not completely, as Yayas with yet another kill. And Valor, so far, so good.
Valor, so yeah, so far so good. Tisek now picks up Skirpy because he knew that 50B was reloading. Orchek taking some damage on the run, but Rishek falling in the meantime on the hill, leaving Opor with just 3 tanks left standing. Yayars is about to come off reload as well. Crazy War is in support. DJ fully speedo in that TVP. He is going to have a hard task here to actually perform, as now Tisek and Orchek are going to combine on towards Yayas, as Orchek just wants to peek. He peeks out, gives a good shot. Now Tisek clipping out. Tisek one more. It's going to be probably Orchek to have to finish it, but Yayas is going to get his clip in return for that. Yayas is going to do one more. No, he doesn't. He really should have shot Orchek there to make him a one-shot as well. Bit of greed on Yayas' part. DJ now climbing the hill again. It's 4v3. It's not over just yet, as Orchek dropped to 362, but look at his hill though. There's 4 mountain goats there.
Yeah, exactly. The hill here firmly in control of the team of Valor that is actually up like 600 HP and the gun at the moment. The biggest problem for the team of Valor right now, obviously DJ and his still high HP TVP, because realistically, if the TVP starts driving towards Crazy War and just clips him out, what is anyone going to do about that? Or if he just spots him for the tanks in the back, I mean, the other TVP, that is T-Shek, he can just, what he's doing right now, go towards like B2, and then he has free shots onto Crazy War.
That's exactly what he's doing as well, though, Kihan. I would like DJ just driving up and killing him as well, because now you force your TVP to go all the way. It takes a lot of time, right? To do this move. It's not very time efficient. It is safe, though. It turns out to be a safe kill, but the time is always ticking, and they'll still have to dig out Lucan, Heon, and Patras after that. So yeah, T-Sec should get an angle here on Crazy War. He will find it. He should even close it out. It's stabilizing, hits the first, doesn't nail the second, does nail the third though, and the fourth one not connecting either. And you see, that did cost a lot of time to actually be able to achieve this. And now DJ does spot out Heon though in his CS. I would really just like DJ to drive up and go kill him at this point.
Yeah, DJ is going to do that now, as Crazy War is trying to obviously take as much time off the clock as he can. Not a definite one-shot, the TVP with its 320 alpha damage here. It's basically a 50-50. We can see the shots whizzing past Crazy War as once again T-Shek is starting to unload. That was one shot by DJ, and yeah, he did indeed not get rolled. So the Valor players actually making a commendable effort of just, you know, wasting time.
Yeah, DJ not connecting there either, so he takes another one. That's unfortunate, actually, to come out from DJ there. I would have actually liked him to drive back the way he came before, because that would force Crazy Warrior out into T-Sec. Now, DJ took 2 more shots for that, and you see the time, Kihan, how long it took to kill Crazy Warrior there?
Yeah, DJ should have just gone up, I agree with you there. Just take one hit and then completely clip out onto the CS, because remember, there's still the AMX M454 in the backline that can just prevent the CS from you know, running away. He would always take a shot by the AMX here, and now 3 versus 3. It's 1500 against 2k HP, and DJ finally starting to make a move here. Oh, Patras taking one by T-Sec, in turn not rolling the TVP. That's down to 24, but DJ actually has the alpha in his clip to completely eradicate all the tanks here. Does take one from Hion though, and that enables Lucan to pick up DJ, and with him probably the hopes of winning this game.
Yeah, but the hopes of winning this game are going down the drain for Opor, who had a good reaction to losing Ketsai, pressuring Aka, but then Valor re-pressuring the hill was very, very clutch. And then there was the mistake from Opar. I think there was Fury, I think, tried to re-climb the hill against the CSs, and he just got clipped out by those 50 beats from lower side.
Now Ozek here starting to drive up, and obviously there is Lucan and Patras both. One of them is probably going to take the hit, if it even comes to that, and the other one should be able to kill Ozek here. But yeah, Ozek doesn't even have the gun depression, I don't think, and we can see the crossfire now coming in by both of the CSs to secure the second round for Valor here. So definitely they haven't given up on themselves here. They went down 3-0 pretty quickly and like decisively, you have to say. They didn't look good doing that, but now I have to agree with you. Those moves, those reactions with the CSs just coming in clutch, securing them the game. Very good.
If Ketsai dries up the same way as his friends, though, I think it's really bad for Valor. Because they would have another CS alive.
Yeah, that is always the ironic thing on Cliff, right? If you drive towards the opponent's side, that's actually the safe route for you, though. All right, we do see...
I mean, Zavistar kind of donated in the return, you know? Because he also did 0, so it was 6v6, really. He did take some damage for his team, though.
Yeah, he got the information,
you know what we call
that the enemy is on reload, right?
You know what we call that, Key?
Trading HP for info? That's called doing the key hand.
The key hand special. The key hand special. So number 33 in the restaurant if you ever go. The key hand special.
Yep. Alright, but yeah, it's super funny to see 2 tanks on 0 damage, but yeah, realistically...
You think that's funny, Key? When I play World of Tanks and I play random battles, and I see my teammates with 0 damage, I am not laughing, Key. I am crying.
What about if you see the enemies with 0 damage, though, after you outplayed them?
I always donate at least 1 shot.
Okay.
To be nice.
Aw, that is a nice guy, Ducky, there. You heard it here first. Anyway, it is 3-2, so now only 1 more point here for Valor to also get into that match point territory. And Opor, after the first rounds, they were looking, I would say, fearsome. They were almost looking untouchable, unbeatable. Now certainly showing some signs of weakness here. And I just noticed actually, if Opar takes it now, your prediction comes true.
I already noticed that before, but I didn't want to rub it in. I was waiting for you to catch on because it hurts so much more when you realize that you're wrong. It makes it so much better.
I mean, we are not there yet. I guess I have to hope for a round of Valor that, you know, you can't rub it in my face too much. But yeah, obviously, the Opar players are not going to be happy with what they just showed. We'll see if they step it up again or if Valor is actually able to secure the tiebreaker in this match. Yeah, first of all, I guess we'll have a look soon at the team lineups, and then we'll have a look. All right, Opar, 6 CSs, 1 M454.
And Valor sticking to the double 50B, the double CS. The 50B becoming more and more in meta here on Cliff. Not just in 7v7, but also like in 15v15. Seeing a lot of those, you know, 4 shots, pump and dump kind of tank, you know, like as you pump, and then you just dump your HP at the enemy team to win the fight.
Also, if you're completely over-pushing, you can even ram the enemy tanks, because the 50B has super good frontal hull and also isn't the lightest of tanks. Still pretty fast for that, though. So if there's some, you know, low HP target, you can just go.
I don't surprise me that Kihan's the kind of guy that needs to ram to do that.
I mean, you know, realistically, I do 3 out of my 4 shots, so I need to ram to make up for that one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, smart, Kihan, smart. But the split here from Valor, 6 tanks on the lower side, 1 into the middle. It's going to be Patras also not taking the hill, just spotting it out. Is Opar going to drive to the other side? No, Tisa gets spotted out. There's not going to be any damage given to this, or very little, actually, for display here. I mean, Rishek is again struggling with the terrain, so 1 shot, 2 shots. Oh, Rishek though takes a few more. Oh, a little bit more. Rishek as well, down towards 808, 421. Okay, I take it back. Valor, they're coming out with a decent move. And now Patras spotting out the tanks as well. And look at this immediate repush key.
Yeah, immediately the repush through the F-line, all of the tanks except for one of the 50Bs, which is Yaya's, are going to get committed, though they are paying right now for it. Skirpy down to 800 here, just getting focused out from everyone. And the thing is, they can't really engage the M4. They can't get close to him, because if they do that, the CSs are going to eat them alive from the hill. They can't really go towards the south, because then the same thing would happen. Those 4 guns on the hill are actually the crucial hold here right now, as Skirpy already down in his 50B. Opar just making the angles work for them.
I'm not sure what I'm watching right now. There's 6 Valor tanks between these rocks. They're all waiting for Yayash to go clip Orchak from behind, but just even Yayash by himself is not going to be enough for that. I mean, Fury is just putting in shot after shot after shot in that CS. I mean, maybe they should have thought about Yayash flanking early, because now Orchak is just turning around.
Yeah, Ozek does put in the shot, but now he's frontally towards Yayas, and that is why Hyon is getting committed. But you can see those guns from the hill just able to completely eliminate anyone that tries to leave the middle. And yeah, you said it, Yayas doesn't have the clip potential to kill Ozek here. Takes a lot of shots from the CSs on the hill. Now, there is a repush coming out onto the hill by Valor, but the problem is, as soon as the M4 is done with the 50B, he'll be able to help there as well. And if we take a look at the HP, it's just 2k left for the team of Valor.
Just 2k left for the team of Valor, who did put up a valiant effort actually in this match to come back from 3-0. But at the end of the day, Opar takes it away with a 4-2 scoreline over the boys from Valor, who had, I would say, some alternative tactics, which were interesting to watch. This one, I don't know if they expected the CSs from 9-0 line, but there was something missing there for them, because they were like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, the punish onto the hill was okay, but they didn't really get a kill out of it. And as soon as you're on the hill, then you're not going to die anymore, right?
Imagine if they, I'm just thinking outside of the box, imagine if they used the double 50B, because Skirpy didn't do anything there, to actually drive down the 2 line and get behind the M4 at the same time as they did this repush, so they could actually kill Orchak. Maybe it had some potential, because they needed that M4 to die.
Yeah, the M4 was definitely the problem here, and also since all of the tanks were on the hill, they couldn't really leave from just below the hill to kill those tanks. They couldn't really get close onto them, and that's, in the end, what the straw that broke the camel's back here. So yeah, we do see the damage numbers, but obviously, once again, this was a battle that was, I would say, mostly won by opening, because as soon as those CSs were on the hill, as soon as the other CSs had secured the positions opposite of where the M454 was put, yeah, then it was always going to be super hard for the team of Valor to basically dig out those outliers, because those CSs from the hill just exert so much control, so much dominance, in my opinion, that yeah, it was a good tactic by Opar, to be fair, and Valor not able to react in kind, not able to give us any more of those beautiful reactions that we saw in the games before that actually netted them the rounds. But yeah, that is going to be concluding our first match of the day, Opar beating Valor 4-2. We'll see Valor later today, but I think first of all we'll head over to the analysts and see what they have to dissect there.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. That was it for the first match of the day. And as you can see, Banter is there with me. Banter, a victory for Opal. We expect that. But actually, we had this team 3-0 down, taking 2 wins for the ball. That's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad comeback. The Prokhorovkas didn't start very well. Started to bring it back a bit on the second mines was quite nice. Good opener. We'll talk about that when we get the clips up. And then moving on to the cliff. Good showing in the first one. Pretty good attempt in the second, but unfortunately not able to bring it back.
That was actually the first time I see a team play that way on Mines attack. And Opal is one of the team known to pick Mines all the time and have solid defense. So that was
I mean, I have seen that done before with 113s going through the water, but I don't think I've ever seen it with CSs.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Like, the heavies are too slow for that, but when it's CSs, you get like one shot max, and you really have to be in position on time to get it. They took like something like 900 damage, 1k on one of the CSs. They had 3 alive, so it was very impressive. Good stuff. We actually expected a 4-0 victory for Opal, but Valor making it close. They will be playing in CSA in the losers bracket later, but next Banter, we have the second match of the day. It's going to be Olovnitsi against the Phoenix.
Yeah, should be an interesting game. The let's say second best Polish team after Opor going on history, and the new team Phoenix, made up of a few different teams, some well-known international players. Should be good viewing. Should be fun to watch. I've done a good position. I've done a good prediction for Phoenix. I hope they'll win. I've saying they're going to win on tiebreaker, but we'll see. And let's go into the replays.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays that will be coming shortly about this match. And the first map of this match, Banter, was Prokhorovka.
Yeah, so Valor went for that strong opening down the 8-9 line with the 3 I7s and 1 CS up in the hill. It's a strat that's been played a lot in the recent 7v7, is to try and divide the map down the 6 line. You control the right side of the map while the enemy team controls the left side. You pressure the 2 cap, but Opar holding their ground. Conrad there trying to keep these tanks in place. Here we see the repush with the M4s, Panzer Fury coming from on top, the IS-7 and T100 pressuring through the EF line. It's a nice push, good focus fire. Crazy Wood down to a 1-shot. Yayas barely surviving there. So it was a strong, very strong repush. You can see it in the HP. It was really nice dominance by Opal there.
Yeah, I think Opal, they had the opening to counter what Valor did. They had all of their tanks pretty much ready for that push. They were pretty much like stacked on the right side of the map, and you also had the T100 from Ketsai actually clearing the 1-2 almost instantly, because they had the information, or they had the clue that
bullying Skirpy a bit.
Yeah, they had clue that the light was there. So good stuff. 1-0 up, and then they were on the attack.
Yeah, so in the attack, it was quite interesting. Valor trying to pull a sneaky one on Oppo, trying to hide that STRV in the corner, but the sniffer dog of Ketsai sniffed it out. And when he found that STRV, that forced a repush by Valor into the 1-2 line. You see Petras does get spotted out by Reject in the gap in the bushes, gets set on fire, gets absolutely eliminated there. So not great. They're forced to repush with 2 tanks with the crossfire of Konrad Norzic, and it fell to pieces a little bit. It's never good to be forced into an aggressive play.
I mean, if you just watch it like the global picture, it was like Valor playing with 4 tanks at the end of the day, because they lose that SCRV pretty freely on A0. They lose that light repushing the 1-2 lines, and Reshake just running on time, getting to K1. So good stuff. I mean, Opal completely dominating on Prokhorovka. That was initially the pick for Valor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you pick a map and it doesn't go your way. I mean, Prokhorovka has been a strong map for Opal. But going to mines here, Really nice opening by Oppo, sending the 3-2-7-7s over the island. 13-1-5 traditionally sent up the hill in the beginning, but actually going towards the island is a new development, and you can kind of see it there's just a little bit of slow reactions by Valor, maybe tilted by the Prokhorovka, but Yayas getting focused out first. Lukin can't run. Xavier does try and cross over the 2-cap to get a bit of crossfire, but by the time he makes it, Yayas is almost dead, and the repush going up the hill, it's just very slow, and everything was a bit lethargic in this game. It wasn't a great showing by Valor.
I think Valor lacked some preparation there. Like when you play those sort of defenses on mines, you have to be ready for that straight one-line push, and especially with Opal lineup with 277. So
Yeah.
you could see that they tried to get some shots on the cross, but they didn't get any significant damage, so they couldn't use the 2 tanks they had around the K line to win that engagement. And in return, they were out of position to not repush the mid straight. So Opal very comfortable on their attack, very standard what they did, but that actually worked great. You could see at the end almost 8k HP up, domination from the start to the end, but then you had that mines round and that's initial with the CSs.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I was talking with Insane during the games. This current meta with the M4s, they have very slow shell velocity, so it's quite difficult to hit CSs this early going through the water. So it's a nice opening. Xavier does take quite a bit, but it's HP for position, and Lucan and Patras taking this position within 30 seconds is absolutely solid. This repush, less so. I think they were forced into a repush. Orzic only had 2 HE rounds, so wouldn't be able to decap Yayas and Crazy War forever. You can see Rijek comes in with the batchat, gets only one shot, absolutely evaporates there. He's gone and forgotten, back to the garage. But in the meantime, big repush on the K line. CSs versus M4s. These M4s, this current M4 meta, it's very meaty. So it takes a lot of time to get these M4s down. They have a bit of, you have to aim for the weak spots. You can't just shoot through the upper plate with gold. And they have a lot of health, but really nice. You can kind of just see, like, yes, the HP is kind of equal, but it's just slowly that the guns of Valor are really taking it down.
I mean, they had 3 CSs alive at the one line. That actually makes the difference. 3 guns alive. They had all the shots on the cross. You don't tend to really fight those guys at the corner. You actually try to get all the shots done on the K line cross, and that's what they did. You could see at that point the 3 CSs were still alive. They managed to keep them alive the whole time, spread the HP between them. So it was actually really, really good stuff. The E5 taking the mid. And then Banter, we were on Cliff, and Opal straight taking the hill with CSs, but Ketsai may be a bit misplaying.
Yeah, you can see Conrad and Rishek take the left way up the hill. Ketsai takes the normal way that you take, so he gets absolutely obliterated there by the double 50B and all of the CSs. So it's a nice opener by Valor. This repush, it's very risky, but the damage they took really wasn't significant. I don't think Orjek's connected the shot. Tizek made a full clip onto Xavi, but now Valor retaking the hill. It's nice, it's painful, but it's good, this hill retake.
I mean, what else could they do? They had pretty much no choices left. They went for that free push. They made it work because they also didn't take that significant amount of damage, and they didn't drop any tanks on it to retake the hill. And later on, it was like a pretty close battle, but Valor with the hill advantage managed to keep it. And next, Banter with the last round of that match. Oppo on the defense, Valor on the attack. Yes, they have a lot of damage done on those tanks, but this time, compared to the past one on Cliff, you will have all the CSs up and alive because Rishek just made it.
Yeah, I think Oppo really realized they don't want to lose the hill this time, so they sent more than half the team up the hill, 4 CSs. And again, this is the kind of thing, when you don't have the hill and you don't control the mid, you can't attack or defend from just lower side. So you're forced into this mid repush, and Oppo just the quick reactions, taking K5 almost immediately, crossfiring these tanks in the mid, Orzic to the left, 2 CSs to the right, 4 CSs on the hill, and all these Valor tanks are just stuck in the mid, just sucking their own thumb, really. There's no options, there's no play to be made.
I mean, later on, they tried to move with that 50B over the C line to get some shots over Orthage, but you could see they were stuck in those positions. Like, Opor very comfortable with all of the tanks on the hill, the tanks on the south for crossfire, the EMX for crossfire also, and you could see the 50B tried, Eon tried the CS to support to get the shots, but that was like a complete domination and a very solid defense.
It was a charge to the Light Brigade by High on there, and Yayas kind of going behind Orzic was a bit of hope for luck. He did get an Amarak on them, so a chance for a blow-up, but as we know, 50B only 1600 in the clip, and M4 just has too much health. So,
well, convincing victory from the side of Opor. We had interesting rounds from the side of Valor. We will get to see them later again. For Opor, we'll have to wait for tomorrow. But now we have the second match of the day, Banter. It's Phoenix against Olofnitsi. And we're impatient to see what they have to show. But just before that, we have to hear what our casters have to say about it. Guys, take it away.
Hello and welcome back. First of all, thanks for the awesome analysis. And now we are in for our second upper bracket match of the day. It is once again going to be an inbuilt team here, namely Holovnitsi, that have also proven in the past that they can actually win tournaments, and they are being taken on by Phoenix. And before you ask, no, the probabilities picked by the community are actually the exact same as before. So yeah, 68% here for Holovnitsi, Phoenix 32. Personally, I would even go a bit higher for Holovnitsi, just because they're such a proven team under their captain of Monsteo. And on the other side, Phoenix, sort of a new team, a name that we haven't seen so far, but the names that are actually in the team, those should be known.
Kian is very happy that Phoenix has Haki, because it comes to show that maybe one day he'll make it back into a team as well. But yeah, on the Holovnitsi team, note to point out, no call me Piotr, but a Dreiser instead, coming in for that team. So we'll have to see how they do there. But yeah, well-known names overall. Banter's favorite players on the enemy team as well. Weekendak, he loves Weekendak, we all know that. We're just missing Aubrey at that point. Map, pick and bans though. Tundra being removed, then Himmelsurf being removed. That gives us Ghost Town and Cliff as first two maps, with then Mines being banned and thrown away into Morovanka, which is going to be an interesting one after the changes of Morovanka, how it plays out. We'll have to see what the teams have prepared for us, because it does change the dynamic of what it used to be into something completely different. And if we get there, all the way down the line, it is going to be Pro Gorovka as tiebreaker.
Alright, so once again, a team that's playing against an inbuilt team, this time Phoenix, opting out of Himmelsdorf, just not wanting to play that map. And what you mentioned last pick and ban also stays true here. Those Polish teams, they do love Ghost Town, and we can see that's probably why we see the pick coming out here. I think there was a tournament in the past where not a single team was able to take rounds off of, I think it was the Bananas back at the time, also a Polish team. They just went like 6-0 through the tournament on that map, so obviously they're going to know every little angle on it. Then again, Phoenix, they are not here for no reason, and obviously since they are in the upper bracket, that means that I think they came second in the group stage, so wouldn't count them out as of now.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give them a fair credit, right? We're just saying that Holovnitsi is favored because of their experience, the fact they've played together for so long. But that doesn't mean that Phoenix cannot rise. But usually, you know, Phoenix rise from the ashes, Keyhand, so they would have to lose this game to then rise from the ashes to be their team name.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that storyline. Also, so far, only logos with eagles/phoenixes. So
Fame was the original.
Yeah, Fame was the OG one. Obviously, not participating in this one.
You want to give the other teams a chance at winning too.
You're always so modest when you say stuff like this.
It's either that or we're lazy key. This one just sounds better, you know.
All right, map video coming up. We talked about it already. It's going to be Ghost Town casters predictions. Banter actually going with the team of Phoenix here, while all of us others are putting our money on Holovnitsi here for 1-4-1 for both of us. Insane saying 4-2. But yeah, Banter saying this one's going to tiebreaker and Phoenix is gonna win it. I would like to raise an X to doubt.
Well, maybe Kihan, he knows more than you. We'll have to see if it's true. It remains to be seen. But lineups: Phoenix, double AMX M4, and CS63 facing off against Holovnitsi's.
Yeah, one more M454, then we have double IS4, one IS7, double S-Conk, and Monster playing the Batchat again. So how does it stack up against each other? Well, it is two mediums against one. So Phoenix, on their defending side, are going to have the sort of the rotational advantage, because remember those CSs, they do have hardenings on them. As you can see here, Itox with 2,250 HP. If the Batchat does not set him on fire or blow him up, then the CS is definitely going to survive the Batchat clip, which is always something important to keep in mind. Also, Pixelin is Batchat with the hardening. That means that Monster is very unlikely to clip him even if he does 555. Monster, on the other hand, not with the hardening, so he would be a 1 clip.
Monster could have a specific equipment setup for this map. Yeah, you could see he has optics and low noise, so he's opting for that setup instead of having the hardening. There's probably a reason behind it, right? He has to either trade out the stabs or the optics or the low noise, and maybe they just think all three of those are really valuable to replace it with hardening, right? Maybe he just wants the optics more, the low noise exhaust more. Definitely needs stabs on a bat, though.
Yeah, Batchat without bird stabs is always going to be a gruesome experience, as we do see Sokar getting caught out here by Magic and Attiquel down to 2,500, only 1 shot of damage so far, but he probably didn't expect anyone to appear in that street that quickly.
Yeah, and he's even lucky that there was a bounce there. Ooh, 2 more Itox coming in, Unique coming in as well. Sokar getting kind of caught there, and he'll be stuck for the rest of the game there. Also, you gotta remember, Itox at any given moment could sneak, or well, sneak towards 0 line and get an angle from that. But look at this, Holovenitsi, they are not waiting. They're not waiting whatsoever. They see Attila. They want to pick up Attila as the hit squad of Barkis, Mentos, and Yuzek, followed up by Monster as well, is rolling across that corner on towards Attila. But the damage so far rolling in the favor of Phoenix as Attila is surrounded, but the damage on towards Mentos already down towards 654, and Attila still alive, still rocking. He is gonna go down, but the cost that they're paying for this, he survives on a mere 22 HP. Yuzek has to pick it up. Now Unique farming from the outside, Itox coming in as well, and this Holovenitsi team, they got punished hard. They're down about 4,000 HP. They do have that extra gun, but they are completely surrounded.
Yeah, Unique needs to be careful there. Shouldn't probably go in by himself, because that is a lot of tanks in red coats here. That would be very, very close to him, but now Magic peeking, unable to connect his shot though. And the thing is that Phoenix, they have the information on every single tank by Holovenitsi. All of them are spotted. Yes, they are down a gun, but the HP department looking ever so good. Now Yuzek taking another one by White Rock. That is about to get pushed by Monster in his Batchat though, but Yuzek is on a one-shot. White Rock able to repair his Amarak, and now Magic starts to get pushed by this hit squad by Holovenitsi, but we'll have to see if they're about to run out of steam, if they're about to run out of HP, as Unique also joins up forces with Magic.
Yeah, Holovenitsi here felt like they had to react to the threat of Sokar potentially dying, making that push towards Attila, but it cost so much. It cost more than they were willing to pay, and at the end of the day, at the checkout, it comes with Phoenix being well and truly ahead with 6 reasonably, well, some of them very healthy tanks, and Holovenitsi with just Monster, with just Barkis, and Phoenix here. I mean, they're coming in very strong. Good stuff there, catching Sokar by surprise, and you may think that Sokar being there is not the worst thing in the world, but it's the issue that Sokar is stuck on that position when a free 0 line for Itox to go and find a position to get angles towards him, because like Sokar was kind of safe behind that building, but once Itox starts progressing down 0 line, he's gonna crossfire this IS-4 to death.
Yeah, and that is probably what pressured Holovenitsi into that repush, as they were noticing that they were getting outpositioned on the outsides simply because of that double medium versus 1 medium thing. And that is why they decided to basically group up and push somewhere, but the damage that they took for that was just horrendous, and you can see how long Attiquel was able to survive here, even able to do 1,800 damage, and he even blocked some. So beautiful stuff coming out from the team of Phoenix here, able to put themselves up 1-0. For Holovenitsi, probably not really warmed up yet. That was not what we were used to by them.
No. Usually they're the kind of team that leads the game. They lead the engagement and they decide where the fight gets taken. But this time, they were pressured into taking a less than favorable fight. And, you know, Phoenix just had the angles, had the tanks in positions, also had the lineup for it with those S-Kongs, M4s. I mean, they had enough hold down and meat to really face this, and deservedly so, up 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, sides are going to be switched. That was a defensive win. Normally, on most maps, excluding probably Tundra and maybe Prague, but there I'm not really so sure. You would consider the defending side to be favored, simply because, well, in the end, the clock is ticking for you if you're on that side. So Holovnici gonna go there now. They probably had a different match plan. They probably, I mean, they are heavily favored, or they were heavily favored, you have to say, after this first round. Coming into this match, they probably thought, you know, let's pick Ghost Town because we're very comfortable. But Phoenix showing us that it's not only those Polish teams that can look very good on that map.
Yeah, Phoenix, you know, quick moves, quick rotations. And I do think that Holovnici should have been kind of ready for this. I mean, with that double medium key, you pointed it out, it does allow you to take K9 control, which then allows you to swing through the south side. Well, if you're looking at this way, south side of the city. And yeah, they just seem to be unaware of that possibility, which may be a lack of preparation or underestimating their opponents, perhaps.
Probably the latter, because there is a lot of things you can say about the Polish teams, but lack of preparation is mostly not a thing. That being said, Phoenix coming into their attack with 150B and AMX M454, double IS4, one IS7, and once again that combination of Batchat and CS.
Yeah, versus Holovnici's singular M4, one IS4, one IS7, double S-Hunk, and the double CS.
Now, I'm going to be very interested if Phoenix is able to make this sort of the synergies work in between the 50B and the Batchat, because obviously, well, normally you want to have double 50B because with that you're able to 100% clip out an opponent, but you can also do that with a Batchat and a 50B, although the Batchat gun obviously not as good as the 50B gun, but you can make it work. Interesting stuff though, coming out from Phoenix, boosting the IS-7 with both CS and Batchat here on towards the north.
Yeah, and it's just going to be Mentos there. Usually we see a heavy tank in that position actually to watch for this approach, and Magic gets through. Question is, how far does this IS-7 really go? Does him and Itux just keep going? Do they seem really aware of what Holovnici is playing here? Because the CS is not the ideal tank for A3.
Yeah, and the thing is, this IS-7 here, he will also be able to spot sort of this this 5-6 line street. But there's currently no one by Holovnici in there now. Magic does get spotted though, but in return does see Mentos. So one of the tanks by Holovnici there getting revealed. Barkis, YOLO and Sokar, they will play a crucial role here in defending that A-line, simply because they should have shots up until there. If the IS-7 actually decides to go for it, if Magic wants to push Mentos, then those heavy tanks from the city will need to cover the CS, because, well, hold on, fight CS against IS-7, we all know how that one ends. But so far Phoenix seem to be content with having the IS-7 established there, the Batchat behind him for sniping, and now monster shooting into the air here. Quick spotting check, basically. Do I get spotted for doing that? How safe is my position? Yeah, now rotation towards the south by Phoenix. Attila seems to have taken a shot of damage in the meantime, and we can also see here double IS-4 shooting in towards that K4 position, just trying to see if they get spotted, maybe get a lucky blind shot. That is 2 minutes gone though already, and nothing really has happened.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix right now is just trying to establish the angles that they may need to approach this attack. So they've taken A6, A7 with the IS-7 with the CS in support, and now they're going to start working the angles on the city, trying to pressure Using back, trying to pressure Sokar back, and potentially at some point get somebody into that cap, right?
Attila now trading it off against Sokar. Hold down IS-4 against side scraping IS-4. I don't think there's really a lot gonna come from this in regarding HP traded. Now though, there is an IS-7 in the north, A1, A2 positions. I think he got rotated towards A3, but then decided to go back towards A1 again. So they are aware of the fact that, you know, their CS in the north can sort of be a weak link in the chain of defenses here. And also in the south, the AMX M454 by Phoenix getting spotted out by the CS of Monster probably. But as time goes on, I am sort of curious how Phoenix wants to actually tackle this defense by Holovnici, because so far, yes, Uzek is not trading favorably, but that's not going to win them the game.
that is indeed not going to win them the game in the long run. But you can see Magic also leaving A6, A7 unspotted because they know Mentos is over there, right? Unique here in the 50B needs to be careful. Mentos might actually spot him out, but they're just trying to force rotations here. They're trying to force Holo to have some tanks everywhere to cover all the angles, and then so they have less for the actual city fight because, you know, the I7 of Never has been driving the whole game, left, right, and center.
I mean, Attila now trading against Yuzek here. It's once again side-scraping IS4 against probably hull-down Super Conqueror. So in the end, I don't expect big exchanges here to happen. As soon as someone probably drops to 1500, they're just going to stop peaking. But now Magic being pushed up in his IS4. There is one more IS4, yeah, exactly, Weekend deck that is also there. But overall, sooner rather than later, Phoenix is going to have to make a move somewhere. And the CS that was formerly in A4, meanwhile, has rotated to D1, so could also provide cover fire if Phoenix decide to push onto Yuzek.
Yeah, we can see Unique and Pixel creeping up in the meantime as well. In their Batchet and 50B, if something's going to happen, it's going to have to happen soon here for the boys of Phoenix. As now Magic comes around the corner, takes one, takes two. That is the combination of crossfire from Yuzek and Sokar. Weekendak trailing a little bit behind, loses the engine as well. Takes one, takes two as well, takes three. No, that's one goes towards Magic. Is now Unique and Pixel here in their 50B, in the Batchet. They're trying to pick up Sokar. Sokar there in his eyes for Sokar. It's going to burn to a crisp. If it continues this way, it's one more shell will pick him up, and it's going to be Weekendak to close it out as Unique takes a big HE shell from YOLO there. But they did close out Sokar. He's the man that was holding the cap. Now Barkus is forced into position. He is an AMX M4. It's not as good as an IS4 to peak that position.
Yeah, exactly. And the autoloaders, yes, they did take some damage, but I think the trade was worthwhile. It's one gun that's basically gone for the side of WoT7, and now obviously since the cap is ticking, they need to commit onto this, and they should have the forces. Barkis and YOLO both trading it out against Magic and Weekendak. Ooh, the S-Conk though taking an Emmerich, able to repair down to 1000, and they seem to be backing off for the time being because that Batchet, that 50B, they could be clipping into their sides at any point in time.
Yeah, but that just means that the cap gets pressured again for these seconds. The only good thing here for WoT7 right now is the extra HP and the time ticking in their favor. Itok's a little bit out of the fight right now, but still controlling a decent portion of the tanks from WoT7. The CSs they can wrap around to get their M4. Now Bark is speaking out on towards Magic. Magic! Unaware! I'm not sure what happened there for Mr. Magical. Seemed to be looking the wrong direction even.
Yeah, now we see Pixel setting up to once again clip out onto those tanks. YOLO would be a good target here down to a two-shot. With that Batchet, you obviously don't want to start up a full IS-7 once again. And now Weekendak still in the cap, so time is ticking here. But time is also ticking in favor of the defenders. One more reset, and basically they wouldn't be able to cap with a single tank anymore. And that's why we now see Itox coming in with that CS, taking 2 shots in return for not really dealing any damage. White Rock also taking one, and Itox does cross over, takes one more by Yuzek, and now that is triple cap here, so down to 12 seconds. They're going to have to make something happen soon here. WoT7, that is, to get those resets, but so far they are trading pretty well here.
Yeah, they need to actually reset Weekendak, who has all the cap points on his IS4. They finally do that. Now it's a point here for WoT7 to actually pick up some guns, as Pixel picks up YOLO, Attila picking out as well, Monster chasing down Unique, never picks up that IS4. 45 seconds here, and WoT7 seems to have done just enough to actually make this work in their favor. The trades just better, getting damage. Phoenix could have been a little bit more coordinated here, and the work would have worked in their favor. And I really don't know what Magic was doing on the cab now.
Yeah, Magic was sort of aiming to the other side and just ignoring the tanks that he had traded against. But yeah, 4000 HP, 20 seconds, that's never going to happen, especially since Phoenix is down to a mere 403 HP in between the 4 tanks of them. Monster is going to secure his next kill of the game, and WoT7, you said it, Ducky, they seem to have done just about enough to hang on here on their defense. They would have been able to even win the fight at the end, and so this is going to be a victory by time for the defending team. And that also puts us at a scoreline of a 1-1 all even.
Yeah, and there was a few things there. I mean, Phoenix did do well by taking map control, but it took so long. Like, everything took very, very long to get into the positions, right? And I would say that there's a few moments in time where they could have taken less damage for what they did. Like, for example, when Magic and Weekend drone to the cap, they were like just like a little bit too far away from each other, right? To take less damage. And then I think as well, Magic should be sitting safe, and Itox should maybe come into the fight sooner. But if they have that double cap pressure going the whole time, Key, it's a lot different for Holo there. Because then you can use the 50B in the bat more effective for when they peek that corner, right? But now when it was just Weekend Dag, you see Itox then crossing over to the cap, takes a lot of damage. Attila crossing to the cap, taking damage. So I think Magic staying alive there was really crucial, actually, for the Phoenix team to keep that cap pressure up, while the other people just punish the decap attempts from Holo of Nitsi, right? Now Holo of Nitsi was just punishing.
Yep, and this leads us now that Ghost Town is done into Cliff, and that also means that we're at least going to see one round of Moravanka, loving it. But yeah, first of all, Cliff, we saw it already today. What do you expect here? Most importantly from the team of Phoenix, because they picked the map.
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I mean, we saw a different kind of Cliff in the last match than we're used to, right? It was more of a slower Cliff. Well, we do see a lot of clashes in the middle, so I don't know. I think Phoenix is not the kind of team to take a 7-on-7 middle fight.
Yeah, obviously the focus fire, the team cohesion in the team of Holovnitsia has been proven multiple times in the past, and they're just going to be able to probably have that little bit of an edge if it comes to a 7v7 middle brawl. Then again, the meta on Cliff, obviously since the introduction of the CS, has shifted massively, where basically it becomes very, very important for both teams for who actually takes the control of the hill. And we saw in the last match in between Opor and Valor how important that hill control can actually become if you manage to also have tanks in the north, in the south, and then those cannot really be pushed anymore, because from the hill you're just controlling every single thing. You have immediate control over one of the caps, and then you just need spots onto the second cap that can be shot from the hill. So obviously crucial position, and teams have been coming up with sort of new ways to counter taking the hill immediately, but so far, except for Ketsai, we didn't really see complete punishment coming out. That being said, lineups, we do see a TVP and a 50B together with 5 CSs by Phoenix.
Yeah, it seems that the double autoloader is meta on Cliff, right, Key? Because Holovnitsi double TVP, 5 CSs. It's not really a surprise, I guess, at the same time, Key, because of the fact that Opor and Holovnitsi, 2 Invil teams at the same time. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if those teams like either train against each other or talk to each other, right?
Yeah, probably. Now, Monster and Piotrix, so both of the TVPs being split off towards the 1-2 line, probably transitioning into the donut later on. For the other side, we see full middle commitment by the team of Phoenix, all of the 5 CSs together with 50B and TVP. One of the CSs actually pushing the 50B into this one here. And now we'll have to see how effective those TVPs are going to be at punishing people who are trying to go off the hill. Right now they aren't trying to do that, so a bit of punishment coming out onto the Holovnitsi tanks that did cross over towards Donut.
Yeah, and the TVPs there from Holovnitsi weren't even able to punish the hill because you could see them sit in particular positions in D1, right? And a lot of that has to do with, I think there's an angle from there that can shoot the ramp, but the entire team from Phoenix just stopped.
Okay, in comes the middle repush though. Uzak leading the charge, and uncharacteristically, not a lot of damage being traded here. Now finally shots coming into Never here, and they might have actually hit a good window because Magic is completely split off, but the thing is, they are pushing into autoloaders, they are pushing into stationary CSs that have the higher ground. So far no one really seems to be able to punish White Rock, that is at the front, Never going down towards a one-shot, and in come Holovnitsi. I think they're trying to possibly retake the hill or just collapse.
Yeah, they're trying to do everything at the same time, as now they're playing the top ramp, and Barkus, Mentos, and Sokar trying to overload Itox and Weekendak, and they are doing that actually. You can see that the Holovnitsi, just a team cohesion, trying to get the best out of a bad situation as they do overrun Weekend Dark, they do overrun Itex, but Weekend Dark surviving on a mere one-shot forces Sokar to pick so long to kill him while his team is trying to play in the meantime. But 6 guns alive here for Holovenitsi. I mean, Phoenix does have the HP advantage, but they need to start getting these kills if these Holovenitsi tanks are able to just do what they're doing right now, which is draw the tanks out, make them drive into the open. White Rock does finally pick up Piotrix, but at the cost of 1.5, and what was the good situation for Phoenix earlier in terms of HP is just turning all the way around now. Now White Shark though in that big 50B, getting a good clip on towards Sokar, connecting 3 and maybe even 4 Pixel now coming in as well, and Holovenitsi even with what I would say was some brilliant team play there and cohesion to survive and get the angles and get the kills. At the end of the day, this repush is so hard to pull off. You can see the result of it. 4 tanks for Phoenix, 1 from Holovenitsi. It's just Monster trying to do the best at the situation he's in, but it's not going to be enough at this moment in time as he's just the sole survivor.
Yeah, and also Pixel on 1340. I think the TVP has 1280 alpha in his clip, and Monster just acknowledging that he cannot one-clip Pixel here, trying to draw out the game as long as possible, obviously for a possible tiebreaker at the end. That is going to be important. Monster now taking 1, but Pixel is having none of it. So adding insult to injury here, just going with the ram kill onto Monster. And just like that, once again, Phoenix able to put themselves up here. Now, scoreline 2-1, and Holovenitsi, they look like they can hurt, they look like they can bleed.
Yeah, I think for Holovenitsi there, they wanted Phoenix to go on the hill. That double TVP, I'm telling you from where they were, I think they can clip the ram. Sort of had the CSs that could give a shot, and the TVPs, and then they come out with an HP advantage, a tank advantage maybe as well, and then they can do this repush much easier. But even now, you could see how the Holovenitsi team played together, survived as long as they could. Every single player almost really brought it back in their favor as well. I mean, if White Rock, for example, died on that crossing, he was left on 500.
Yeah, I think at that point in time, White Rock had just accepted that he would have to tank basically the clip from the TVP that was on the hill. I think that was Monster. But then again, after doing that, basically the TVP couldn't finish it off, and the other TVP that got pushed by the 50B was focusing on other things. He already was minus 2 shots. As he had finished off, I believe, Magic before that. So I guess overall we just saw good communication by the team of Phoenix, able to just figure out which of the TVPs are currently reloading, which positions they would have to take to eliminate the crossfires. And at the end, yeah, it did get close, but I would say solid gameplay from the players from the team in blue.
Yeah, both these teams actually played a pretty strong game of team play and surviving. It was just curious to see how Holo almost pulled back this disaster. That was a train wreck, and then almost was like, you know what, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we can bring it close, but in the end, yeah, that middle repush time and time again. I think we have to yet see it working during this tournament. You just have so much open ground to cover, right? And then
well, it worked for Valor in the last game, in the previous match, though, when they were from North.
Oh yeah,
they repushed.
That was the weirdest of rounds to watch.
Yeah, but you said we have yet to see my work.
Well, they didn't really repush that. They just went up and over because there was no one to push on, right? They just kept taking the hill after.
That is by technicality and by facts, that's a middle repush.
Are you raising an objection here?
I don't even have to raise an objection, because if this goes to a court of law, you're losing before the law case even happens.
That is hearsay. All right, map video coming up though. It is going to be round number 4 in between Phoenix and Holovenitsi. This time around, it's going to be the switched sides, obviously. We're gonna have to see. So far, we haven't really seen any single shooter. Okay, never mind. Both teams coming out with double 277. Then for the side of Phoenix, we have a quadruple CS and Unique once again in the TVP.
Yeah, and Holovenitsi double 277, BAT, TVP, triple CS. They're going for that double autoloader again, where Phoenix has only one, but the higher single shooting capacity, right? So Holovenitsi has that burst with the BAT, so if they can win the initial engagement, they can snowball from that. But if they don't, Phoenix has that sustain, right? Every tank can fight outside of Unique. But, you know, Holvenitz has Monster and Piltrix.
All right, so the team of Phoenix
look,
now sending everyone
hands
towards
map
middle.
guide.
But yeah, we do see Holovnitsi now from, well, if they had watched my video, they would know that they have better shots from J3. But obviously they want to transition into the donut sooner rather than later. We're going to have to see Monster there in the bat. His job basically is to spot those tanks that are driving up the hill, and who's not going to be driving up the hill anymore is going to be Pixel. That was, yeah, deleted.
This is an old Holovnitsi strat, by the way. And I think as soon as you don't spot anything, you have to stop. And it looked like everybody else in the team understood that concept of we have to stop outside of Pixel. I don't think Pixel understood the concept of don't go up. Because I'm pretty sure they said don't go up. Like, it wouldn't make sense. Like, they should know as well not to go up anymore at that point.
Yeah, now this obviously leads to the, for Phoenix, unfortunate situation where they are going to have to play their defense with 6 instead of the nominal 7 tanks, and that looks like a timeout by Attila. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said 6 tanks, make that 5.
5. I do indeed. I think that Attila may have DC'd at that moment in time. And because tanks have been spotted, because damage has been dealt, etc., etc., there will not be a restart at this moment in time for that, which is unfortunate, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that, and obviously the Phoenix players are going to try to make the best of it here. They are still defending, so they are under no pressure to make something happen. It's still going to be Holovnitsi that do need to make the aggressions. Now White Rock getting spotted out here by Never, and Never actually with a good high roll, 541 into White Rock, forcing him off the angle. Obviously White Rock cannot reverse too far because Yuzek, Barkis, all of those people at the donut would be able to shoot his backside.
Yeah, the issue here comes from the fact that Monster can just cap. If we see his equipment on the bat, I'm pretty sure he's rocking the, what do you call it, optics, low noise probably?
Yeah, he has low noise, stabs, and HP.
Yeah, so you see the low noise here for Monster, so no optics, but it doesn't mean that they have to come really close to spot him because of that added camo value. And the Never is trying to prevent that, so how do you spot Monster?
Well, you don't really have any possibilities here, and Phoenix possibly deliberating right now what they do. I mean, yeah, the TVP could probably spot Monster, but I am under the impression, and I'm probably correct with that assumption, that he can do that once.
Yeah, that is indeed a one-time spot. I mean, Never is taking some damage though, so Phoenix is doing good damage, but sadly for them, that alone is not enough. I mean, Never is going to play with the rock, and the rock is allowing him to be covered. And there's going to be a big Phoenix repush here with Magic leading the charge. But this is a, you know, this is a desperation into a gloriful death, as Sokar is getting focused, but so is Itox, who makes it across on 83 HP. I mean, Monster's even bailing off the cap now, but look at the HP. 7,000 against 11,000 from Holovnitsi. And you can say that Attila, losing him, contributed to this, but it was mainly Pixel dying in the beginning.
Yeah, now we do see good crossfire coming in from the team of Phoenix, but I don't think it's going to, yeah. There is no rectifying this this situation for the team in Baby Blue, I would say. As, yeah, Weekend Duck is doing a good job of shielding Itox, but finally Mentos is there to pick it up. On the other side, Unique has also been pushed by the Batchat and the 277. And this concludes game number 4 in between Holovnitsi and Phoenix. Yes, some unfortunate stuff there with Attila, but overall I don't think it would have changed anything, because losing Pixel, you said it there at the start, that didn't recognize that he should just stop. He shouldn't go up there. If you don't spot any tanks, then something is going to be foul.
There was one guy behind Pixel, I think, so he wasn't the only one driving up, and the guy behind him definitely stopped, and Pixel did not.
Alright, so battle results screen. Obviously Attila and Pixel without any say as to the outcome of the battle, and the only guy really trading well was Unique, but then again he was in a crossfire position where he couldn't really get pushed up until the end of the game, and on the other side just damage across the board here for the players of Holovnitsi that did a beautiful demonstration of yeah, how to punish people that overextend trying to go towards the hill.
Yeah, and they got out with a beautiful start, right? Pixel goes down, they all hit. After that, Attila, went to swim with the fishes in the ocean. He was making some sushi for the rest of the team because he already realized the round was over. So he's like, it's okay, guys.
Yeah,
what
game
kind
is
of
over.
sushi do you like?
Just go in. All right, that leaves us Ghost Town on Cliff. Obviously, the mines banned by Holovnici. Now we are heading into Murovanka, and this is the first time that we see the reworked Muro on the tournament streams. So personally, I am very intrigued as to how exactly for the playoff stage of this, the changes affect the gameplay.
Well, Kihan, you as a Wargaming employee that knows the ins and outs, the nooks and crannies, or cracks of every map, what can you tell us about this Murovanka that got changed?
Well, the thing...
How will it affect the gameplay, specifically in 7v7?
Well, the thing is that obviously you can theory craft of all of those changes, but you can theory craft all you want, basically. As soon as basically every single plan...
I just want to hear at least one theory.
Huh?
I just want to hear at least one theory, because I feel like you're just like reflecting and like dodging my question. I'm gonna need to hear one theory of how this change plays out.
Well, the thing is that obviously the cap that is sort of not the camo cap, I think that's cap 1.
Yes, that is cap
that becomes a lot more attractive for immediate
Like
pushes
you.
here. Oh, thank you. Likewise, no you. It becomes a lot more attractive because you also have the houses on the outside now to probably hide autoloaders behind or anything of that sort. So the defender will obviously have to take care for that. But also in the forest we saw changes. We'll still have to see how those exactly affect how the forest is going to be played. Possibly, if those T100 spotting runs are going to be even more effective to just cut off the corner of the cap there, all of that remains to be seen. And Phoenix coming into this one now on their map pick with a double M454, one IS-7, an S-Conk, an E5, a CS, and a T100.
Holovnici though, CS, T100, IS-7, AMX, and beefing it up with the triple S-Conk to complement their lineup.
So, brutal hull down DPM power for the side of Holovnici. On the side of Phoenix, we do have the E5. Curious choice on Murovanka, I would say, because here you actually need those 10 degrees of gun depression that the S-Conk offers, compared to, I think, 8, is it, on the E5. Opening-wise, though, we see one S-Conk by Phoenix going towards the C4 position, then we have one E5 covering him. From the A4 ditch. All of the other tanks getting sent towards the forest, and indeed that T100 play that we talked about, just getting the information early that there are no heavy tanks crossing from Phoenix towards that K9, K0 position. That can be so annoying to dig out.
See, Mentos here, I'm not sure what he's exactly trying to do. He's trying to take a cheeky little bush here.
That is not a bush you usually see, but...
it's also a bush that doesn't spot half the cap.
Yeah. I mean, the terrain sort of got changed a bit, so not all the ditches that used to be safe are safe anymore, and vice versa. Not all of where you used to be in the open, it might be safe now. So probably a reaction to the map changes, sending Mentos to this spotting bush here. But yeah. Magic now being pushed up in the IS-7 here. Itox just did a little spotting run, I guess, but didn't really see anything either. And now, I guess we're all waiting for Magic.
I wish the DJ could stop playing with the song, though. I just want to watch this song of Murovanka as Itox is moving towards the cap. He does get spotted out, so he may think that Mentos is at the house, but Mentos is not at the house whatsoever. And it's now on to Itox to figure this out. Where is Mentos?
I mean, the bush is super unusual, so I wouldn't think that they might accidentally proxy spot him if they run Itox through the village, and then by that trying to get towards the house where they probably suspect him. But Itox now being perma-spotted here, and Yuzek and Piotrix, if Itox makes a mistake, they should be able to probably punish. Yeah, that is crazy how long Itox was spotted for. Finally, he gets unspotted. That could have turned out very, very badly. Itox once again getting spotted here, and now taking fire from the S-Kongs.
Yeah, I think he's not completely sure what's happening or where he's getting spotted from. Because it's an unusual bush that Mentos is playing, he looks really confused to what's really happening.
And also, as I said here, at the 1 cap, Holovnici, they have put an S-Kong there, the M454 as well, and the double S-Kong that is in GH4, they could also rotate over. So Holovnici now respecting the changes to the 1 cap as well, having a lot of heavy tanks, a lot of firepower just immediately there, just in case Phoenix goes for that. But obviously, both teams have the T100, and Phoenix, as the attacker, decided to play more of a camo game, at least for the first 3 minutes here. But if the T100 keeps getting outspotted like that, then I don't think that this cap actually is a viable option.
No, and you can see them rotating already away from it. Seems like they have given up on this cap for now, because they can't figure out where Mentos is. Because Mentos did a cheeky little play, right? He knocked over the trees. Left of the house, he knocked over the trees, right of the house, and then he went to take a position completely different, almost altogether somewhere else, and he's denying Itox from being able to knock over the trees onto the cap so he could sit in those. And you can see the result of this is that now there's a big grouping 2-on-2 line. Itox is playing in the middle of the map, trying to get some spots out, and you gotta wonder, this was not their initial plan. Can they adapt to a changed situation?
Yeah, definitely. Their plan A was trying to somehow get someone on the 2 cap, but we did see that that just didn't happen, right? The bush by Mentos. It's probably a one-time use bush because now people know about it, but at least in this game here, they're able to make it work, and now the heavy tanks by Phoenix already spotted up for pushing here. Buck is already down to 2k HP, and now Itox driving through the cap, taking a lot of damage, but he does make it across into the ditch.
Yeah, but he is on a one-shot though, so if anybody goes to push Itox, he just dies for this. They only need to get one reset key, 3 minutes and 20 seconds as well. So Itox better pay dividend for this position, because if he does not pay off, like if he doesn't like make a major HP deficit for his team because they're down 3,000, then it's not gonna be good. Because Holo can afford to sacrifice one tank to kill.
Yeah, I mean they could just send in Bacchus to just click away Itox in that cap. Now Weekend Duck starting to push up in his M454, takes one shot for his troubles right now. Yuzek taking one in return, and now Weekend Duck with a second hit into his tank, but that is now double cap pressure here, and now we see the E5 just getting penetrated in the cupola. As soon as you hit that basically with S-Kongs, you're gonna go through every single time. 20 seconds on the cap though, and now sooner rather than later Holovnici will have to decide whom they actually, well, probably sacrifice to get rid of Itox.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen soon. It's gonna happen very soon that they're gonna push around the corner. It's actually happening right now as Piotr is pushing up.
The reset.
Oh, Mentos got it from all the way back there, so the T100 able to pick it up, get the reset. I mean, there's still enough time for the solo cap here for Itox, but if Mentos finds another angle here, it's going to be disastrous. Now, Barkus and Never seem to be in a bit of trouble here, as Barkus is dropped very low on 527 in the meantime. Magic making a desperation play across the K-line into Monster. That is not going to be working out. That is going to be an IS-7 going down and out for the boys of Phoenix, who are still 3,000 deficit here, down 3,000. So they're going to need some phenomenal trades, as Pixel and Never are trading it off. E5 against IS-7. It's like the good old days here. Pixel is probably still going to lose that one, though. Never struggling there with the penetration, though. Now the magic has fallen. Monster is able to join, and Pixel is not looking good either. Down towards the one shot. It's Never to pick it up. Itox doing on T100. Picking up Yuzek. Attila picking up Barkus. It's not all over yet. A Unique picking up Soccer. That's a quick 1-2-3 punch combination here for the boys of Phoenix. But there comes Mentals with the delivery, the kill on towards Itox in the T100, relieving a lot of pressure here from the Holo team, because the HP was even at that point.
The HP was even, but Mentos is just going to be able to free farm the tanks in the cap. Article now taking another hit in his M4. Now actually needs to be afraid of the T100 in his side. White Rock starting to make a play here onto Never, but the tanks by Phoenix, they're all so grouped up. They don't really have anything to push upon. Never is going to fall, yes, but Artiquel in the meantime got picked up. And now White Rock even being farmed by a monster as well as Piotrix. He's probably not even going to be able to kill the ISM. That being said, yeah, he does kill him just before he dies. But with 26 seconds here, the 2 tanks that Phoenix still has available aren't even able to cap through anymore.
Yeah, you can see even Magic there trying a desperation play. It was almost better for him to just go back and pin down the T100 or join the fight because the scale line push didn't really do anything for him. Kudos to Phoenix, but it was really close at some point. I mean, if they were able to keep Itox the reset away from longer, but Mental's really game saver there for the boys from Holovenitsi getting the crucial reset, which meant that Holo didn't have to pay that much HP. And also, like, Pixel's position in E5, yeah, it's an E5, but you would rather see something there with, like, a better turret, like a Kran. Maybe they could land one from Holovenitsi.
Yeah, exactly. Mentos definitely the difference maker here, in my opinion, in this battle, just because he was able to get those additional angles on the cap, which basically made it in a way so that the whole of Nitsi tanks wouldn't have had to sacrifice a lot of HP for those resets. Now, battle results coming in. Monster there, top of the board, and Mentos actually didn't do a lot of damage, but I would say he did important.
Look at the decap
yeah,
points.
100.
Look at the decap
It
points.
doesn't count more than that.
He had way more than 100 decap points. His damage might be low, but his impact was massive. That's Kihan's motto, by the way, and most of the time. Because he got that reset, they weren't forced to YOLO in. Because if they had to YOLO in, it could have been rough for them.
Yep.
But now,
Yeah, now
you know, Mentos gets a decap, they're chilling again.
also Mentos was a constant threat in the side of the CS that was still in the village, because that CS was pretty low for the side of Phoenix. So yeah, the T100 doesn't have the best of DPMs, but if you find a low HP target, obviously you're going to kill that one, especially since the CS doesn't have the armor to withstand the AP shells from the T100. Alright, so Holovnitsi, for the first time in this match, actually able to put themselves up a point, and that is going to be an important one, because now they're on match point.
Yeah, especially Insane said that Murvanka is unwinnable from the defense side now, and Holovenitsi won it, so we're going to have to see a repeat performance, but then from Phoenix to do the same thing on Morovanka defense, which, again, I'm going to quote Insane, it's unwinnable unless you gamble, so we'll have to see if he's correct.
I mean, we have seen good gambles by the teams before that, namely the Mines attack by Valor. That also was a gamble, but it did pay off. So why not do something like this, especially since you're still, mind you, in the upper bracket, which means that if you lose here, you will just drop down to the lower bracket. That obviously forces you to play one more match today when you probably wouldn't want to, as you don't want to show your strats. You also want to, you know, just see what the other teams are bringing to the table. But sometimes that's not in your hands, right?
No, it isn't. However, I think both these teams have been pretty even so far. So I think a tiebreaker should be in order here, but I just got a feeling that Holovnitsi is going to run away with it.
Yeah, Holovnitsi on their Murovanka attack now, and we just saw them, right, using a new bush. That shows that they've put some work, they've put some effort into, yeah, just exploring those changes, and they're, so far at least, able to make it work for themselves.
Yeah. I'm curious what happens if somebody drives straight into the capital with the T100 or some light. Imagine just driving an IHM Panzerwagen with a turbo at like 80 plus into where Itox was sitting. Zooming.
As soon as I see a Rheinmetall Panzerwagen, then I don't know. It's probably like the Jagdpanzers that we saw by Bunter's team last Clan Showdown. It's more of a meme than anything else.
Whoa! Why are you disrespecting Banter like this?
I'm not disrespecting Bunter, I'm disrespecting the tank choice. But yeah, 3 versus 2.
Then Banter has something to say about that.
He'll probably be able to, you know, put in a comment or two. I mean, now he's finally able to defend himself, right? Because we have him here on the stream.
True, exactly. That's why you should be careful with the things you say, Kenan. They can come back around to bite you. I mean, Banter doesn't really look like he bites, but you'd be surprised, dude. Once he bites on, he's not letting go, dude.
Does that mean he doesn't bark?
No, he bites it.
Oh.
That was not very nice, Kihan. Again.
I mean, you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with it. Anyway, I think we are about to head into what might be the last game in between Holovnici and Phoenix here. Phoenix now bringing double M454, one IS4, one IS7, one S-Conk, a CS, and a T100 LT to round it off.
Yeah, and Holovnici on the other side, double M4 as well, IS7, double S-Conk, ACS, and AT100. So both these teams pretty equal-ish lineups, but just Holovnici having that better hold-on potential.
Yeah, basically just the S-Conk getting traded for the IS4 here by either team. Now, we'll have to see the take that Phoenix has on the defense here. They're sending double M454 and the IS7 all towards the K-line. And Itox in the T100 is probably supposed to provide a spotting screen because, yeah, if that T100 by the attacking team immediately drives towards the forest, then in theory he should be able to spot all of those tanks that cross on the K-line. But now Itox also taking a sort of unusual bush, and neither Mentos nor Itox spotted so far. And those AMXs, they seem to actually not be completely committing. It's only the IS-7 that is so far going towards the southeast, and the IS-4 in the middle is driving towards the church. Is taking a lot of damage though, 2k HP in the blink of an eye, just gone.
Yeah, White Shark there. I thought rocks were invincible, but I think Holovnici turned himself into water and eroded him down to 900 HP rather quickly. That's a disastrous start for Phoenix, actually.
Yeah, that is just 2k HP that you're not gonna get back. And Holovnici seems fairly happy with what they have achieved. Now they're starting to rotate in the direction of the 1 cap. They probably weren't planning on, you know, really committing onto that 2 cap anyway. That being said, now they are starting to turn around again. I guess caster cursing myself here. But
they had the right idea the first time around.
Yeah.
You know, they shoot White Rock a lot, so they feel like Phoenix has to reinforce 9-0 line, and then you rotate towards 1-2, but instead they're rotating back again to 9-0 line.
Now both the IS-7 as well as the two 54s are driving in that 7 line. So far not spotted yet though, and Itox is probably smelling something fishy here as he did leave his bush. So those heavy tanks that Holovnici is pushing up are, until they get proxy spotted probably, because the IS-4 is not really, can't really peek anymore on the 1k HP that he has. Until they get proxy spotted, well, they're then going to come as sort of a surprise.
Yeah, Mentos is just trying to figure out some ground here. Does spot out White Rock, who's still sitting on the right side of the church, which means that he could get pushed, and I think Holovnici is going to do just that. Pick up a gun relatively for free here as Sokar gets spotted pushing up. White Rock now realizes the trouble that he is in. He takes a 1-2-3 combination as even Mentos chiming in with a shot, and that is Holovnici just picking up a freebie, a snack along the way.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a bit of damage in return, but obviously nowhere near what you would want if you lose a tank for it. Yes, Never did take one more shot by I think Unique, but that's going to be it. All of those tanks, they are now going to be able to get unspotted, and they will be able to freely rotate. The T100, actually, Itox, I think he keeps the information on the M454s, but the thing is that, yeah, he can, you know, spot them all he wants, but in the end he's not going to be able to prevent them from driving towards that 1 cap. That actually seems to be the focus now. If you take a look at the minimap, every single one of the 7 tanks by Holovnici is converging onto it.
Yeah, they spotted one of the AMX M4s on the far back, so that gives them a lot of info to work with, and you can see the result of that is now immediate cap pressure by not 1 but 2, and I think Bark is what joined as well, and they don't really have anything to contest this. Like, who is going to contest it right now?
Yeah, those two AMXs that were in the southeastern part of the city, they still need to make their way here. And Mentos, obviously, with the low noise exhaust, is going to be very, very difficult to spot out. Now, Pixel driving up with his CS, but you don't really want to go close to all of those tanks by Holovnici. They can just, you know, start pushing onto you. Now, the tanks in the cap starting to get reset by, I think, Weekend Duck and Magic, and even Pixel putting in a shot now, but every time he peeks, he's going to take one by the Super Conqueror as well. And we'll just have to see as the cap is down to 13 seconds. Now also Phoenix starting to pull off all of their tanks together. Yes, they do have the HP advantage for now, but cap seems to be abandoned, and now Holovnici are just going straight for the kills here.
Yeah, and Pixel here doesn't seem to realize that the pain train is happening on him next, as Piotrix, Mentos, and Never crest this switch. 1, 2, 3. Pixel down towards 717 HP, now trying to back away, trying to get some distance. Doesn't connect his last shot of the game, as Mentos gives him one. Never will be coming in with the finish. Normally, there it is. The i7 picks that up, and now Holovenitsi up 2 guns, even in HP though. So I will say Phoenix have done a good job at keeping the HP in manageable terms, but that just means that now Mentos is going to go back onto the scap, Yusek is going to join it, and it will be triple cap pressure again.
Yeah, and now you can see the cap just went down from 30 to 20 seconds. At Phoenix, they will just have to come close here in towards the superior amount of guns. They probably don't want to, but, well, basically the cap dictates it to them, and they can even, you know, just sort of make crossfire in the cap here. Artiquel now finally coming in, Yusek with a good shot into him, but that is like 0 seconds. I think the cap just went through.
Yeah, the cap just went through. Attila tried to get an HE reset, but it was an HE reset with no damage, and I think even after that, Holo was edging ahead in HP. There you had the extra guns, and that will be Holovenitsi actually picking it up 4-2 over Phoenix. And, you know, could see that good rotation for Holovenitsi, good awareness as well. You know, they were very ready for White Rock in the beginning, minus 2k, and then it didn't really get any better for Phoenix after that.
Yeah, indeed. And now Holovenitsi here, they did struggle a bit at the start, but at the end they just, you know, I guess showed why they were favored coming into this one. They are going to secure their spot in the upper bracket final. That's going to happen as the first match tomorrow against their, well, clan buddies from Inville, I guess. First of all, we do take a look at the damage scores dealt, but yeah, it was a cap. So in the end, just Holovenitsi mentally ahead of Phoenix on Murovanka.
Yeah, and deservedly so, they won that last Muro. I mean, there was some good preparation, there was some good awareness of the angles that they had to cover, and, you know, Phoenix, they had a good run. I think that not this Muro, but the Muro before really costed them.
Exactly. So that concludes match number 2 of today. I think that was enough from us for the time being, though. Let's see what Banter and Insane have to say about that one.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, guys. That was it for the second match of the day, Banter, and once again, we see a Polish team taking the victory.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good start by Phoenix. Really, really solid start. There were good rounds. The Ghost Town was completely solid. The second one was also very close. And then after that, it got a bit more on the rocks, very close games. And then the Morrow, it just kind of really fell apart. But still a very good effort by Phoenix. They are still alive in it, going down to the lower bracket to face Goodnight Nami. And Holovenitsi will go into the upper bracket finals to fight Opor here, as we see on screen.
Yeah, that's one of the match we like to see the most, Opor against Holovenitsi, but that's going to be tomorrow. Before that, we have to take care about the losers bracket, the match number 3 and number 4. And we're going to be starting with Valor against CSA. CSA, they ended up third of their group, and we saw Valor earlier. What do you think about that match?
I mean, we said all there needed to say. I believe only Daki's prediction was correct. The rest of us underestimated Valor a little bit, but still, yeah. I mean, the games that Valor won were close. The games that Opor won were decisive. So you can clearly see the skill difference. We'll have a look at the predictions between Valor and CSA a little bit later on. They're a bit interesting, a bit different. I believe we all went for different styled of predictions, but some interesting games for sure.
I mean, CSA is always that sort of team that can just lose like the first round of the losers bracket or just go all the way to the finals. We really
the all or nothing team.
Yeah, we don't ever know how they're gonna perform. They have some amazing tournaments. They also have like some upsets. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they can actually win against Valor to start with, because it's the losers bracket. The team that is gonna lose this match is gonna be out of the tournament. Shortly, we'll have the replay of the past match between Holovenitsi and Phoenix. And you mentioned it, actually, Phoenix with a pretty interesting and good performance. Like, they don't have possibly that much experience in the 7v7 format, but they did a pretty good showing against Holovenitsi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new team. Magicwell leading. He's never led, to my knowledge, 7v7 before. Only ever dabbled a bit in 15v15, but still, I mean, against a very well-known and respected team performing. So not horrible. I mean, I hope to see more of them, and we will see more of them later today in the lower bracket against Goodnight Nami later on, and it should prove to be good showing.
Well, let's take a look at the replays of that match and give some analysis over it. And we started with Ghost on, and actually Phoenix with the aggressive opening, actually catching Sokka off guard.
Yeah, so it was a nice opener. They Phoenix opened quite slowly, but then caught out Sokka there. It was kind of a pincer maneuver between Tiller Magic and Unique and Itox. Here we can see the repush catching out Attila, but they're getting. You can kind of see they got sort of surrounded a little, and they ran. Holvnitsi kind of ran a bit out of options after they killed Attila. They were in quite bad positions, and they had to be decisive and just push one of the sides. It was never. There were no good options at this point.
I think Daki mentioned something interesting. Olivnitsi is one of the teams that like to lead the tempo, and there Phoenix actually forced them into those pushes because they were the ones making the first moves. Even if they were on the defense, they were the ones getting some control over the nose. And then you could see Olivnitsi in return. They tried to group up and get some overmatches to kill some tanks. But even if Phoenix is losing tanks in return, they're making so much damage. So good stuff from them. 1-0 up on Ghost Town.
Yeah, so the second game here, it went a long time, 5 minutes, a bit under 5 minutes before Phoenix actually made a move. They finally made this cap commitment. It felt a little bit desperate. It felt a bit forced. As you said, Holvnitsi tend to be the team that pushes the tempo in the first game. Phoenix pushed the tempo. Now it feels like Phoenix were forced into something because they couldn't bully Holvnitsi out of position. So do pick up Sokar really nice. The autoloader crossfire mixed with the tanks in the cap was really good. But then it just kind of... They ran out of steam a little bit, in my opinion.
I think it's not just team, it's also time. The first moment they actually started to put that cap pressure with like 320. It's like not enough times to force Olivnitsi to get those decaps and get some free damage out of it. You could see at the end it's a bit the panic move they're getting with 3 tanks in the cap. They don't have any more crossfire apart from that 50B maybe, and that's not enough. Olivnitsi straight control, having the angles, having the decaps. It was maybe a bit close at some point, but at the end it was actually convincing for Olivnitsi.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it looks a bit close on HP, but it was more convincing than it looks. So the cliff here, Holvnitsi doing the repush into the mid. This one, we've said it before, we'll say it again, being forced into these kind of mid repushes from the donut into the mid, I believe Dakio Kian mentioned it, it's never really good. But Holvnitsi didn't do it poorly, they didn't take that much damage on the approach. Yes, they're down on HP at this point, but it wasn't a horrible mid repush.
I think they took pretty decent amount of damage. They were like down 3k, but what worked for them later on is that they managed to get that overmatch on the second ramp and get the clips out of the TVPs. In return, you could see that Phoenix, they're a bit down on HP. They're still up actually. And you have the White Rock, for example, with the 50B that is reloading, but he's gonna get his 4 shots pretty soon. And you could see that's what happens when you have autoloaders. You get your clips out, you reload, so you maybe possibly lose the advantage, but you just gain it back after, and that's exactly what happened in this game. Phoenix had the positions, Olivnitsi were forced into this repush, and they could never really catch up.
Yeah, it's similar to the group stage between Phoenix and Oppo. Yeah. It was... the autoloaders do their damage, and while the autoloaders on reload, the single shooters swing the balance, but then the autoloaders bring it back in the fourth quarter, picking up crucial kills. So very, very similar. I do notice some similarities in this game.
Oh,
yeah! Here comes the painful moment. Pixel back to garage, just complete destruction. I mean, Holvnitsi have done this a few times. I've seen them do it before in 7v7. They've done it against me on 15-15. Here we see Attila the Submarine. Finally, someone else DCing in major tournaments. That wasn't me. At least we assume it's a DC, but it kind of fell apart from here.
Well, this round was a bit sad because of the DC, but you also have to mention that Olivnitsi had pretty strong positions, and I do tend to think that even if Attila didn't DC and was alive, that wouldn't maybe change the final outcome. So good stuff from Olivnitsi, good opening, countering the ramp, getting the free kill on Pixel like he mentioned, and then at the end that bit of desperate repush on the donuts, and you had all of Nitsi ready with 5 tanks.
Yeah, it was a nice set play with Monster having low noise, pressuring the cap, controlling the lower side. It was a nice set play. Again, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. I don't really like these strats on Cliff where you only take the lower side and you don't control the upper, but this is one of the ways you can make it work. A tank with good camera rating, with low noise, pressuring the 1 cap, and pushing them back so you can't get the decaps. But going into Morrow here was a bit of an interesting game. Phoenix kind of took the south, pressured the 2 cap, figured out they couldn't pressure it because Mentos was in a quite interesting bush. So they were kind of forced into a desperation play. Wasn't great.
I actually hate that pick of the E5, to be honest. It's like, it's a tank with a huge cupola. Like, this position around the 1 line is so strong for the side of Phoenix in attack. The decision of bringing a tank with this cupola, it just doesn't work. You get penned back in the cupola, you can't really pick. Like, they could have like something like an S-Kong. He could basically spot everything, he could counter almost everything. That could have worked. They also didn't manage well the light from Mantis, you could see. And even with all of those mistakes, it was close.
Yeah, it was, but I feel like it was a bit closer due to Holovnitz's mistakes. I mean, Magic pushing the K line was a bit disjointed, as you mentioned, the E5.
Yeah.
And in the back room, you were very adamant about E5 was a horrible decision. I agree with you wholeheartedly, especially with E5 having the Cupola on the wrong side. We'll see in the next game, Holovnitz took an S-Conk there, but it just felt a bit... this was similar to the second Ghost Town. It was rushed. They were forced into something.
And then next to the last run of that match, White Rock going to the church with the Ice Ball. And you could see all of Nitsi, they were ready, they were set to get some free damage early. They even managed to take the kill later on pretty freely. And then pretty standard, the base 1 cap pressure. I think that Phoenix still had a shot in this round. We will see that Pixels got back to G1 and actually forced them out of the cap. But instead of running to H1, H2 and get the coverage from his teammate, he actually died at G1, and that was like the major mistake there.
Yeah, Pixel got over pushed there in the 1 line, and it was a cheap over push. There were a lot of cheap kill. Holovnitz got a lot cheap in this game. They got White Rock pretty cheap. Yeah. They got the CS of Pixel very cheap. He didn't run from the G1 position. He held his ground. Respectable, but dumb and stupid don't win you games. Not dumb and stupid, sorry. Brave and dumb. You could probably say he's brave, but holding his ground was the incorrect decision there, and you can see the cleanup there in the end. So, not great showing on Morrow by Phoenix, but I commend them for the previous rounds.
Well, I think that's the summary. It was a 2-2. It was a pretty close match. Maybe we have to say that all of Nitsi, a very well prepared team, was just better on Muro, winning the defense and the attack. Now that is very attack-sided, so good stuff from them. They are advancing in the upper bracket finals that we'll be covering tomorrow. But now banter is the time of taking care of the losers bracket, and the first match there is going to be Valor against CSA. But that's enough from the two of us. We have to hear what our amazing casters have to say about this match. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with the two of us here. And indeed, the upper bracket for today at least is concluded. That means we find ourselves in the bloody mess that is the lower bracket, where basically the teams, well, if they don't do well, then we'll have to say goodbye to them in the tournament. What do you expect from this one? I mean, we now have Valor, who did have some good showings, but also had some very, very bad showings against Opor. And they are taking it up now with another well-known name in the community. They're going up against CSA.
Yeah, but CSA is always a question nowadays. Like, what kind of CSA is it gonna be, you know? Even at a group stage, you gotta remember, the fact that they're in the lower bracket immediately means that they were third in their group.
All right, community predictions basically split right down the center, 53 to 47. CSA, a team that has not managed to qualify for some of the previous tournaments, where they either got knocked out in the qualification or in the group stages already. Now finally back on the big stage here, under Froley together with Sakalito there. All of those names should be well known. And Valor, we saw them already playing today. And some of the approaches that they had were very, very good. Some of them some of the rounds were just auto lose by opening. And now map pick and bans. Ghost Town and Himmelsdorf being taken out entirely by either team. Then Moro is CSA's pick. Mines is the pick by Valor. Then Cliff being taken out of the picture by CSA. Steps then taken by Valor. And if we go to it, we would have a tiebreaker on Tundra.
Yeah, well, tiebreaker on Tundra. We haven't had a single tiebreaker yet so far. I don't believe that this one will lead there either, but we'll start it off with Moro. The last map from our previous matchup now coming into our new matchup between Valo and CSA. Let's see the predictions from the casters. Kihan and Insane, 4-3 for CSA. Well, me and Banter on the Valo hype train. I give CSA, you know, I want CSA to prove me wrong, really.
Yeah, you said it already. Which CSA are we going to see today? That is the question to be answered, because we know that CSA is capable of great things, but also capable of great disappointments. Now Valor coming into this one with double M454, one IS-7, double S-Conk, one CS, and Patras in the T100.
Patras in the T100 indeed, and then CSA triple M4, an IS-7, a 277, a CS63, and a T100 as well.
Alright, so far we saw, I think, in every single round, both teams bringing T100s. That suggests to me that without it, basically the attacker wants to keep the option open to play the 2-cap, and the defender cannot leave that option open with their own T100, so probably counterpicking going on there. That being said, CSA sending the bulk of their forces towards that 1-cap already. The T100s trading out spots here. Probably the only one really being sent to the middle with one of the heavy tanks here. Now Cosmo and Patras both taking damage in their T100s respectively. But it is all going to be about this aggression that CSA is pulling off right now at the 1-cap. They're able to take a lot of positions, while Patras and Cosmo down to 1k and 800 respectively.
Yeah, but they do have that cap though. Skirpy with a big one onto Sakalito there, countering that position that you saw the E5 play in them before, and that's where you have that guy at the church to count that out. And now Cosmo needs to be careful at T100, down to 795. Patras is chasing, does spot out Cosmo. No connections from either side, though. Sigo is there in support of Cosmo, though, so Patras needs to be a little bit careful. He does spot out Sigo. Sigo not connecting the shell, though. Patras does not fluke the opportunity there, gets one on Cosmo, drops him to 458. Now Sigo in a little bit of no man's land, really, behind that building in this CS63.
Yeah, but while all of this is going on, Ondra and Combat now both on the cap down to 24 seconds, and Skirpy there on the cross, taking a lot of damage for that one, just trying to go over to be able to provide those resets. But yeah, Ondra is just going to back off the cap, and Skirpy taking another one down to 700 here. That is 2-shot range for most of the tanks, and yeah, 50 seconds as it's only Combat capping right now, but so far the trade's going CSA's favor.
Yeah, CSA doing a good number there on towards that M4 off Skirpy, dropping a low. Now Cosmo getting a shot on towards Patras as well. Patras needs to be careful there because Sigo is still behind the building, so he's not able to push up fully. 9 seconds left now, 8 seconds left. There has to be a reset here. CSA is doing well so far. Combat is still capping though in that IS-7. They need to find a reset, and they need to find it soon. Ondra backing off from the cap again. That leaves just the S-Conk from Lukin to actually get a reset. Xavi down towards 500 as well. Lukin though with a good reset comes in clutch for Valor, but look at it already. CSA up a good amount of HP, are controlling the map, are controlling the angles. They're going for Patras now in the north with Sigo and Cosmo, but Heon is there as well. I don't think Sigo and Cosmo win this. Yaya's in kind of a support as well. Sigo flukes another shot against Patras here, and now you can see that that probably will be won by Valor. But now Sakalito and his 277 moving up against Lukin, the isolated S-Conk together with Ondra, together with Combat. Saka gives one, Combat gives one, Ondra to pick it up, and that is CSA firmly in the driving seat around that cap.
Yeah, Sigo now in the open here, needs to be very careful, is on a one-shot. He needs to trade himself away as best as he can. He does put in one more shot into Hyon, but it is going to be crazy war from downtown to pick him up. And that sort of means that CSA's north presence is crumbling here. That T100, Cosmo is only on 458, so one salvo by the CS and the T100 would certainly finish him off. Now we can see Sakalito sort of repositioning with the 277 to scare off Zavistar, which is a possible one-shot for him. And now 2 tanks on the cap, about to become 3. That is once again going to be Very, very high time pressure. Zavistar taking one by Sakalito, now down to 41. That is a certain one-shot. 10 seconds remaining now on the cap, and how are they going to get the resets?
I don't think they're going to get the resets at all as the clock is ticking down 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's going to be CSA to pick up their first round here in the WoT7 playoff stage against Valor. Going to make it 1-0 on Morovanka attack with a decent round, I'd say. I mean, Sigo Cosmo combination there looked a bit iffy, a bit worrisome. But in return, though, I mean, Skirpy getting dropped low, Xavi getting dropped low, and then Lucan being forced to go in for the reset on Comba, which cost him his life later on. So,
and also the thing is, yes, that combination with the CS and T100 in the north did look kind of scuffed, you could almost say. But then again, they managed to waste enough time, right, for the cap to go through. As we see the damage numbers here, Lucan actually, despite it being capped out and not a lot of kills, he did 3.6k damage, so good stuff by him. 886, and on the other side, yeah, also 1 kill, but in the end, that cap deciding it for the Czech team. And that sort of starts answering the question that we both had at the start. Which kind of a CSA are we going to see? CSA, you know, sometimes known for not really properly preparing. This time, they seem to be very, very awake. They seem to be very ready. And also, because of the map changes, they can't really rely on past experience anymore. They actually need to put in that extra effort. They need to put in that extra mile just to be able to adjust their tactics, or probably come up with completely new ones.
Yeah, and it is working for them so far. I will, however, say that Insane said that this map is very attack biased. We'll see now if Alo is able to convert that into their favor as well. Because if a map is indeed very attack biased, it is a lot of things you can do and get away with, and it still works for you. So we'll have to see what can they do on the defense.
Exactly, and now if it is actually attack favored, which probably we'll find out throughout the later stages of the tournament, then the team of Valor is not going to be super unhappy with going down 1 point here. Yes, obviously you would have liked to take the round, but now you get your shot at the Morovanka attack, and you get the shot to prove that you yourself also understand how this map works now.
Yeah, we'll see how their understanding is, though. I mean, we gotta switch the sides now and actually prove us that they do indeed understand this concept. And it's gonna be CSA now on the defense and Valor on the attack. Lineups will tell us something. I mean, all these teams are now playing with a T100. It seems it's full meta. Before there was a choice between it, but now it just seems like either team is playing with a T100. CSA is backing that up with 3 M4s, a CS, a 277, and a 113 though.
Yeah, the 113, a choice we haven't seen yet, but obviously you want to have that package of basically DPM, high pen, mobility, and you're also pretty quick with the 113. Valor coming in with double M454, double IS7, double S-Conk, and Patras once again with the T100, the only tank that doesn't have a friend here on the side of Valor. And Cosmo now on the defending side of CSA immediately being sent towards that 2-cap to probably prepare the areas, just fell some trees, probably destroy a house or two just so you get those spotting angles, just so you get those spotting bushes as well. Patras with a very, very aggressive spotting run in the forest here as well. We'll have to see if he does actually spot out Cosmo, who is still in the lumberjack business here, felling ever more trees.
Yeah, Cosmo's trying to deny the side of Valor to be able to knock over those 3 at some point. He just narrowly gets away. And now we'll have to see though. CSA is going to be in this half defense where you control F1 to F5 to K5. And that's really it. It does allow you to get surrounded quite easily. So you need to have your angles down really well.
Now Valor here pushing through the forest with a lot of tanks. Obviously they have Patras to basically provide a spotting screen for them. He's not going to spot out Cosmo though, who's sitting in that bush. The question is Cosmo's tank high enough to actually spot over those fences here?
Well, I think Crazy War getting spotted answers your question.
Mm. So, good stuff from Cosmo. Also leaving those fences there just to, you know, deter Valor from thinking that he's actually there. Crazy War still spotted here. Patras finally going unspotted. Patras also together with him. The first tank that they would actually find there is Seago, but Seago is super far back, and Cosmo has retreated behind the building now. So that is also something that people can play with, right? Sometimes you get spotted and then you try to find sort of the correct angle where you're getting spotted from. But if the T100 is not actually peaking right now, then obviously you're trying to find out where he is going to become more difficult. That being said, Yaya's now pushed up into the middle with the IS-7. Him and Froley exchanging proxy spots. The M454s not revealing themselves so far to spots, but they are sort of shooting towards the tanks that CSA has on the one line, and indeed Sakalito taking a beating here, 950 HP minus.
Yeah, and you can see that in return, Lukin has taken over that position where we were bashing on the E5 before, but like Heon and Skirpy, they see Froley, they want Froley. There's the crossfire coming in as well. That's Yaskung from the back, and Froley here is not going to be having a good one. They need to make sure they close this out, though. It's very easy to forget about a tank and then not kill him, and that looks exactly what is happening right now. They need to keep Heon alive for this. You don't want to lose a tank for this. Now, Ondra and Lukin, they're pushing towards Lukin as well. They're trying to kill their twin brother. But this blue push here, Lukin should trade off pretty well for this, at the very, very least. I mean, he's gonna die. He will die, but he should get some dividend out of this. And Amarak there as well, coming out on one of the M4s. Ondra not really fancying like peeking anymore. Cosmo getting spotted out to in the T100. Cosmo!
Yeah, Cosmo revealing himself here, now down to 447, never mind, he's down and out of this one. And now suddenly CSA down 2 tanks, down 3k or 2.5k HP, and all the positions looking good for Valor here right now, who are tightening the noose around this CSA camp in the bottom left side of the map. Yes, Seago still unspotted in his CS, but what good is he going to do? Because CSA, gigantic problems at the moment. All of those heavy tanks are basically stuck in behind the houses.
Stuck behind the houses indeed, but now they have a real issue. They are having to break out of this position with less tanks and less HP, and Zavistar and the S-Kunk is going to keep Ondra down for the rest of this game, and Zavi should normally win the 1v1, but even then, the cap is still going.
Yeah, I mean, Ondra can kill Zavistar all he wants. That's not going to change anything regarding the actual cap issue that is going on. Yes, still 1 minute 15 seconds, but at one point or another, Valor could decide to put a second tank there. Now Zavistar taking a shot down to 1800, but as we outlined, it probably doesn't matter too much even if he loses. And now Combat and Sakalito starting to push against Yayas. Finally, Yayas taking his first shot of damage here. And yeah, Combat and Sakalito, they have their work cut out for them, but Hyon will be able to provide crossfire.
Yeah, but these tanks from Valor need to start banning their shots. I mean, it looks like Zavi is just stalemating against Ondra in the north, and there we go. That's the kind of penetrations you want to see, those connections. Skirpy takes one in return, though, but still, Valor's up in HP. Valor is capping in the meantime as well. Ondra is trying to put some crossfire into these positions, but so is Xavi in the meantime. It looks like Ondra and Xavi are just ignoring each other and shooting towards the middle, but now Seago has to come to get a reset on Patras because 20 seconds left, and this is surely going to cost Seago's life because he has no support whatsoever. Crazy War actually misses the shot, which is a bit unfortunate, you would say that, but Seago still has a long way to go to the cap, and that is just not going to be enough. I mean, he is going to get a reset here, and
he actually misses his reset, and I don't think there's any other tanks that could actually shoot at Patras. Now Crazy War even deciding to shield Patras, and that is going to be the second cap victory in a row that we see here on Morovanka. But I think, yeah, CSA, they would have just gotten annihilated regardless by Valor.
And there you could see maybe that attack bias coming to affect Kihan. Perhaps that was the, the signs of it. I will say CSA did not just sit there and accept it. Like, they continued straight on towards the E1 looking onto the escort to kill him, so they weren't just sitting there, but like after losing the AMX, it was already like, I mean, really, Cosmo dying there is, kind of bad.
Yeah, Cosmo dying there was detrimental, because then basically you lose all all that you could ever want to spot out the T100 that was capping, and that was in the end what broke it here for CSA, because they just weren't able to generate resets onto the T100 properly anymore. And actually, I think Cosmo didn't shoot to get spotted. He got spotted and shot after. So someone apparently got pretty close to him.
Maybe the T100 drove over him and we were watching the other fight. It could be. I really didn't pay attention to it. It would explain a lot though.
Yep. And on the other side, obviously, good shooting here by Zavistar as well. But in the end, that is going to be a Muro done and dusted, as some would say. 1-1 split in between both of those teams. Now we are heading over to Mines. And on Mines earlier today, we saw Valor with unusual approaches, but not necessarily bad ones.
No, not necessarily. But I mean, their Mines defense was not that good. So there was that, but their Mines attack in return was very good though.
And they are picking it again, so they probably think that they still have some other stuff that they can pull off. Obviously, that is something that good teams do, is you have deep pockets when it comes to strategies, and you also want to be able to pull off more than one strategy with one lineup, just to keep the enemy guessing. And probably the enemy then tries to counter what they saw already, and they just walk into your trap by doing that. We'll have to see. But yeah, so far I would say the teams look evenly matched after Moravanka. There was the CSA victory in round number 1 was pretty straightforward. Also the Valor victory in round number 2. I don't think there was any kind of discussion about that one. So Mines also one of those maps that is favored this time in favor of the defender, though, even though we saw a lot of attacking victories so far. It's a different kind of ball game.
It is indeed a different kind of ballgame, but let's see how these teams match up against each other in this one between Valo and CSA. So far looking pretty even, but Mines can be a decision maker, as it has been many times in the past. Valor, E5, IS4, triple CS, double AMX M4, CSA, double CS, double IS7, and triple M4.
Right, that both of those lineups actually look very brawl-centric, if that makes sense. Valor, obviously, with a slight hill priority, just because they have 3 CSs instead of 2. But CSA, they have this for the brawl that could erupt in the middle of the map. They have those 3 AMX heavies that have such high DPM. But instead, CSA not opting to go towards the middle with the CSs. They're sending them over to the 1-2 line. Valor, however, sending everyone to the middle.
Yeah, Valor sending everybody to the middle, taking the hill to start with. CSA also very aggressive there with a lot of tanks to try and counter a tank going up. And if there was a 1-2 push, they could have pushed to the middle very quickly and taken the hill. So that is CSA setting up their opening. They're now crossing an IS7 over as well, which is Komban to get that 1-2 control. So now we'll have to see what Valor does with this. Like, how do they approach a attack on the eastern side? Because they're never going to be able to attack the west again. That much is for sure.
Yeah, Patras now taking a second shot of damage just for also crossing up towards the hill. But the 2 tanks that we see here, Skirpy and Hyon with the E5 and the IS4 respectively, that is where Valor probably wants to make something happen. The IS4 and the E5, we've seen both of those tanks in the past being sent towards the 1-cap and then side-scraping off the houses to suppress whatever forces the defender has below the hill. The IS4 obviously, that is the tank you want to have in that situation. Both of them being sent up, however, but even the E5 has the cupola now finally on the right side, or right, it is on the left side, but that means it is on the right side for side scraping here. Skirpy now going over, ooh, takes both shots by Cosmo and Ondra. That's minus 1k HP, but the tank we have to focus on is actually Hyon, who has started capping.
Yeah, and Skirpy is just there to try and do damage. For him, it's a struggle though, because there's a lot of fences in the way. It's like this little vineyard and all this fences, and of course he's shooting heat in this scenario. So for him, it's not that easy, but he does get a good connection towards Cosmo. Good start there for Skirpy, starting to gain back that HP that he lost. If he can get a few more, no, nice shot from Skirpy again, getting Ondra as well. Yeah, it's done like around 900 damage now. So one more and he would have traded even for that initial crossing. So good stuff from Skirpy. Really showing them who's the boss in this scenario. And the CSA is going to have to start thinking about, okay, we might not be able to do anything against Skirpy. What do we do next?
The thing is...
Oh, good. Big reset from Froley, though.
Yeah, big reset from Froley coming out. I think that was a shot into the track, so that gives the defenders just more time, realistically, to decide what they want to do. I love Seago's position, by the way, all the way in K9 behind the allied spawn even now. The HEs are starting to get used here against Skirpy, but I don't think... even together, both of those M454s have enough HE with them to trade away Skirpy, who takes another HE, but I don't think he's going to be too worried. If the HEs don't set him on fire, he's Gucci. He's golden.
Yeah, that the HE. But I mean, it's chipping away at him slowly, though. It's all damage you don't have to do later. So, in that regard, it's going well for CSA. They're up about 2,000 HP. They're not too pressured yet. Heon is seemingly not able to really camp because of Froley's position at the H4 rock, getting those resets in, which is something I don't think Valor really expected.
Actually, I might have spoken too soon. I just went and checked how much HE the respective people have. So Ondra still has 8 left. Then we have Cosmo beside him. He has 4 left. And Sakalito, I think, is also able to shoot at the IS-4 with HE, but he only has 1 remaining. So in total, I guess 13 HEs that could still get used. If they all do less than 100 damage, then Skirpy, in theory, would still be alive. But another reset coming out here onto Hion. And this cap play, it looked good at the start, especially once Skirpy started suppressing the M454s. Now, though, not really working out anymore. And that is, I think, why we are seeing Valor grouping up at the entrance of the hill.
Yeah, and they're going to do a big push down the middle. They immediately get spotted out, though. I think they're going to go for Cosmo here, but Cosmo was already looking the right direction. Good stuff there from CSA, aware of the possibilities. And Patras is not having a good one. Down to 478. He needs to survive in that M4, but he does not. Cosmo with the pickup. However, I will say, Combat not taking the one line to crossfire these guys might be a mistake at the end of the day. If and only if Valor can kill Cosmo and Ondra, but it's not even looking that good for this at this moment in time.
Yeah, the thing is also the AMX M454 from the base is able to input shots consistently onto the tanks that are pushed up. Crazy War now needs to bow out of this one. 328 HP remaining only, and Cosmo and Ondra so far holding on, holding strong. Ondra 27 HP, but still alive and kicking. You can see Combat and Sakalito, both of them without drivers, but still in it to win it. And now Hion without the Amarek, without the commander here, even Zavistar with a not very good peek from the hill, and the HP, they're telling the tale, they're telling the story of the game, as yeah, CSA just has vastly superior amounts of HP remaining, 6k up right now.
Yeah, CSA doing an absolute masterful decaps on Heon with Froley's position, which I don't think Valor seem to be pretty aware of it even existing. And you can see the result. I mean, CSA only lost Ondra, they're about to lose Cosmo, but the entire team from Valor is basically down and out. And you know, the only thing there is to like maybe say is like, I think Combat should just stay on 1-2 line to crossfire those guys because they can't stay safe from him. Like, he doesn't really add much going to Sakalito, but outside of that, it's basically perfect for CSA.
Yeah, now Seago there with the kill shot onto Hion finally. Those IS-7s that had lost their drivers apparently do seem to have medkits here, starting to drive towards the hill. Zavistar taking one by Lukin. And he's also going to be the last remainder of Valor's team here in this round. CSA just showing how a proper Mines hardcamp works.
Yeah, and, you know, Valor not having any reactions to it. I mean, you know, they had their plan, and their plan got ruined, and they're like, what do we do now?
Yeah, after the E5 started getting reset, they came up with they probably came up on the spot with that repush from the hill, right? But there was so many guns by CSA aiming there, and those M454s, they basically survived for so long and were able to dish out so much damage that the repush just completely started falling apart. And yeah, we can see here Lukin, that was the AMX actually at the base that also was able to shoot into that push, and you can see Ondra 1800 block, then another 1000 block on Cosmos. So yeah, I think it was exactly how you said. The initial plan by the team of Valor didn't work. They were counting on it to work. It completely fell apart, and then they were forced into making some decisions. But obviously, we just saw they just weren't the right ones. They just weren't the correct reactions.
They were indeed not the right ones, but they do get to transition to their defense now, which hopefully they do better than what they did against Opor. But I think they will have learned as well from that perhaps they should make one or two adjustments to the way they were going to play it and make it better, per se.
Yeah, I mean, Opor also made their attack just look so easy. They will probably have more people aiming towards the cross on the 1-2 line right now, because that was one of the big problems that we were able to identify last time around, and also that as soon as the 22277 from Opor had made it over, that the forces that had been crossed over to 1-2 line by Valor just weren't sufficient enough. So we'll have to see. Also, obviously, it all depends on the lineup that CSA is going to bring. I am not completely I have not completely decided for myself yet what I'm expecting from the coming round. But the way this has been going, basically the favored sides of the maps always winning, you would expect a Valor victory to make it all even 2-2 again.
You would indeed expect such a thing to come out from both these teams, where they've won on the favored side each on Muro, and now CSA did the same on the favorite side of Mainz. And sometimes it happens, that both teams just win their slightly favored side because they're that evenly matched, and I could see this happen here. Valor though, triple M4, 277, triple CS.
And for the side of CSA, we have one M4, we have one IS4, double 277, and triple CS as well. So basically trading two M4s for an IS4 and a 277 respectively. Valor, they did use that triple CS on their attack in the first match of the day to basically take the 1-2 line. But obviously they are now defending, so we'll have to see how that one happens. And indeed, both teams seem to be having set their eyes on a middle push / middle brawl, triple CS from either side going up here. It's going to be how many shots are going to go into the sides. Both of the sides here collapsing, clashing actually, as the dust settles. Hyon is very, very low HP, but Sigo misses one of the shots. Hyon will probably be able to stay alive because of this.
Yeah, but Hyon and two misses from Valor as well coming out, and now it's the middle engagement from both these teams. The hill isn't really being won by either side, I would say, at this moment in time, but it does allow CSA to chip away at these CSs and then counter the middle. But Ondra, in the meantime, is getting absolutely owned in his IS4, and now Valor trying to retake the hill, but a lot of misses coming out, more than you would want, but a good shot there from Yayash to shut down Froly, but he is paying for this now though. Hyon, Xavi, looking, they have to start winning the hill. Their team is suffering in the middle because the heavies had to trade away that HP to get that advantage on the hill back, but now they need their CSs to make a move because CSA is coming all guns blazing on this corner as Crazy War is going to be the first one you could see at him. His HP remaining 139, but in the meantime though, Hyon and Xavi start dropping from behind, picking up Ondra. Now they're trying to cross for the middle. Scrippy here, desperately trying to make an alternative angle, but it's going to be an alternative dead for him, as now Valor though coming back in, picking up a few kills, but in return, they lose their entire heavy force in the middle, as there's just Patras left standing with Hyon and Xavi Star on low HP. Sigo going down though, towards Hyon. I mean, it's still double HP, 4 guns though.
Yeah, and the thing is that Patras just bounced one of his shots onto Lucan. Lucan is going to have the reload. You can actually overmatch the hull roof of the M454 with itself. Lucan demonstrating his knowledge of the overmatch mechanics, and now triple one-shot for the side of Valor remaining. Yes, it's 2v3, but the HP that Lucan and Cosmo both still have are possibly going to be enough. That being said, Valor is still the defending team. They're doing a good job of basically dispersing now, trying to make CSA work for yeah, work for the victory still. That is obviously what you should do. And the thing is, CSA, like, they at some point or another, they need to force an engagement. And with tanks that are as mobile as the CSs, you can just generate crossfire angles everywhere. Cosmo now getting spotted here by Lukin. And I don't think they really saw those tanks leave, so they don't know where they are. CSA, that is.
Yeah, they don't really know. But Heon and Savi know that Lukin is lurking there. The real question is, do they expect Lukin from Valor to have run away or not? Because if they realize that he would never have made that, they may not. Then they would know he's somewhere stuck on 9-0 line. But I think they expected all of the tanks from Valor actually managed to escape down 1-2.
Alright, now realistically speaking, Cosmo is on 1300 HP. That means it would take 4 shots, and Lukin is on 1700, so that is 5 shots by those CSs with 390 alpha. But I like Lukin's position here, because he's not really giving away a lot by spotting Cosmo if he peeks up there, and Cosmo and Lukin, they're basically just left with the guessing game. Where are those CSs? You can't even be sure that they are peaking right now, so your blind shots might not be going anywhere. And the time is ticking. I mean, Lukin and Cosmo, they need to do something sooner rather than later. And now I think we see that M454 being pushed towards that 1 cap. I think CSA have finally made up their mind as to what they, or how they are trying to close out this game.
Yeah, they keep trying to keep the hill, and then they're going to put Lukin on the cap. They know that everybody's a one-shot on Valor's team. I mean, it's looking aware there might be somebody in 9-0 line, because he's like, no going straight onto the cap, though. Now he is.
So that cap now is going to reverse or revert the pressure. Previously, time was ticking in Valor's favor. Now, obviously, the cap is ticking in CSA's favor. And sooner rather than later, those CSs will need to make a move. The problem for Valor here being that not only is one tank on the cap and they don't really know which one it is. The second problem is that they don't have control of the hill. And so because the hill is such a prominent feature of mines, this means that any rotation by the double CS that is close to the 2 cap, it runs the danger of getting spotted by Cosmo. And as soon as that happens, Cosmo from the hill is going to have easy pickings.
He is going to have easy pickings, but time though, Kihan. They will wait this out. They will wait this out as long as they can. I mean, Lukin is looking that direction, though. Lukin is looking at Lukin.
I mean, so he is looking that direction because Cosmo is basically covering the south from his position.
Yeah, there's more L's in that sentence than Fabian's clan rivals record.
Ooh, gotta kick him, man, when he's down, eh?
Yeah, it's okay. He doesn't have internet anyways.
Oh, man. Imagine when he rewatches that clip. He's gonna have tears in his eyes. Anyway, Lukin now, the one with the Y, is starting to make some sort of moves. And now that timing actually not really good for the side of CSA as Lukin is moving in here. He's not spotted yet. 23 seconds on the cap. And Valor, Zavistar seems to be afraid to cross over this huge open ground here. Are they just gonna let the cap complete? Lukin now is spotted here and does get HE reset by Lukin.
Yeah, but look at the timer. Look at the cap timer.
Yep. It is not enough anymore. So now Lukin actually pushes off the cap. He's going to try to kill the CS. It's actually going to be Cosmo to pick it up. But now the problem is they need to commit 2 people to the cap. But once they do that, the jig is up, right? Hyon would have the possibility of J7 basically just stay in that bush. And that is, I think, why we see Cosmo and Lukin now just sweeping through the map, trying to find those last 2 remaining one-shot vehicles. Hyon possibly not even a one-shot, though.
Oh. Savi gets spotted out by Cosmo, though. That's going to be the first kill. But then, ooh, Cosmo picks up the kill there. But now Heon. Does Heon sit or does he move? Does he
he gets spotted.
Oh, he gets spotted. Oh. He got spotted. Heon got spotted by Cosmo. That's a good shot from Heon, though. But it's a low roll. No, man, Heon is in trouble.
Yeah, Heon is.
He's gonna try and run though. He's gonna try and run. I like it.
The AMX,
I like it.
The AMX could possibly have.
The AMX is not close enough just yet. I think Heon started running slightly too early though for my liking. And now see Cosmo lining up with the AMX misses. Cosmo misses.
Missing. So Hyon, 45 seconds and a dream here. He does move further through the 1 and 2 line, but Not only is the CS a very quick tank, the AMX is also not the slowest of heavy tanks. So with 33 seconds, I mean, yeah, Hyon is trying to do what he can here, but Cosmo is having none of it. Driving in, does low roll, but secures the victory with a ram. And CSA, yes, they probably made it a bit more difficult for themselves than they would have needed to, but they are able to pick up the 4th round of this match. It's going to be 3-1 CSA after a Mines attack that...
That's a disaster, though, the gameplay between these two CSs. Like, if Xavi and Heon want to make the best potential of it, they need to like be as far away from each other as possible. There is definitely time for Heon to run across the K-line into K9, for example, when Cosmo got the kill.
Yeah, also, why does he get spotted when he doesn't need to? If he just sits there and does nothing, then the CSA tanks actually still need to.
But also Xavi should be, you know, hiding somewhere as well. Like, even if he's hiding on the little island, that's fine, but running away isn't. Because if he's on the little island, he spots the tanks coming close to him, and he will spot behind him as well. And then Heon should be ready to run, or already be behind a position where he can just run away. Because like they have to really juke is the CS.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, Valor not really playing it as well as they could have, even after losing that middle brawl decisively. If those 3 CSs just completely split up, create crossfire angles and everything, then you just need to make CSA work ever so much more for getting those tanks. Now, that was the first 2 maps, Muro and Mines. We are headed into Steps, which is a map that we haven't seen so far. It is picked by Valor, but obviously that deep into the pick and ban, both teams are going to be very, very fine with it. What do we expect from this one? Steps? Do you think attack or defense favored, Ducky?
Steps?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. They can use the Mino, right?
They can use Minos now, yes.
Oh, I don't know. Like, Mino at A4 is more annoying than Badger at A4.
You
remember how we brought to the... Okay, so what I mean with this, the point is that teams that are bringing an E3.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Because
and the E3 can shoot through a Kran. The E3 can shoot through a Badger at range. But the E3 is not shooting through a Mino reliably at that range ever. Like, he already needs a pen high roll as it is, and he's shooting at that range.
I mean, basically E3 and Mino sort of counter each other in that regard, because the E3 doesn't, even though it has 375, it lacks the necessary pen for the Mino turret, but the Mino has like 340 heat or something, and that's never going to be enough for the E3 either.
What's the natural counter to a Mino key?
A flank.
How do you flank somebody on the red line?
Yeah, I guess Jekaffa would be able to tell you how exactly he gets outplayed there.
Exactly. So I just wondered, you know.
Alright, so map video already announcing that we're probably going to see tanks soon, and indeed that is the case. Valor opting for the double TD strategy. They're bringing STRV, Mino, Batchat, double IS-7, 1M4, and the 113.
And the 113, indeed, CSA with the Mino, the Bat, the Triple S King, the Kran, and the IS-7. I knew this was going to be probably the one map where Mino gets played.
So yeah, CSA going to be starting defending on Steps right now, and that Minotauro played by Froley, unsurprisingly, straight headed towards A4. That being said, he's going to be supported by Ondra in the I7, and Sakalito is probably going to sweep through that northern part of the map. Valor seeing the Mino in the enemy team, probably thinking that you know, a north play is not going to be profitable for them, heading towards south here. Skirpy is going straight towards the 0 line. He's probably hoping to get some good position in F0 to just completely cover the 2-cap with his shots.
I like 2-cap with his shots indeed, and Combat here just spotting out. Oof, he sees a lot of tanks though.
He does get the information on 3 enemy heavy tanks, double IS-7 and 1M4, and yeah, he's not going to stick around to find out if there's even more. He's just going to book it away. That being said, he does a nice one more spot from that position. Let's hope for his sake that he didn't overextend with that one, but he does keep all of those tanks spotted. Patras obviously took 1 shot already. That being said, the Valor tanks are almost at the cap.
Valor tanks are indeed almost at the cap. They do not want to deal with the Mino in A4, so Yairas and Crazy Warrior are just going to push onto it. But this cap plays, Kihan, is something we've seen very often. And I would like to point out it's not something we've seen work very often either.
Yeah, the thing is, it is double cap, so 45 seconds still remaining for the side of CSA to come up with something. Lukin there could possibly be providing the HE resets. Hyon was able to cross over to the rock in the E0 or D0 position. That's going to be a thorn in the side of the CSA tanks that are duking it out on the 9-0 line. You can see Seago, I would say, a slight overextension into the middle as Zavistar from G7-8 is able to just shoot at him from long range. Batchet gun, not the best of all, so Seago is not going to get punished crazily for this, but now on the 0 line, Cosmo taking a gigantic L, 1000 HP gone.
Yeah, and you can see now, Mino against Mino, it's Froley against Lukin. They're the two people that are just going to trade it off against each other. Lukin's there to try and... Ooh, nice shots from Lukin. He's trying to stop a reset, but Combat might get Skirpy though. Yeah. And it's a big repush though.
Repush here in full swing as Froley is the one to take the brunt of the damage, down to 1000 HP. Now Ondra finally in the side of the Minotauro, but yeah, Sakalito in the back not really committing to it. And now the tanks that used to be on the cap, Crazy War and Yaya's coming down, and Ondra too far, too much bitten off here as Combat is actually able to pick up the STRV in the meanwhile, and that Minotauro is probably gonna get sacrificed by the side of CSA, so the Kranwagen and the Escon can keep DPMing while Seago and Luking are coming in from the upper side.
Yeah, Cosmo Sakalito on the reverse, trying to back up, trying to get safe even, as Lukin in his Minotauro is staring down the other ones, but now Sakalito surrounded in his Kranwagen, and that's not going to go too well here for the CSA team leader. He's going to go out rather quickly as the trio picks it up, but it's not over just yet as Lukin is facing off against Lukin yet again. But you can see that Minotauro, they really have to hit that weak spot, that lower bar, that the few small centimeters they can actually hit. At this point, it's not looking good though.
Yeah, it's also not looking good because Combat is very, very deep into his clip. He has no escape route anymore, and now that Seago is down, he is facing off against 4 enemy heavy tanks. Combat is going to try to make it out, but yeah, Valor, even if the Batchat makes it out now, they could just go onto the cap and force him to come, but that's not going to happen as Combat realizes he cannot make that cross anymore. Patras, Crazy War, Yayas, all of them are here to punish Combat. Already taking one by the IS-7. Combat not even reloaded yet, taking one by Yayas as well, and now Hyon joining the party of farming the Batchat.
Yeah, Combat there just trying to escape, but I will say, Key, what on earth drives CSA to repush the lower side when
what was Ondra thinking? Base. Like, he went in there and yeah, he went beside the Mino and then kept going in further, and then he was just singled out and dead.
If they all peaked and actually penned the Mino, it would have been okay. But they half of them bounced the Mino from Valo. I'm pretty sure he has like 2k blocked at least.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the battle results screen, and now we see, first of all, Ondra, I don't know what the push was, honestly, by him. That was not well executed. Froley there, also only able to deal 2 shots of damage. Combat able to reload. But overall, I think the shot calling on the side of CSA was what lost it this time for them. 9-9-2 by Zavistar. He's not going to be happy with his gun's performance this game. And yeah, Skippy did get picked off by the Batchat, but overall, the Mino not really bouncing that much, only 930 HP. But obviously him not falling in the push immediately was the big problem that CSA was unable to deal with in the end.
Indeed. Wait, how much is the Lukin block again?
Lukin Minotauro 930 block.
Only 930? How many hits received?
He received 11 hits, but 2 of those were actually AG. So
okay. I thought he blocked more.
Hits received 11, penetration 6, non-penetration 3, and splash damage 2.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, Paro could praise himself lucky that CSA decided to repush lower. If they didn't, then they just focused on getting a reset on the cap.
Yeah,
It's
then
creepy.
because also, right, the STRV in the meantime dies to the Batchat, and then the Batchat reloads, and all of a sudden you're cornered in.
If the SRV dies, it's game over for Valo. Because they have nobody countering the Eskungs from picking up, because the SRV is able to pen the Eskung reliably. So it's like, you know, nature of hitting everything and high pen. But once he dies, there's nothing stopping the decaps.
All right, so that leaves us at a scoreline of 3-2 currently. And now it's going to be a Valor that are going to be defending. And CSA will have to go on the offensive and show us that they actually want to stay in this tournament and win this match, as they are still the ones on match point here. To be honest, CSA looked kind of good on mines, but here on steps, it felt like the shot calling was just not on point, and that is normally the CSA strats are sometimes a bit out of meta, but their shot calling was always golden. This time around, it felt like the other way around.
Yeah, well, it happens though.
All right,
Lineup-wise.
Valor coming in with the M4. Then we have an IS-7 triple Eskong, one Mino, and once again double TD tactics with the STRB to finish it off.
Yeah, CSA though. No Mino for themselves on their attack. So just opting for the good old 113. Double IS-7, CS, STRV, T100, and an Eskong.
That looks like such an old school setup from CSA. I love it. Yeah, the fighting advantage obviously immediately going Valor's way here, because, well, CSA did pick Seago with the T100 LT. That means that the spotting priority goes over to CSA, and they will just have to make something work with the information game that they are going to be winning. The first tank by Valor spotted already with the M454. The thing is also the T100 can be a good asset if you actually manage to secure the northern part of the map for yourself as an attacker, because then you can just put the T100 in the cap and the enemy team basically needs to resort to blind shots. That being said, Valor seems to have the upper part of the map pretty much in lockdown here, as they do have the STRV, the Mino, as well as the M454 there.
This is the kind of CSA we're more used to, right? Slow and steady wins the race. CSA loses the clock, the race against the timer against this base. I thought it was awful. I had something in mind and then I wanted to switch it, and then I was like, doesn't work. And I went back to the original and it was like half something, dude. Aye.
All right. Anyway, Seago now, you know, taking a lot of bushes here in the middle of the map. Just trying to feel out where the Valor tanks actually are. Zavistar has taken one shot of damage yet, but that is not really much to talk about. And having the Mino in the enemy lineup, CSA right now resorting to a rotation here. They are going to try to focus on the 2-cap, because I guess they're also sort of expecting the STRV to be in A3, because where else would you really realistically put the STRV? On the defense? I mean, yeah, you can put it like A7 or something, but after some initial shots it won't have any decaps available onto the 2-cap anymore, so the STRV in A3, I guess, the most likely option, and CSA is respecting that.
Yeah, CSA is respecting that, but they should respect the timer as well, because it's sticking, and it's always sticking against them in this scenario where they are attacking. And they have concluded that Eastern side is their play, what they want to go for.
Now all of the heavy tanks here by CSA being grouped up, probably waiting for the go, and Seago is still providing information from this middle bush here. The push gets called for CSA, even Ondra being committed to it with his CS. Okay. And now we'll have to see when the CSA tanks get spotted. Finally, it starts to happen. Crazy War immediately taking 2 shots here. Probably one from Froley in the STRV, and you said it before, this STRV is able to contest the Superconk when it tries to deliver hold-on resets, as we see here. Crazy War down to 1500. Double cap now started with both of the IS-7s, and the T100 here, Seago, will be able to confirm that there is no rotations towards the western side of the map by the defenders, which means CSA can focus all of their tanks basically funnel all of their guns into this brawl that's about to erupt here, because in 33 seconds CSA would have kept through.
Yeah, Valor is actually forced to do what CSA did in the last round. Since they have nobody going on the outside, on the 6 line, they are forced at this point to just repush the lower side with everybody, with the Mino probably leading the charge to get those decaps, because they have 15 seconds. Sigo is the factor here in this game. He needs to
10
speed up.
seconds though. 10 seconds, and
Crazy War missed the decap. Crazy War missed the decap. It's gonna have to be here on Zyberstar. You see the intuition there coming out. Crazy War now, 2 seconds. He does get it. Back down to 29. There's a little bit of panic there for Valor for a few seconds, but that did give time to Sigo to close behind.
There is a lot of HP being traded off by Valor right now, who are down 2k at the moment as we watch Sigo about to start the backstabbing into Crazy War. That's only 4 shots that the T100 needs to deal into the Superconk, and all of a sudden the decaps onto the IS-7s become this much more problematic. Patras now being pushed up here, and you can see that Sigo, he does have a double push towards Skirpy, and does put a second one into the backside of the Superconk, and that is going to become hugely problematic for the team of Valor, because Crazy War, yeah, he can't really peek that anymore against the IS-7s. Now finally Patras pushed up with his M454. He should be able to get resets, but Crazy War in the long term is gonna die. That was a good reset though into Sakalito, and Sigo indeed able to pick up the S-Conk.
Yeah, Sigo able to pick up the S-Conk at T100, getting the time by his team with the cap pressure and forcing Valor to reset. If Sigo does take a lot of damage running away, but he got out, and Patras here, if he peeks, he takes 1 from the IS-7 and 1 from the S-Conk, which is Lukin, Lukin is just staring him down because he can do that in his S-Conk, and that just buys so much HP advantage for CSA. I mean, don't
more
want to say
resets
it,
coming in. Sakalito is a one-shot. That is problematic, but as soon as Patras dies, that basically means that another angle is eliminated, another tank is eliminated. Keep in mind, CSA is still fighting with full force of 7 guns available to them, and on the other side, Valor now with 5. The STRV cannot really contribute. Yes, it can farm damage from the back lines, but it can't really go into the fight like the Mino can, and now Hion down to 486 as well. Valor is starting to run out of tanks. They're starting to run out of options, out of assets, out of everything.
They're also starting to run out of squares that they can play on the map, as they've lost almost all of the map control. They're now forced to make a desperation peak, but Lukin! It's not looking good as he goes down towards 394 HP for that one reset. Yayas is playing a game of chicken with Sigo. If Sigo gets caught, he gets turned into KFC, so I hope Yayas wins personally, so, between you and me, but it's unlikely, so no chicken today.
Yeah, Yayas also just missed a shot onto Sigo, and now the Mino down to 10 HP. That could even be an HE kill for one of the IS-7s waiting in the cap. And Hion also drops down here, 18 seconds left, and I think CSA, they're starting to break Valor here, or they have almost completed that task here, as even the STRV does join the cap now. 2 seconds, 1 second. They do pick up Lukin in the Minotauro. Skirpy in the backlines is spotted, but CSA is going to lock in their victory here, and it's not even going to be in tiebreaker, as both Insane and I predicted. It is going to be comfortably with a 4-2 scoreline, and Valor, that were nominally rated higher because of the better group stage performance, now after 2 losses, out of the tournament.
Kind of reminds us of the 15v15 tournament. It was a similar feat there. Yeah, but I will say about Valor's lineup, it's so heavy, it doesn't really rotate well. So CSA is never in danger of like getting out-rotated across the south side of the map and getting their STRV pressured, right? If you look at the Valor lineup, there's nothing that can rotate. It's only heavies and 2 TDs. So Froley is just sitting there having a good time. He's just chilling with the boys. He's really just chilling with the boys. Because in the previous game, right, where you had CSA, that should,
by Froley, by the way.
where you had CSA that should have won their defense if they didn't repush that hard on the lower side, that was also because they were able to rotate down the middle with a bat. They were able to put some pressure on a different part of the map, and Valor's lineup, if they don't stop them going into the cap immediately, I don't think they ever stopped them at all.
All right, so I guess our question as to which part of CSA we're actually going to see today has been answered by the team from the Czech Republic. They are able to survive at least this round of the lower bracket. That being said, I think it is time for some analysis with Banter and Insane.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, guys. And Banter, that's a victory for CSA. We had doubts about their performance, but today they performed, and we have to say goodbye to Valor.
Yeah, we have to say goodbye. I mean, my prediction was completely incorrect. I actually thought Valor would beat CSA. I believe that they performed in the groups, but I'm afraid not, and CSA knocked them out.
Well, good stuff from the Czech team, but that's just not it yet. Banter, we have a fourth match, the last match of the day. Phoenix against Goodnight Nomi, and that Goodnight Nomi team, maybe not the greatest performance in the group stage, but they have a lot of experience.
Yeah, they do have a lot of experience. I mean, I believe they got fourth in the previous WoT7 tournament, and they're fighting Phoenix, a new team. So it might be a bit of a player skill versus team play kind of engagement, which could be a bit interesting. But I mean, I'm voting for Phoenix to win. I believe they've got the potential. I believe they have played. They are a new team, but they've played together for quite a bit of time. I voted for them to beat Holonowitsi, but I was wrong. So hopefully, I'm correct this time.
Yeah, well, I guess we can expect some good performance, even though they lost on the upper bracket against Olovnitsi. I think they proved that they are a solid team that actually spent time to prepare, to have a clue. Not the greatest performance on Muro, but that's one of the map that has been changed lately, so you don't have that much possible support to use to check how it's played out, even in the past tournaments. But Banter, the replays are ready. We should take a look at what happened in the past match. Valor against CSA, and CSA with a pretty convincing and standard attack on Muro.
Yeah, I mean, this first game I was talking to you while the games were going on, it was very sloppy by both sides. I wouldn't say either side played exceptionally well. Yes, the map is the same with some significant changes, so the dynamic has kind of shifted. Before it was defense orientated, now it's more attack, has the advantage, let's say. And with this, it's kind of been turned on its head. And I don't think the map has been in rotation long enough to create an actual meta, but it just felt a bit scrappy from both sides.
I think Lukin made a mistake there to push up around the one line. Whenever you have control over like the middle and the forest side, you want to have angles of the two line to a decap where you see Hondra, Combat, and Lukin, and instead he actually goes down from Sakalito pushing in the one line. That could have worked for Valor, maybe, if they had better positioning and slightly more understanding about the angles. But CSA, pretty standard attack and good stuff. Next up, we had Valor their defense on the attack, and Froley was dispositioned at the church, but we talked about it together. I don't think it's the greatest one.
No, you said he can get taken out actually completely for free from a crossfire between E1 and K7, but Valor opting to go a bit more aggressive, going through the mid to just take him out immediately. CSA forced into a reaction. They lost one tank in the mid. Valor had some tanks at a position they needed to make this play onto Lukin, but Lukin getting crossfire from Xavi Star kind of, yes, they can use the buildings. Lukin will go down here, but the HP bleed is pretty significant. But what do you think about what's happening on the other side of the map?
Well, it's exactly the issue for the side of CSA. When they want to commit to kill that guy on E1, they have to take like 2-3 tanks of their team, and in return, they can't cover the base 2. And you could see that was a good step from Valor, actually watching that happen and taking control over the base 2. They have those 3 tanks under that hill around F4, F3, and then they just had to use the T100 to just cap pressure. So that was convincing in their attack.
Yeah, Seagull missing the decap there, a bit unlucky, but going into mines here, this was a strange game. I was telling you during the games, I don't like these kind of one cap plays. I prefer over the 2 cap. I think it's more on position. Here you're kind of hoping a bit that you won't get decapped. Yes, they're doing it nice and early, so time is on their side, but we do eventually see decaps coming in, and here you can see the overpush in the mid.
I think the issue there that the E5 could get some decap by the CS,
Yeah, a bit too
but
big on that.
H4 is too big to be there. You want to have like some sort of light like the AMX. So Valor later on, as you can see, were forced into some sort of push, and CSA, they just had to hold their positions, do the damage. Maybe a bit of a misplay from the side of Combat to not just go in the one line to get the angles.
From F1 you can get side shots.
Yeah, the side shots on the back of those tanks around the 4 line. But other than that, the HPs are talking for themselves. CSA convincing on their defense, just holding strong, panning their shots, and you could see even Cosmo and Andra living so long under the hill.
Yeah, the fact that Andre doesn't go down is just absolutely criminal. It finally goes down, but the bleed, I mean, it's more than double. This was a stomp by CSA. I feel like Valor had an initial opener with E5 in the cap. It wasn't working. Farley was getting those nice decaps, and they were forced into reaction. And as we mentioned in the previous games, it's never good to be forced into reaction.
Next up, we had a brawl, something we like to see, and we could say that CSA, they had the better side to do it, and they had some better management with the CS. There's too much missed shots from the side of Valor, and you could see at that point CSA has more HP on the hill, so they should win it. So in return, Valor is actually forced into overpicking the mid and trying to get some damage on them, but that's not working in their favor because it's this HP advantage. This is just too much from the side of Valor to recover later on.
Yeah, so CSA had better initial rams and shots them going up the hill. This forces Valor into trying to peek with these M4s to try and get shots onto the CS to get them down. Here we can see, yes, the HP is massively in favor of CSA, but you need to remember where that HP is. Hyon and Xavier Star dropped from the hill to pick up the IS-4 from behind. CSA had a lot of 277s. They didn't really have these M4s, and the M4s really do bully the 277s. The French heavy really, so much HP, high alpha, really bullies. And yes, you can see the HP, it was more than double at one point. Now, yes, it's double, but it's closing. 4 against 2. Lukin connects a nice shot, Petros doesn't, but in the end, we saw it. Cosmo picks up the kill on Hyon. There were some misplays in the end, but
it was very close.
It was very close.
We definitely didn't expect that. Actually, Valor almost getting the victory on Mines, and they could definitely get it. But next, very convincing from them, the attack on Step, a map that we know being very death-sided, and you could see them using the Minotaur in a pretty good manner. We have never seen that tank before because it's a new tank, and it was used there to actually pressure under the cap here and force those tanks from CSA to repush, but the HPs, the armor, the also clip-ish potential from that tank made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in the previous meta before the Mino was introduced, it was most teams on attack would push IS-7s or 113s down the zero line, and they would meet the S-Conk wall. Now it's Minotauro on Minotauro, so it's changed the dynamic completely. Minotauro has the penetration and the armor to go through S-Conk front, and now you can see Valor just wrapping around. Yes, the HP is equal, but it's about guns and it's about positions. Once Sakalito falls, they'll have crossfire on Seago and Lukin, and then it will just leave combat on his lonesome. Yes, full health, but on reload and not enough clip to finish this up.
Well, good stuff. Convincing attack. I mean, Valor is out, but they have been having like very interesting attacks. We mentioned the Mines attack that they played against Opal with the CSs going across. Now this one with the Minotauro used in this way. Pretty interesting. Good stuff. They're out, but they actually bring something to this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. This game was it was a bit of a mess. CSA did quite a nice opener, double IS-7 on the cap for pressure, but the big thing, the big MVP in this game was Seago making that flank, and that's the problem. Valor have that full heavy TD lineup, no rotation tanks. Now Xavier has to go back and deal with Seago, but all that time that Seago is wasting of theirs, CSA are making the advantage on the other side.
And they actually use Patras to try to get the decals, but you could see in return CSA is pushing up to the rock with looking to deal with him, and then the cap pressure is still on. They're up HP, they're up tanks, they have the positions, they have the map control, and they're forcing Valor into some desperate pushes to get the decaps. So it was pretty surprising, but both of those teams managing pretty well the attack.
Yeah, Valor really not using the M4s in the best way. You really want M4s up front, in front of you, using that frontal armor and nice high HP. Here he has to peek with the side. It exposes that very weak side. It's not using M4 as it really can be used. But yeah, I mean, good stuff by CSA. I went for Valor to win this one, so yet again my predictions are incorrect. But not bad. Not bad at all.
Anyway, Bounter, good analysis about this match, and now we have to cover the last match of the day. It's going to be between Phoenix and Goodnight Nomi. And to introduce that, just before going for the gameplay, we have our amazing casters, Kian and Daki. Take it away.
Hello there, and welcome back. Insane said it already. We are in for the last match of today. It's also going to be a knockout match. The loser of this one is going to be eliminated. And we have two very interesting teams coming into this one. The team of Phoenix that we saw already. Today they lost against Holownicy, although that's no shame because, well, Polish powerhouse is just dominating the upper bracket currently. And Then we have on the other side a Goodnight Nomi. Another Polish team here, but not from Invil. They are sort of being drawn together from basically two teams, Nomi and Goodnight.
Yeah, there's gonna everything. No Ilian though in this team.
Mm-hmm.
You often saw him there playing with them against Phoenix, who actually had a good showing against Holovenitsky though.
Yeah, they performed definitely better than I expected them to. Well, anyone that is going up against one of those two Invil teams is going to have to prove themselves against those. Neither of the teams in the upper bracket were able to do that. And now map pick and bans. Morovanka and Himmelsdorf both taken out respectively. Then we have Mines immediately being picked again, followed up by Cliff, Ghost Town being removed. Tundra then, if we don't have a whitewash, we'll get our first game on Tundra of the day. And should it come to it, we have the Prokhorovka tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like any of these teams want to go to tiebreaker. Go today, does it, Kian?
Also, it's sort of weird because I think in every match so far, we saw Himmelsdorf getting banned, and normally Himmelsdorf. I mean, yeah, if you're going up against like Opor or Holovenitsky, where you just know they're so good on that map, I understand it. But even amongst the teams in the lower bracket, they don't really want to play that map as of now.
I don't know why. I don't know why Himmelsdorf fell out of favor, Kian. Maybe maybe they'll saw your map guide and they're like, we don't want to play it anywhere.
I mean, maybe they just didn't watch the map guide enough because, you know, I'm giving you key and handy positions in that video that you should also be able to utilize in this game mode. It could also be that basically the teams are holding off with their strategies, at least in the upper bracket, that, you know, they are keeping that for later in the tournament. In the lower bracket, that is not the case, though. If you get eliminated, and you probably had some good strats for Himmelsdorf, then, well, good luck using them next time, I guess. As the predictions are coming in, and I think all of us copied each other's homework here, 4-2 for every single one in favor of Phoenix.
Yeah, we're all going for Phoenix. I think it's down to what we saw them perform against Holovenitsky, right? We saw what they did, we saw what they were able of doing, and we just believe in Phoenix. We're on the Phoenix train. They will rise from the ashes.
We
Finally.
are in the Phoenix train, and Phoenix now bringing out the triple M4 together with triple CS and Kittiquel playing the Soul IS-7.
Yeah, Kittiquel playing the Soul IS-7, but Goodnight Nomi facing off against this with double CS, an E5, an S-Kunk, double 277, and an IS-4, so not believing in the AMX M4.
Not believing. We'll see if that was a mistake, as both of those lineups look like they could go middle, but actually it's only what seems to me like, yeah, only Phoenix properly committing towards that hill. We have a slight split by Goodnight Nomi going on. Very unusual, sending double CS around the hill. Obviously, they're not getting spotted for this. The Super Conk does spot out the triple CS going towards the hill, does not connect his shot, but over from the island.
They're all looking at 1-2, but the CSs are not going 1-2. Sokol and Twist here. Oh, they did touch the cap, though. That is always a thing to keep in mind. That gives a little bit of extra time to turn the guns, to turn the turrets. They will have to deal with Sokol and Twist. There will have to be a lot of fire on Magic. Sokol's going to cross all the way through. Is this going to work for Goodnight Nomi? I don't know.
We'll have to see, as Magic obviously will be open to shots from that 1-2 line, as well as now finally the AMXs are all grouped up together, starting to do work. And the most important tank for Phoenix right now is actually Kittiquel in that IS-7, who is able to provide some crucial resets onto the cap, as Twist in his CS just gets eaten alive by that triple AMX. And now there's only one CS remaining that Weekend Duck and Magic are probably going to focus on. That being said, 15 seconds on the cap and Pixel with the CS is already getting sent over, but the E5 still can cover against that CS.
Yeah, Magic needs to be careful, though. He's dropped down towards the one-shot, a little bit unaware of Sokol behind him. Now Haki crossing over as well. Can't believe we actually get to see Haki play. I mean, maybe Attila still having connection issues. 5 seconds left, though. There needs to be a big decap here. Pixel's gonna peek up and over. He does get the reset, but Minero's actually picking up Magic with the E5 from downtown. But this plan here from Goodnight Nomi seems to have fallen to pieces. This big bait not able to really make it work for them.
Yeah, that double CS in the corner has been cleaned up, and we can now see Weekend Duck with that M454 shifting towards the K4 position, from which he'll also be able to provide HE resets. And now Itox and Unique in both of the CSs are driving towards Miko in that Super Conk. That is 2 guns against 1, and both of them still very, very healthy, so they should be able to DPM down the Super Conk here. Finally, also Unique coming in. That being said, there is the E5 from the backlines. Good shot by Unique while driving into Miku, and Miku is going to be able to sort of fall back right now, but while all of this is happening, the cap, that was the big issue before, is actually becoming a non-factor.
Yeah, non-factor because also the Goodnight Normie team is surrounded at this moment in time. I mean, they're sending Jordan to try and deal with Unique, but he's gonna pay. He's gonna pay dearly normally to cross over that. Maybe I was wrong then. Never mind. Better late than never, right?
Yeah, better late than never, and now also Gorski in the 277 it has become a one-shot. This enables Pixel to just push in. Yes, he's going to take the shots for it, but he will get the cleanup onto the 277, and Itox will maybe be able to kill Miku. Never mind, there's a low roll, so 11 HP remaining on that S-Conk. But the fact remains, Phoenix just has the superior amount of guns available. Miku should be falling any time now. He does get another shot into Pixel, and Pixel seems to be lacking the gun elevation. That's why Minairos is able to come from behind and pick him up. But that being said, Minairos is the last remaining tank here for Goodnight Normie. And yes, they did go into this game here with a game plan, but they did also fall flat on their faces.
Yeah, there's Sokol and I think it was Twist flying. I think the bigger issue is that they didn't both go into K9. I think that if they both went into K9, it would have been a lot harder for Phoenix to deal with, because they would be able to shoot the M4s pushing towards them, because now it was like split. So Twist stayed and Sokol went to the back. Now if they both go to the back, then yeah, Phoenix can try and repush the 3 line, but they're never gonna do that in a minute.
Then again, if you both go to the back, you probably don't really get the spots onto the M454s pushing you. And I think the thought behind it, at least part of it, was that the tanks that are in the cap and also the E5 on the 1-2 line...
Only the E5 can maybe give a shot.
Yeah, that they can all farm the M4s from behind, but it wasn't enough.
It's only the E5 from the cap, if not from the cap, from 1-2 line that can shoot this. Everybody on the cap cannot shoot that.
Yeah, you would have to push past the cap, and at that time you're giving up the time advantage that you basically want to generate.
I think the bigger issue is that they didn't like try to push past the IS-7 with at least one tank to try and get a flank on him, like leave 2 in the cap, try and push past, or do something. Because they were so stuck with holding this cap, but all it took was the Kitty to get like 1 or 2 resets plus Pixel from above. Perhaps they should have adapted to the IS-7 going there. I mean, send 1 guy through, send 2 guys through. If you kill him, you're gonna get a decent position.
And also on the way there, they'll be able to shoot and farm the backs of the M454s that are starting to engage.
Yeah, honestly, I think they should just... I think a play for them would be just to push up and shoot the M4 from behind, Magic pushing up, and then focus their attention on the IS-7 and kill him from there. It would be a potential play for them, but sticking on the camp was not it.
Yeah, sticking on the cap was definitely not it. This leads to a Phoenix, the team that dropped from the other bracket, now leading here in this best of 7. Obviously, minus defense. It's always like, yeah, now you get to defend yourself if you're Goodnight Normie. So I wouldn't be too worried if you're a Goodnight Normie fanboy as of now. That being said, Haki now 100% win rate so far for him.
Yeah, indeed, 100% win ratio for Haki. Unbelievable. I didn't know he had it in him, but apparently he does. Maybe we could learn from that key.
Yeah, sometimes you have to learn that you can't stay like this. Anyway, it is going to be Goodnight Normie defending now. We haven't seen them so far yet here in the playoff stages of the tournament. I can't remember who picked the map. Was it Goodnight Normie or Phoenix?
And then okay, and you're the one usually cheating.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
I don't have my laptop with me right now, so...
and whose fault is that? Whose fault is...
Entirely my own.
Exactly. I'm glad we got there at the end of the day.
Yeah, you really wanted that one.
I mean, you know, it's not my laptop.
Alright. Phoenix coming into this one with the M454 played by Unique. Then we have 1IS4, double 277, triple CS.
triple CS to follow that up. And then Nomi triple AMX M4, I7, triple CS as well. So both the teams having triple CS though.
That would enable both of them to go to the middle, should they choose to.
The
It's
277s are fast enough to shoot going on the hill though. I think we saw this already before. Then the 277 is just narrowly fast enough, and if there's a block, definitely the 277 has the advantage for the initial shot on the hill.
Now we do see everyone committing to the middle. So we're in for a fight here, and now those CSs, it's all going to be about who's going to be able to block whom, as Sokol finds himself in between 3 enemy tanks. That's not going to be what Goodnight Nomi wants from this.
Yeah, no, I think Sokol got spun around and was then forced to go up that side, but you can see the result of that. He's down to 85 HP already. Weekendlag and Kittigal are very healthy, but Haki in the meantime getting overrun in the middle. A little bit too close even, you could say, for this engagement. Now Magic desperately trying to do something, trying to, I don't know, escape to the hill, gets an Amarak even on the move onto Marcel, but Magic
Ooh, that was
made
not it.
He made a disappearance act. That was a beautiful magic trick. One of the better ones I've ever seen in my life. And now Goodnight Nomi is going to push back onto the hill, but Mineros is paying the price for that. The ultimate price even. Not sure if this is the play for Goodnight Nomi, because there's no
the
purpose for the fire from Pixel. But now the crossfire, Weekendlag, Kiddical coming in from side and side, and Unique going for Mineros. Gives him a big one, 599. And I don't know if this is going to be enough for Goodnight Nomi. They're still up in HP though, but Minero's falling now. Unique tries to get a shot on Miku. Oof, engine damage. No second fire though.
No second fire here, but now Pixel is going to get picked up, and this leads to a 4v3 situation where Marcel now takes another one. Unique goes down, so 2 tanks only remaining for Phoenix. The HP still slightly in favor, but Marcel is not going to get rolled here. 46 HP. Finally, Itox picks him up, and Weekendlag with a crazy shot on towards the hill to even out the odds. But now Itox has the problem that he's actually in a crossfire here, and Weekendlag cannot really come and commit in because he is super low on his HP regarding this. So Itox is going to be battling it out versus 2 here right now. He's trying to make his armor work against the M454, but Gursky from the side continuously able to put in shots with his IS-7.
Yeah, Gursky there and Miko is a disaster for Itox. I don't even know if pushing up to the hill mount was a good plan here for Itox, because he is getting battered for this by the IS-7 and the M4. And you can see now the dust settles. Itox and Weekendlag. Well, Itox is a one-shot. Weekendlag is not even that much of a high roll.
Ooh. But yeah, even though that was not the kill shot onto Itox, him dropping to 6 HP now means that the IS-7 can just reload HE and just splash on top of his turret and kill him regardless. And now Weekendlag and Itox here faced with almost insurmountable odds stacked against them. If they don't get another 2 fires or an Amarak or something, then I don't really see a way for the attacking team here right now to win this, as Goodnight Nomi just have the hill entrance on lockdown.
Yeah, they're also so healthy, man. They're so healthy. Itox losing all of his HP was the decision maker here, I think, for this team. I think Gursky even loaded HP, perhaps. He's probably going to go check for Weekendlag, because he can. Weekendlag might give him one for this, though. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Gursky gets out spotted here. Weekendlag also gets spotted, but it's only going to be... Never mind. It is going to be a trade 1-for-1, but that one obviously doesn't favor the side of Phoenix, that between the 2 tanks now have 32 HP remaining, and you can already see Miku intuitioning. That was probably the switch to HE that he's going to need against Itox in the IS-4. And yeah, this battle is most likely gonna go Goodnight Nomi's favor here, as Miku takes another shot in the side, but is able to pick up Itox in the meantime, and Gursky finishes off Weekendlag. So now we are at a 1-1 all even. But to be honest, Staki, I think the analysts will have a lot to say about this battle, because it was so messy on the hill.
I think what lost the game is the 277s. It's not even the hill, it's just the 277s. Like, they both pushed up on the rock. They got overpeaked by the 4 tanks from Goodnight Nomi. Haki fell instantly. And there goes his 100% win ratio, Kihan. It's down to 50% now.
Alright, battle results though. Yeah, we do see all the signs of a prolonged out fight, basically, where the longer a tank stays in the fight, then the more damage they do. Gursky standing out here with 4.4k. But yeah, overall, those crosses towards the hill with the heavy tanks that we saw, those were so costly.
Yeah, I think the 277s lost again. Straight up. That's it. They should never go on the rock there. They need to do their shot on the hill going up, and they won the hill, right? So it works like this on mines, in my opinion, is that when you win the hill, you're not forced to push up to the rock because you allow yourself to get overpeaked and die. Even if you trade evenly, you lose 2 tanks and they lose 4,000 HP, right? You're down 2 tanks. So in this scenario, when you are winning the hill, which they should always be winning the hill because they have 277s that can give a shot to CS going up, they need to be holding more passively. They got to have the M4s, try to drive on the hill, you shoot your repush.
Yep. All right.
You're always leading in that engagement.
So that leads to Mines having no decisive winner here, obviously. Now we're going into Cliff. A map that also has a prominent hill sort of in the middle of it, but it plays out quite differently from Mines. Earlier today we already saw a lot of funky stuff with basically people pre-aiming the approach on towards the hill where the CSs would just pay with a lot of HP to try and take those positions, even pay with their life in some cases. And talking about that, actually I have confirmation that Attila did not DC. He just, was driving and kept driving, and, he probably wanted to give a bit more acknowledgement to the submarines being added to, well, the warships. He wanted to have that experience as well, I guess.
Yeah, he wanted to have an experience. That's it's a submarine. Kian, do you like submarines in World of Warships?
I didn't really do well playing them, so but yeah, I did always enjoy striking them with my planes, I have to say.
Wow.
Anyway, lineups. Phoenix coming in with 150B, double TVP, and 4 CSs, so triple autoloader.
Good, I know me sticking to the thing they've done a lot, 6 CSs and a BAT. They really like those fast mobile lineups, but they're gonna have to get a really good fight in here if they want to face the TVPs and the 50B, because if those all connect their first clip, it might be game over after the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, double TVP is basically able to annihilate one CS if they completely penetrate all of their shots, and then you have the single shooters and the 50B to go with it. That being said, Phoenix is sending all of their tanks towards the middle. For the side of Goodnight Nomi, we all only see double CS and Batchat driving towards middle, with the other CSs coming from the donut. So Goodnight Nomi will have crossfire, but if Phoenix realizes this, they can just overpush the middle.
They really should be over pushing the middle here. You can see Pixel and Kittical doing exactly that. Good reactions there coming out from Phoenix. And now Twist and Miku. Twist is going to get twisted as he gets the entirety of the Phoenix lineup driving over him. He's surviving on 2 HP because a low roll didn't finish him off. But one will come in a second. Even a ram from Weekendak to close it out. But in the return, Goodnight Nomi, they're repushing again across their side of the map with 5 tanks left standing. They're going for Itox first, but Itox already reloaded at this point. You can see that TVP just having happy days, happy farm. And now you get another reaction from Phoenix. They're taking all 7 tanks again, Kihan, and Goodnight Nomi is trying to run away from this map. They're trying to go to a different one.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to drive up the hill, which they probably saw earlier today, but this time it's not going to help them, as Unique takes a lot of damage for the peak, actually, but the punishment is there. The Batchat still not reloaded, 5 seconds for his clip, and we already see a CS being split off to deal with that Batchat. Now, Weekenduck needs to be a bit careful here, as he's actually peeking into 3 guns, but as soon as White Rock and Itox arrive here, White Rock being farmed into the back by the Batchat as of now, then we should see trades coming out here. Goodnight Nomi, only 2.5k HP remaining on towards 5k by Phoenix. And yes, Phoenix does have the crossfire. Yes, they do have the higher ground. But as soon as Unique and Kitty come from the other side, that should be easy pickings, as So-Called trades it out once more with Weekenduck, goes down towards a one-shot. Magic should be able to finish off as Pixel takes the Batchat on the other part of the map. And now we see the last dying breaths here of the Goodnight Nomi tanks on Cliff, at least in the first round.
Yeah, it looks closer than it really was, though, because they just started driving in. I mean, Phoenix, they just started driving in. They're like, we won the game. This was a very interesting game. I think, I don't know, man. Goodnight Nomi was trying to, like, commit, I don't know, maybe they heard your plane comment key and they were turning into dive bombers, you know?
Yeah, indeed. Although I have to say, basically from the openings, how Phoenix reacted to what Goodnight Nomi was doing, that was just the perfect reaction. That overpush immediately over the middle, that was exactly what gave them all the tools in their hand, because I don't know if you noticed, but while the CSs from Goodnight Nomi were repushing, that was exactly when the Batchet went on reload. So effectively, that push, even though they had 5 tanks available, only 4 of them could realistically deal damage at that point in time. And while they ended up making it on towards or on top of the hill, like that was what I'm at a loss for words. What was that even? What was it ever going to achieve for them? Because in the end, Phoenix can just split off a CS as they did, kill the Batchet, and then they just have the cap open for them. That is not close to the hill.
The best part was just them driving on the hill in like a choo-choo train. They make the great escape. It's like Harry Potter and the Escape from Azkaban or something.
It's like, yeah, let's make it.
The Hogwarts Express is now departing on platform 3/4 or whatever it's called. I don't know. That was great.
I mean, they did succeed in making it up to the lighthouse. I just think that they didn't consider the question as to what do we actually do after it.
You know what's the issue with driving on the hill on Cliff? You can drive it from the other road as well. There's no real escape, you know? Otherwise, you could start like a downhill track, escape, I don't know, 3 Phoenix players crash in Attila's memory along the way. But, you know, good reactions there from Phoenix, pushing over the middle, getting 2 kills for free. And that is where we saw, who was it? Valor, I think, with the reaction, right? When we see nobody's on 1-2, we don't take the hill, we just back off. If they did that as well, they could have gotten really heavy punish, because they would have 2 CSs to shoot the north side of the hill, and they would have had everybody else to shoot to climb up or to repush the middle if Phoenix would push through it. It would actually be an okay scenario, but I guess they didn't really watch the Valor match and learned there. Because
yeah, exactly. As soon as you give the enemy, if they're coming with 7 tanks, as soon as you give them basically 2 tanks to push upon, it just becomes incredibly hard for you to come back, because that is, well, a huge part of your forces that are just being collapsed upon, while the rest of your tanks, the only tank that was really able to profit on the side of Goodnight Nomi was the Batchet. But the Batchet clip, as we all know, it's finite. Like, it doesn't have... it has 5 shots, and after that you're out of the game with the Batchet for like 35 seconds. And while all of that was happening, 4 CSs from Goodnight Nomi, yes, they were repushing, but they were effectively just not contributing. So you shouldn't
call that a repush, man. I wouldn't call it a repush. They were trying to take the lighthouse. They were racing.
I guess
Miku was like, I dropped 20 zloty on the top. Whoever gets there first gets to take it. Then they were like, okay, I don't even want to play this round anymore.
All right. That being said, though, score is still only 2-1, and these sides are going to get flipped now, which means Goodnight Nomi has a shot at evening out the scoreline again, and meanwhile, on the other side, Phoenix has their shot at putting themselves up on a match point. As we all know, this is best of 7.
I can only count to 4, luckily enough.
Yeah, you only need 4 wins to win a best of 7, so you're Gucci.
Yeah, no, man. It's awesome. So yeah, let's see now what Goodnight Nomi decides to bring, because I feel like they've been the less good team in this, let's put it that way. They're both playing amazingly, but they're just less amazing. Phoenix, though, AMX M4, TVP, 5 CSs, Goodnight Nomi, in return Kian.
Double 277 coming out from them, quadruple CS, and then once again the Batchet. So Goodnight Nomi going with the slightly heavier approach, a bit more sustain, a bit more hold down capabilities. On the side of Phoenix, we have that super burst TVP there, while the Batchet sort of, it takes longer to clip out, but you have more damage in your clip. Unique, really liking that TVP today, though. That's not the first time and probably not the last time if we see him again on Cliff or Mines that he's going to play that one. And now, opening-wise, once again, Phoenix straightforward, sending everyone towards the middle. Goodnight Nomi, on the other hand, a double CS and Batchet through the middle, and the double 277 and double CS coming towards the donut. We'll have to see how Phoenix reacts to that split from Goodnight Nomi.
Let's see how much damage they do to the CS in the middle to begin with. Sokol already down 1,000. Marcel also taking some. And here comes Phoenix, and it looks like they're just going to push through the middle again. It's the same repeat story. This time, however, Goodnight in better position. Marcel's getting bullied around. Pixel's the first one to explode in a giant ball of fire. Marcel, I don't think he got a full clip out. But now Miko is left to his own devices as he's alone again. And Goodnight Nomi is going to have to do another repush down the middle. It's a repeat of the last one. Phoenix again up in guns, up in HP, now turning the turrets to Mineros, who's leading the charge. Jordan coming from the other side as well. It's still within reason here. It's still within possibility. But again, Phoenix taking all the tanks. But look at Unique this time around, though. Dropping low, dropping real low, real quick. But now, again, 6 tanks from Phoenix coming out, wanting to overmatch. They gotta do it clean this time, though. They don't have as much advantage as they did last time. Itox falls, Unique should fall as well. But in return, Kihan, I don't know if Goodnight Nomi can do enough to make it even.
Yeah, exactly. There are some very low HP targets, and finally they're starting to get picked up by either side. And now 2 more kills going in favor of Goodnight Nomi, but that is still a 3v2 situation right now. The CS down to 6 HP here, not able to secure the kill on that one. Magic finally picks it up, but White Rock in that M454 still so healthy, and now Minairos the focus in between all of those enemy tanks. And unfortunate for him, he doesn't even get the ram kill. Sokol is the one to finish it off, but Sokol down to 705 HP. And once again, Phoenix here with that overpush, just, you know, you see a few tanks that you can push up on. You know some others are out of the fight. You just overpush. You have the superior amount of guns. There is probably a point in time at which the enemy cannot have all their guns in the fight. It was just a repeat of the game we just saw. It was a slight little bit closer, I would say. There was no funny move on towards the lighthouse, but essentially we just watched the same game twice.
And this time, Goodnight Nomi was even more in position because the overpush wasn't straight. I've heard this story key. If at first it doesn't work, just try it again, man. Just try it again. And if it doesn't work the second time, guess what?
Yeah, I mean...
The man who tries 100 times will succeed at least once, Kihan.
I mean, you know the definition of insanity, right?
I don't know. You tell me. I've never been diagnosed with insanity.
Oh, man. Okay, I guess I walked straight into that one. Oh, all right. But yeah, obviously, once again, in a shootout like this, there's not going to be any standout damage games by either player here. The good thing for Phoenix was that Unique actually was able to reload that second clip. That came in crucial, and also that the AMX M4 stayed alive in the fight, because you cannot discount what kind of alpha, like what that kind of alpha actually contributes, and also if you stay alive, the tank has so much DPM now.
Yeah, and also HP. It doesn't never get focused in this fight because it doesn't make sense to focus it.
Yep. Okay, so after the second map, we suddenly are not even anymore. Instead, Phoenix is comfortably sitting on a 3-1 scoreline. They have 3 tries at basically winning this match here. Goodnight Nomi backs against the wall here.
Yeah, and as a French FC Wancel and not insane, but silent, you might know him. We're up 3-1, we can afford to lose one. Trust.
Mm-hmm. Was that match where they ended up losing it? Oh.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, I'm not saying you should get into sort of the mindset. It's like, yeah, no, we just play 3 times YOLO and it's going to work at least once. I don't think the players on the Phoenix team are going to do that.
The man that tries 100 times.
Yeah. I still think they shouldn't do it like this. That being said, we are going to get our first serving of Tundra in the playoff stage of the tournament. One of those maps that also is considered to be attack favored. I am very, very intrigued as to how the M454 meta is going to impact the gameplay on that map, how many we will see. Because obviously Tundra is a map where you sometimes have to cross vast open grounds. And yes, the M454 is a very good tank in its current state, but one thing it's not good at is crossing sideways.
You're a very good tank.
What?
You're big and powerful.
Oh, no you.
What? Yeah, I've had a few too many servings of Tundra.
What?
You said we were going to have our first serving of Tundra.
Yeah.
That's a food reference.
So? I don't.
Yeah, I said I've had too many surveys. That's why I'm big and powerful.
All right. Phoenix heading into this one with triple M4, one IS-7, one S-Conk, one E5, and a CS. Goodnight Nomi, on the other hand, also straightforward.
Yeah, one VZ, one BAT, and 5 AMX M4s.
All right. Interestingly enough, neither team with double VZ, that used to be very, very common. Instead opting for more of a single shooter approach, even though Goodnight Nomi obviously has 2 clip tanks, one of them being a VZ, but you used to be, or I used to be used to, oh god, English sometimes, basically seeing more VZs than just one, even on the defending side, because you can just punish that south cross so heavily. That being said, Phoenix not really super interested in that as of right now. You have the S-Conk pushing through the D-line right now, through the water. You have the E5 and one M4 on top of the hill, just trying to provide sniper support. And now you have Kitty and Marcel, I believe, exchanging spots.
Yeah. You know what's really good about Goodnight Nomi's lineup, though, Key? If you're leading this, it's like we put an M4 here, we put an M4 here. It makes everything so much easier, you know? You know exactly what tank you're going to send to every position.
I mean, yeah, you have an M4 here and there and everywhere.
That's why everybody loves 15 Chieftains, right? Am I right?
Well,
aim and enchant for this one? Thank you.
Well, the thing is, everyone likes it except for the FC, because when you say like, one chief here, or in that case, one M4 here, one M4 here, you either have listens. 0 or 5 people doing it.
If Kihanan fills in the team, you always have 2.
We are just trying to take the important positions, you know.
You're very important to me, Kihanan. Never leave me.
All right. So far, Phoenix, though, with a pretty passive opening, I would say. No immediate south commit, no north commit towards the A9 positions either. And Itox cannot really move up here because he's staring right down the barrels of 2 M4s that would be able to punish easily because they are above him.
Yeah, I mean, he's just there to put pressure. He forced them in arrows to go to the rock, Marcel to stay in position, and in the meantime, they're making rotations across the map. Where is the opening? I still think the north pressure is the opening, and not pushing past A3 per se, more like pressuring A4 to crossfire the guy at C4. You know what I mean? Like at the rock? Because if you do that, you can pressure him back. Potentially kill him.
All right, so the most that's happening right now is that Itox and Menairos are exchanging spots right now. Magic being sent up in the IS-7, that is on the C7 position. That is sort of a slight commitment there, and finally we do see the rotation coming in for Phoenix, sending the double M4 towards the hill here. Unique, not really a good trade there, taking one for free on the hill, not really what you want to see. And Weekend Duck and White Rock probably going to reinforce Magic and Pixel. And Kitty in the north there, sorry, in the south, needs to be pretty careful as he's down to a 2-shot. And the Batchat still has probably an ample amount of shots. Now Magic peeking here, also taking 2 actually, down to 800. So far, if we take a look also at the top where the HP bars are, the trade's vastly favoring Goodnight Nomi.
So far the trade's really bad for Phoenix, like really bad. And Itox is a bit isolated as well for this north push. And
yeah, there's no one that could really support him anymore because Phoenix has just put all the tanks in the C line.
I mean, I did say pressure A4, but I meant it maybe like slightly more HP, you know what I mean?
Magic now able to cross over here. He does make it so far at least without losing further HP. Still at 1800 though, and now the cross comes in here by Pixel. Magic taking one more by Gurski. Minairo's able to punish Weekend Duck for this cross, and now the plan of Phoenix is becoming apparent to Goodnight Nomi. We'll have to see how they react to that, and because there is no one in the south anymore, and Goodnight Nomi is sending the Batchat there, this means that they have all the information they could ever want, and if the Batchat so chooses, it could even assassinate the CS.
Marcel's a little early on this push on Itox, however, it is the correct play to do this push because they want to take out the S-Kung for this because they have a massive overmatch on this, and even the VZ of Miku joining to make sure that this S-Kung dies really quickly. Miku is going to be able to pick it up. Marcel down towards the one-shot for this though, and now the overpush needs to come in the north, but look at Phoenix, look at the bleed, look how much they're down already at this point. They're just driving through as well, they're pushing on towards Gursky, but like the CS is going to get killed by the BAT, which the BAT was always able to do that, right? And now it's just like this group of tanks trying to move through. And if they win this, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, Pixel getting set on fire here is not going to help Phoenix's case anymore, as the HP now almost double for the side of Goodnight Nomi and Phoenix. They've put themselves in this position where they simply need to keep committing, because this is the only place where they still have an overmatch. But I think they've just run into a brick wall here with Twist and Jordan, and now Miku peeking from the back here with a VZ. First shot connecting, second one as well, putting Unique on a one-shot. Minira's also starting to peek from the back lines. That's Unique down and out of the game. And only Weekend Duck and White Rock remaining here. Make that only White Rock. Yeah, the last rock here remaining for Phoenix, but probably not for long, as Goodnight Nomi are able to batter off and weather the storm here in what is the first match point for Phoenix.
Yeah, they wiped out the first match point. There's still one left before tiebreaker. Phoenix got really outplayed on this one.
Yeah.
Like, good stuff for Goodnight Nomi there. Really well. Really hard punish. The CS, Magic, a few others as well. Like, really, really good punish from them coming out. Good work. So that was what we need to see from Goodnight Nomi. Like, so far in this match, they haven't looked that great, to be honest. Like, even the Mines round day one, they could have lost. This one is the first one where I'm, like, really convinced that they full-heartedly deserved the win.
Alright, so score now 3-2. First of all, let's take a quick look at the post-battle result. And yeah, Magic not really able to do a lot in his IS-7. I mean, yeah, he was sort of used as a battering ram and lost a lot of HP immediately. But yeah, on the other team, Sokol there, he did have very, very important plays in the south there, just completely countering the CS. The CS didn't get anything done in this game. Yes, Kitty did a bit of damage towards the end, but the important stuff that the Batcher generated was this map control over the southern part of the map, just the information about all of it. And just like this, we find ourselves now at this 3-2 scoreline. That also means, on top of that, that now it's going to be Goodnight Nomi attacking, and they're doing it on Tundra. It's considered to be attack favored, so I wouldn't rule it out of the realm of possibilities that this one might head to a tiebreaker.
I don't know, like, we're talking about, like, favored, but I don't know if this M4 meta might change it up on Tundra, for example. Because it's, like, really high alpha, really high HP tanks, compared to, like, S-Kongs. They're better at holding positions than an S-Kong, per se. Because, like, even if you die, like, you get your 4 shots off, that's 2k damage. You do that in an S-Kong.
Yeah, if you get collapsed upon, then at the very least you do, like, 2 shots, which is already nominally above 1100 damage. With the S-Kong, yeah, you do like 3, which is 1200, but most of the time with the AMX you will actually get more damage done than only 2 shots, if it's not like the entirety of the enemy team collapsing, and then you should be winning anyway, because your team should be taking all of the other positions and supporting you. Okay, so as I said, Phoenix still on match point here, but Goodnight Nomi showing signs of life, actually.
Signs of life, yes. But sadly, their team name is not Phoenix, so Rising from the Ashes is only reserved for the other team.
We'll see if they are able to prove you wrong in this oncoming game here. And yeah, I guess we just wait for the things to come, as finally we do see the lineups. Phoenix bringing in the first 60 TP of the day, I think. Then we have triple M454. We do have the S-Kong played by White Rock, 1 VZ, and Pixel playing the Batchat. On the other side, Ducky.
Goodnight Nomi with the CS, the S-Kong, the 2277, the AMX M4, and making his first appearance on Tundra, the mighty Minotauro.
The Minotauro, where do you put it? Do you put it where normally the 60 TPs were staring at each other?
I mean, I personally would put it in the shredder, but I guess you, I don't know, I guess you would play it towards like D5 at some point because of its turret. Like gun depression and turret, he can't get penned, he has enough heat pen for it. I think it makes sense for him to play D4, D5. Because neither of the two guys that peek him can pen him.
And indeed, he is sort of driving towards that. That being said, Sokol spots out Weekend Duck, gets spotted in return though. Weekend Duck did not connect his shot here. And this is the same CS position that we already saw used last round. I guess it's sort of to generate the information onto Weekend Duck's position and make him unable to completely reverse out of there. Last game, that, ooh, Sokol now taking one shot here. Probably by the Batchat, yeah, Pixel. chipping away at the HP, just immediately going on reload. Very mature decision making by him.
Even repairing his shield tanks in Sokol's case. You don't want damaged shield tanks on the CS.
Nah, it it has the habit of lighting on fire often. That's true. Okay, Jordan getting a lot of information and even getting a shot of damage into Unique though. That is a good amount of information gained here, as Pixel also spotted in his bed chat. They don't know yet about Magic, but I think Goodnight Nome is sort of eyeing and toying with the idea of pushing the south here. As
Sokol didn't spawn Magic! Magic got there for free?
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad for Sokol. Because Magic can play on K2.
Yep.
What do you do in Goodnight Nome's case? Jordan can't play there either, by the way, because Magic also counters him. So, like, you're kind of... Sokol's kind of dead.
Yeah, I mean,
not yet, because you have to push the 3 line, but it's, like, dead in the theory.
yeah, the thing is they would
right?
need so many forces to clear out Magic effectively that at that point in time Phoenix could just counter push somewhere else on the map and just gain superior positions. So, well, Magic only destroying Jordan's gun here. Does have the rep kit available though. Miku in the meanwhile, not trading well.
So what I meant with Sokol being dead, Key, it's like, in theory, he's dead. Because if they go anywhere else on the map, like if they go north, he's died.
Yeah, at this point in time, it is the decision for Goodnight Nome. Do they cut their losses and, you know, just leave Sokol there as a gift to RNGesus? Or do they try to play around him, keep him in, and tie him into their game plan? That being said, the Minotauro now starting to trade off against the S-Conk and immediately gets a good connection into what probably is the cupola of the Super Conqueror. And yeah, White Rock has to admit that he can't really... Ooh, we can duck good shot here. Probably overmatch under the tracks.
We can like that check power coming out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gursky's getting some information here, but does he know that there's a 60 TP here? Because Itux is going to take this 1v1 when he can. Jordan's crossing over, though, in the meantime, in his 277, trying to get a flank on White Rock and Weekend Eye. Trying to be annoying, trying to be...
I mean, if he makes it into the houses, then he actually compromises White Rock's and Weekend Duck's position completely, because then he'll be able to control the trades, as White Rock and Miku don't find the trades on each other. But now Jordan with a shot into the back of the S-Conk, and that is going to force the S-Conk off the angle, and the Mino now, another shot into White Rock here. White Rock not looking healthy at all anymore, down to 311 HP, and there is a rotation by Phoenix, but that is a lot of damage being dealt by Goodnight Nome right now.
Weekend actually telling or thinking that he needs to face Jordan in the 1v1, but he's not even going to be able to win this anymore. In the meantime, Pixel rotating, Itox also revealing his position towards Gursky, but Goodnight Nome is up 3000 HP at this point, but Gursky here is really, how to say, the weak link in this team, the pinch. Him and Marcel, like that 3000 lead, Kihan, Weekend Dark will die because that push was not in, but him and Marcel, Gursky and Marcel, are currently in a position where they can get pushed on, where they have a potential to die. Marcel's just gonna peek because he knows he has to do something on towards the S-Conk and does pick it up, but Gursky in return is gonna fall for this though.
Yeah, Pixel still has 2 more shots, make that one, as the 277 does retaliate into the Batchet, but he clips out completely, and now he has the problem that actually in front of him is Minairos, so I don't think the Batchet is going to make it out here, as Minairos White Peaks picks up the Batchet, and all of a sudden it is 4 tanks remaining here for the side of Phoenix that are up in HP though.
By a lot. However, Magic is now the weak link in their team. He's alone. He has Jordan, Sokol, and Twist moving over towards him. But you can see counterclockwise rotations. You see Unique coming as well, and Haki. Now, Itox becomes the weak link in this defense, because now he's alone, because Haki needs to support him still. So it's like, because of this gun advantage, Goodnight Nome is able to pull Phoenix all over the place.
Exactly, and Phoenix, they are sort of split. We can see they're in the north right now, the 60 TP actually battling it out against the Super Conk and an M4, but we all know how that one's going to end, as the 60 TP is even going to have troubles to penetrate the Super Conqueror in this position, and this is why we see Unique and Magic now coming here. Magic with the roll onto Jordan in his 277, and oh, Itox does get the penetration into the Super Conk, but he's going to die for this, and all of a sudden, HP up for Goodnight Nome over 1k here currently, as Magic and Unique are now both trying to make it near Twist. And you can see how long Magic actually has to aim to be able to properly penetrate his shot in order for Unique to be able to kill him. That being said, HP again sort of closer, 500 apart, but the gun advantage remains for Goodnight Nomi. I wonder if anyone is going to try to finish off Marcel with an HE.
I don't think so. I don't think you can expect to roll enough on that Mino. I've tried it. You don't do that much issue damage against it. Unique, it's very important he makes his clip here against Miku. He has to make his clip. He does make it. So Miku's a possible one-shot for an AMX M4. Marcel's already moving towards the cap, from what it seems like. Unique dies against Sokol. That leaves Haki now in a 1v1 with Mineros, who actually has to pressure forward. That's a big roll, though, from Mineros.
697, my goodness. So yeah, Mineros going to be very happy after that one, because now he can theoretically just ram Haki, or just high roll him anyway. Who cares? If you got the rolls to back it up, you don't even need to ram someone to
if Magic gets Marcel, though, Mineros is going to be very far away.
Mineros is going to be very far away, but Sokol still not a one-shot here yet, so he could, in theory, just overpush Magic then together with all the others. As we see, Magic, doesn't even connect that shot here, so that is... Yeah, that was the last hope basically gone for the side of Phoenix, because now Magic is facing off against 3 tanks here. He does get one more connection into Sokol, but it's not going to matter. And Goodnight Nomi, after being down 3-1, are going to secure themselves a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that I think there's a big thing there where Weekend Dank and White Rock allowed the Mino to come that far up, because they were looking at Sokol, and the Mino was like, okay, guys, that's fine. I don't care. Also, it could have been a difference if somebody actually finished Marcel at some point.
Yeah, it felt like there were some kills that were not being picked up soon enough. As we do see the Mino on top regarding damage. On the other side, the Super Conk not really paying off. Unique, able to do 2 clips and perfect shooting by Pixel, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter, because Goodnight Nomi, after getting those initial pickups, just able to toy around with the team of Phoenix, able to single out tanks, namely that 60 TP, and by that, just able to snowball the game out of control at a point where, yes, you might have more HP if you're Phoenix, but in the end, the gun advantage just, being used perfectly by Goodnight Nomi. And this round as well, looking very, very good. So we are not seeing that cliff syndrome anymore, where you try to do the same thing twice, it just doesn't work. We see different approaches by the team of Goodnight Nomi, and that is going to net us a full 7-game match here in between Phoenix and Goodnight Nomi. It is the question, though, who is going to pick the tiebreaker. Phoenix has side selection.
Phoenix with side selection, and I can also confirm that Phoenix picked Def.
All right. So, what do we make of this? Obviously, in a tiebreaker, always, especially on Proco. I would probably also pick Def, even though I wouldn't ever come probably into the situation of playing a tiebreaker in a WoT7 tournament, simply because my team would win the match before it comes to that. That being said, though, would you also pick Def on Prokhorovka?
Yes.
Okay, that was a smaller answer than what I was hoping for, to be honest, but...
What were you hoping for? Yes, Kihan, I would love to pick the defense because the time ticks in my favor, but on the other hand, I'm also stuck with the fact that I can't win the hill, I can't win 1-2, and I can maybe win the middle, but then I have to push immediately, which really does kind of it's not that great if you think about it, because you pick the Def so the time works in your favor, but there's so many things the enemy team could do that really goes against you. So I'm stuck in either just hard camping over the rails with an IS-7 on the 6 line, but then again, if they play the hill heavy, that can also counter me quite hard, and I can lose my IS-7 for free. They also play a 1-2 defense, but then they can pressure the eastern cap, which is also kind of rough if you think about it. So yeah, the time is on my favor, but if I counter in all the other factors, it's really one of the few things. Unless I have a really special strat ready on defense that I thought about playing in a specific format and tournament, then yeah, I could see myself picking Def. That would have like a 70-30 probability, but it also then depends what team I'm playing against. And with the way Good I Know Me is playing, I'd probably go defense because it doesn't seem like their attack is that great. But then again, Doki, we're thinking about it. It's Prokhorovka. They haven't played it yet. They could have something special cooked up for the attack. So really, when I'm looking at it, it's 50-50.
See, that wasn't that hard after all, was it? Okay, map video loading up, which means the decider in between Phoenix and Goodnight Nomi is about to happen. Momentum hugely in favor of Goodnight Nomi right now. If you come back from a 3-1 to basically make it to tiebreaker, yeah, you are going to be the team that's on top right now regarding the mental state. All of our predictions here completely gone out the window. It's not going to be a 4-2 for Phoenix anymore. That being said, Phoenix might still win it, but Goodnight Nomi also with good chances as we do take a look at the lineups here. Phoenix coming in with one IS-7, a triple S-Conk, one CS, one Minotauro on Proco, okay, and the T100.
And the T100 indeed, Goodnight Nomi then. Triple IS-7, AMXM4, S-Conk, Leo, and Sokol in the T100.
Now, I do bring it up time and time again, and I'm sorry if I bore you with it by now, but the Leo, great tank, in my opinion, not a good choice for 7v7.
It's not that bad, I would say. I mean, you can use it more than you can use an STRV, in my opinion, because the STRV has that ability of just sitting in a position and that's it. While the Leo has its flexibility, maneuverability, and the fact that it has a turret, like Ketsai would never be able to do to the Leo, like what he did to the STRV, if you remember. So there is that, yeah. I'm just wondering where the Mino is going. If the, oof, nice shot onto Sokol by Haki. Oh,
yep.
Unbelievable. He hit that.
Good shot into Sokol.
Is the Mino going to go to A0? That's like the real question, because it's going to take a while, man.
Oh.
I feel like he's going
is
to
he,
A0.
Is he being pushed by the S-Conk?
No, Haki doesn't care about it.
Yeah. The thing is, though, because basically Sokol lost already some HP here, he has to be ever more careful, because on a map like Proco, that T100 is just a huge... The importance of him as an asset cannot be understated, because if you lose the T100, or even if it drops low regarding HP, you need to be super careful, and if you lose him actually, then a big part of your information game is just gone. And now we do see him here in the little village in the middle of the map, trying to get some more information. Doesn't see anything though, and Pixel now starts to leave. He probably is of the opinion that the Minotauro is up far enough towards that A90 position that he won't be able to get damaged anymore. Oh, the T100 does spot him out though.
Yeah, he spots out Pixel. He might even give him a shot when he goes on the red line. If Sokol is feeling lucky tonight. And Kihan's about dropping low, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever dropped it low when the whistle blows, like in the club? Or is that not your thing?
I knew there was something along those lines upcoming.
That doesn't answer my question.
I didn't answer the question because I didn't want to.
That's just not very nice.
Well, sometimes
I will be sending in a support ticket, buddy. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Don't forget to give me the ID so I can check that it's being handled correctly.
Check. It's because you're doing it from Prague.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're Czech now. Yeah.
I am still a German citizen. I'm just working.
Oh, wow.
And
I'm
living
telling
in the
you,
Czech
man, this
Republic.
man does not love Czech Republic.
That is not what I said. The Czech
Okay, that's
Republic has
literally
some
what you
great
said.
things going for it.
Name 3 right now.
Well, one of them I wouldn't be able to name because, you know, PG 13th stream. And other than that, great. In Prague, actually, a great public transport, you know, and also the city is very beautiful. That being said, we do see the push here coming out with the double IS-7 down the 9-0 line. There is going to be the Mino that will be able to shoot onto them if they decide to come in through with it. There is going to be Haki that can shoot. One more Super Conk actually being rotated. And we see Phoenix, while we've been talking, has been taking a lot of the map here, that T100 making it down the 2 line right now. The problem here, though, could be for Phoenix. If those 4 heavy tanks actually decide to just drop over the rails, then Pixel and Magic would be dead in the water.
I don't know what Pixel's doing here, but this is a bad play from him, because what you said is going to compliment Phoenix on their great rotations, but Pixel here, this is not a great rotation whatsoever in that CS63. He's had some good games, he's had some bad games. This one is definitely the latter, though, as now Pixel on the run, on the move, just dies. I don't know what to say about that. That was horrendous, actually, for the side of Phoenix, because now Magic is all by himself running away, and all he has in support is a T100 of Itox just sniping away, and you know, Magic running away is the correct play. He's trying to make it as far away as humanly possible, but now you have that double S-Kong stuck at B9. Well, stuck, they can leave from it, but Magic in the meantime is going to get chased down. Sokol's going to come over to fight Itox, and Pixel's really selling this defense right now. Good Magic on the move, Ignite on Gursky. Where?
Yeah, Magic just with a wonderful shot into the side of that Super Conk, and yeah, he is probably going to die now as the hungry sharks of Goodnight Nomi are converging, and it's going to be Jordan to pick him up, but we have to see if Itox actually gets caught, because obviously he was shooting at the enemy heavy tanks, so they do know roughly the area in which is in. And I think Sokol is actually trying to cut him off. All of that being said and done, though, we have that S-Conk here. I think Unique actually went out quite a bit into the open. Not really sure I agree with that, but he does have the Minotauro in backup.
He has to, because he has to defend the cap somehow. And I think Itox is currently a Giga shot right now. I mean, he did spot out the Leo, so that kind of sells it that he's still there. So Sokol's not going to go back. You can see Sokol didn't think he was there anymore. So now the Leo of Mineros is driving at Itox, and Itox has no escape anymore. Okay, maybe he's not a Giga shot.
Yeah.
I want to take it back.
He's going to get found by the Leo, and then the Leo is obviously going to DPM him out, as we do see both of the tanks juking it out here, but there is also the T100 from Goodnight Nomi that can shoot at the Leo once still. He does get an Amarek on towards the Leo, but that's not going to matter, as Minairos is now going to kill Itox, and that is just one more tank, one more really important asset being gone for the side of Phoenix. And now we see here Unique trading it off against Jordan and Miku using the stones, so not both of the IS-7s are able to shoot at him, and now White Rock's being pulled here into the fight. Haki as well, Weekend Duck on a one-shot with the S-Kong. Not sure I agree with him driving into there, but I guess he was afraid of Marcel, and now Unique needs to pick up Miku, and the Minotauro actually needs to make its clip count here against Jordan. And
good peek though from Sokol. Good peek in that T100. Closing out Weekend Dark. And now a 3-on-5 situation here still for the side of Goodnight Nomi against Phoenix. And Phoenix is starting to suffer, starting to lose. Haki on 1. Like actually 1 HP, but with 1 minute and 45 seconds left here, they had it. They had everything they needed, but it's the Hive curse all over again. You bring one player from Hive in your team, tiebreakers are just not a thing anymore.
Alright, and now we see Goodnight Nomi with 4 versus 2 guns. Once again, the HP that Phoenix still have remaining are not going to matter. Goodnight Nomi this time, even with the HP advantage this time around, and we do see that, yeah, the Minotauro does have good frontal armor, but the sides not nearly as good, and White Rock is going to fall, and Unique probably soon to follow to the grave, as a Goodnight Nomi bring around home that, yeah, it feels a bit like a throw by Phoenix, but at the same time, I don't want to take anything away from the Goodnight Nomi players that did really individually just have a good play. I guess it's down to Pixel and Magic going close towards that blob of heavy tanks from Goodnight Nomi, and then just getting caught out.
You don't want to take it away from Goodnight Nomi? Ah, well, this was the freest win they could have ever been handled on a platter, dude. They lost. They lost. They didn't even lose a little bit, but they lost. There was this slight over-rotation from Phoenix, because they have the Mino at A0, so they don't really have to be worried about sending another S-Kunk across. They already had Haki there, so they were fine. But this Pixel Magic play, dude, like, it's beyond me why you would do that. Magic alone is already a mistake. But Pixel with him as well?
Yeah, and like Pixel went over, peeked there, and then just got torn to pieces. And yeah, he completely died.
Pixel should be in 1-2 to cover. They are fine. They are fine if they pressure the East. They're 100% fine. Pixel and Magic have no business at the rails yet. None. Magic should still be like near his cap, that June, there. It should still be near that one, where he's close enough to push up if they're just pushing through. And Pixel should be covering Magic from the far back, because they already have like Eskunks and a Minnow to defend the East. If they lose against an East push, then they deserve to lose. But this was sad. I mean, that was just, that CS sold the game. Together with Magic. Magic were lucky that they shoot the CS first.
Yeah, I mean, props to Unique still for doing 6k, but it wasn't enough to carry his team over the finish line. Instead, it is going to be a good night. Nomi staying alive. But Ducky, I think that was quite enough work for our voices for today. Let's see what the analysts have to say about the match that we just watched.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. That's it for the first day of the playoff stage of the tournament banter. We will have a total of 4 teams tomorrow, and we have to say goodbye this time to Phoenix.
Yeah, they were out. Bit of a disappointment. It can't be. I mean, like you said it right. This end one wasn't great, but we'll get into that when we watch the replays. Looking at the bracket, so tomorrow for the first game we will.
First match of the day tomorrow, Opor against Olovenitsi, the finals of the winners bracket, and then we will have the losers bracket match between CSA and Goodnight Nomi. All of those matches are BO7 once more, and the big finals will be BO9.
Yep, will be best of 9 for those finals. And shall we get into the replays then?
Yeah, we should have the replays ready shortly about the match we have seen between Phoenix and Goodnight Nomi. That match was a bit of an upset banter. We had Phoenix up 3-1 with 3 match points, and Goodnight Nomi making it all the way back to the tiebreaker to win it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I feel this Prokhorovka, I feel the Tundras were a little bit of a disappointment. Should have been a bit better by Phoenix, but we'll get into that shortly.
Let's take a look at the replays.
Yep.
So the first map was Mines, and this was actually a pretty interesting way to open from the side of Goodnight Nomi with this CS is going around the hill initially.
Yeah, this is something that's been played a bit in 15-15. I've tried these strats. They're very high risk, high reward. So Twist going up close, he's kind of the sacrifice while the player's made on the other side, and Sokol's there just to really buy time. As I said, it's very high risk, but it does have a high reward.
I mean, yeah, if you don't manage to get a triple cap work and get those things from Phoenix Suicide, you have, for example, the I7 to get few decaps at H3E. It doesn't work. Good stuff from Phoenix, holding strong on their defense with some aggressive opening on the mid.
Yeah, really important by Tiger to get those initial decaps. Big brawl in the mid for this one. It was a little bit of a strange one. Sokol got span around, so was forced onto this side of the hill. But you can kind of see Goodnight Nomi do have that better lineup for the brawl. 3 M4s plus 1 IS7. Phoenix there going towards the mid to those rocks with the 277s.
I mean, that's the winning play for the side of Goodnight Nomi. Overpicking and taking down those double 277s. Daki mentioned it. When you have the hill advantage like Phoenix had, you don't have to close up with those tanks at the rocks here, because you actually give the opportunity to the defending team to overpick and get those kills. That's exactly what happened. Those air mixes, like the DPM, the half of damage, that worked in their favor, and Goodnight Nomi recovering.
Yeah, that game was all over the place. But this cliff, nice reactions by Phoenix. We've seen this over the games from Phoenix, especially on Cliff. Really nice reactions, always going for these nice mid-over pushes, cleaning up Twist, cleaning up Miku before Goodnight Nomi even have a chance to react.
Yeah, well, they are going for the overmatch. They have 7 tanks, they're 2 against. Yeah, you can have a bit of damage on the cross from the donut, especially the bad shot, but look, you can see it here. They're up on HP, up 2 tanks, and the game is pretty much over if they're not making any major mistakes. So good stuff from Phoenix, recognizing the fact they have an overmatch to take and taking it.
Yeah, I mean, the game went pretty close. Going up this hill, it is the correct play. It buys time for the bats to be reloaded, but it takes so long. In this one, again, it was like watching the same game twice. Bit of Groundhog Day. Nice over push in the mid, making those 2 free kills. Not free, it's a bit of an overstatement. Sokol is farming from the backline, but he's a tank out of the game. Mid repush coming in. We've seen it so many times today.
I mean, it was pretty much like the same. They actually overpush the mid, they get some kills, but this time it was closer. Goodnight Nomi had some tanks to take that ball, repushing the mid, but Sokol was pretty much out of the fight, and you could see just a matter of having more tanks at the same place at the same time, and the focus fire was on point for the side of Phoenix. Good stuff. Next up, Banter, we had Tundra, and we can actually say that Goodnight Nomi was a much superior team on that map. Maybe Phoenix a bit lacking some clue on it.
Yeah, they're good at Nami playing a little bit of a flavor of the month, get M4s, put them everywhere. But I mean, it worked effectively. Phoenix tried a very slow opener, which allowed good at Nami to get good spotting positions in the south. And it became a bit of a desperation play by Phoenix, making this north push. But they lost so much HP on the crossing. These meaty M4s giving so much damage on that crossing. And very nice play by Sokol to take the hill from Kitty Quell. Well.
I mean, I think the alpha damage matters a lot in this
really
regard.
Does.
And later on, Goodnight Numbi very comfortably playing their attack, slow and steady in their approach, and actually managing to get this position with Jordan with the 277 to actually provide some very interesting and strong crossfire with the Minotaur of Marcel. Good stuff from Goodnight Numbi on their attack, proving that they have really a good clue on that map and they can actually slow play it.
Yeah, this game was kind of... It was like a cat playing with a ball of yarn. It was good at Nami. You can see it here on screen. They're dragging Phoenix from north to south, making them move, and they're bleeding for every rotation. They used the Minotaur well. We haven't seen it on this map yet. It was used very well here. But going into the Proco.
Oh, wow. I mean, we said it ourselves. We were like, easy for Phoenix.
Yeah, why is
this is over.
Close?
And then we see Pixel and Magic go close there and actually give an opening for the side of Goodnight Numbi to just take this push and take him down. DI7 next. The T100 didn't run and got caught also, and at the end, Phoenix, they tried their best, but they lost against Goodnight Numbi.
Yeah, Itox tried to be sneaky breaky in the corner. Almost worked, but he did spot out the Leopard of Menairos, who went to clear him. Here we can just see kind of the cleanup. Yes, it's close on HP, but Phoenix just have so much worse positions, less guns. Yeah. They're in the low ground. They're just completely surrounded here, and it's basically done and dusted at this point. Jordan does go down here, but it's the superior Goodnight Nami tanks looking above from the ridges down on their Phoenix opponents, and it's very sad that we have to say goodbye to them.
Well, Goodnight Nomi taking the victory in the tiebreaker. They were down 3-1, so good stuff to them. They definitely deserve to keep playing. Tomorrow it's going to be against CSA in the second match of the day. Make sure to be there tomorrow. Banter, we have a banger to start. It's Olownicy against Opal, possibly and probably the best two teams we have in this tournament.
Yeah, the Polish derby that we've seen so many times definitely produces some of the most interesting games, some of the most fast-paced and aggressive games, and there's a lot at stake. Both of these teams have many players from the same 15-15 team, so it's always enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, it's always like trying to read what the enemy team is doing, because you know each other, you tend to play and build tactics together in 15-15, so it's very interesting. We have a lot of like smart players in both of these teams, very competent players also skill-wise, communication-wise, so it's going to be like a very, very nice match.
Almost.
And also Banter, tomorrow we'll have an amazing announcement to make. So guys, make sure tomorrow to tune in at 8 in CET, just like today, for like the final day of the WoT7 tournament number 8. Banter, do you have anything to say to the viewers now?
Just you summed it up perfectly. It was a solid day, some really good games, some tops and turves, especially with this last one. Phoenix going out, I feel very bad. I gave them the prediction to win against, I believe it was Olownicy in the first round. They didn't, unfortunately. It was a close one, and getting knocked out here makes me feel quite melancholy, but it is what it is, and we'll see some nice games tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see you tomorrow again. Have a great night, and we'll catch you there then.